Okay, I think we are live. Heck yes, we are live. Hello. We have a great show today. We're going to be going over a lot of the alien invasion talk, a lot of the cyclical apocalypse talk that you hear in the disclosure community. We got a great panel. I'm going to shout out some of the chat real quick before we bring them up. Something or someone. Is this about the James Webb Telescope nonsense? A little bit at the end is. We're going to cover it. Everyone's talking about it, so we're going to. Bold Gambit says, possible alien invasion coming. Won't let us know for another 13 hours. Yep. You're welcome. Whoa, I don't even know how to say your name. Popcorn, let's go. Montezuma, OMG, OMG, OMG. I'm so excited. We are excited you are here. Lawson Level, love Red Panda. Love you too. Pedro Agazi, cheers from Brazil, Red. Cheers, bro. Relativis, anyone know when part 2 Lou Elizondo documentary comes out? Yes, and I commented underneath, kind of got to wait for the Stratton book. Yes, Palmer Joss says Vetters will be there. Shouts out to the Vetters out there. Hell yeah, we love Vetters around here. JJ's fourth phone, how's it going? Blue Jasmine, hello. Pizza Slayer, ready for the Doom, let's go. And yes, our panel is all about the Doom, so that'll be fun. What's up, Derek, Sunny, Dominar, TNT? Oh, my first ever super chat on this channel, because I didn't realize I had super chats turned off last 2 streams, but Courage First. Let's get this party started, RPK. Thank you, Courage First. Heck yeah. Josh Payne, Hey Ocean, Krabby Adventure, Spark Zap Zach. Everyone's here. Let's get the panel up here. First and foremost, let's get Tupacabra. How you doing?
What up? Dude, I'm good. Good to be here.
Great, great. Are you excited for the show and the panel?
Yeah, I'm hyped to doom.
Yeah, we're dooming hard today. We got 2 of the best doomers in the community. So I guess for people like, what the heck is dooming even? There's a subsection of the UFO community that I would say that's embraces kind of the darker aspects, the more uncomfortable aspects in terms of like alien abductions. You know, they're not all love and light experiences. Some of them are bad, right? Some of them are not pleasant. Some of them, if a human did it to another human, would be illegal. And then also they kind of embrace more of like, what are the UFOs saying? What are these messages people are getting? And that kind of ties into what we're going to talk about tonight, which is, and to be clear, I'm not saying the world's going to end. I don't think Tupa's saying the world's going to end. But if you want to, do whatever you want. But there is a lot of talk in some of the really big movers and shakers of disclosure, right, about this kind of thing. Tupa, would you agree?
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge right now.
It's like and I think people who are kind of casually following the subject would be surprised at how much it comes up when you just peek a little bit deeper into like the disclosure movement and whatnot. There's a very heavy Eschaton is a word probably come up a lot today. Let's shout out some more of the chat real quick. I saw a bunch more people hopped in after that. We were shouting them out. Let them feel included, then we'll bring up our guest. Eric Tumbleson, how's it going, bro? Ben Overrich. Tutu Burger, how's it going? Whoopty Wowzers, so glad you're here. Amr Abelkalik, hello. And Patrick McDonago and NX Linked. All right, let's bring up our guest. We got 2 great community members. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit more even. We got Ulrich and Fringe. How's it going, guys? Ulrich's muted. There we go.
Woo! Ulrich's still muted.
Can you guys
Fringe
hear me?
There he is. Welcome to the show, guys.
I didn't want to risk the AirPods. What's up, you guys? Fringe, Tupa, Red, how's it going?
Dude, going good. We're
excited to doom today.
Doom is in the air.
I'm just happy to have Ulrich here because he's the ultimate doomer. It's only my middle name. It's Ulrich's first name. So here we are.
I mean, aren't people calling you the mother of doom on the streets, Fringe?
I heard about that, but I didn't want to bring it up.
I'm sorry.
What about the Doominatrix?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, wait a minute. Didn't at some point someone was calling me and Tiff the daughters of Doty? That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, that's a sick band name.
Yeah.
Well, do you guys want to tell maybe the audience a little bit about yourself and what is the doomer mantra lifestyle? What are you guys all about in the doomer community?
The lifestyle. As soon as we get into the lifestyle, they start accusing us of being a cult, which we might need to capitalize on. Fringe, you want to start?
Actually, Ulrich, I was hoping you would start since you are the daddy of Doom. What is Doom? How did this all start? And how did we get here?
Well, this started what I think end of last year. It started on a doomy note, I think, in general, right? So we had the UAPDA, the Schumer Amendment. It basically got gutted. The things that were important weren't included. Ufology was kind of like in a dark night. And you had been like running your experiencer spaces, especially for like darker experiences, for what, maybe like a year or something. And I was trying to slow dance my way into the UFO community and talk about the pole shift, because the pole shift hit me like a ton of bricks. I backed into it. So I was never a catastrophist. I would say 99% of the beliefs I have right now, I did not have for the first 34 years of my life. And just to be really clear, I'm not a catastrophist in the sense of like, there's nothing you can do. Everything's fucked. I think everything is fucked, and this produces a major opportunity for humanity. That's the camp I'm in. And I had to learn a bunch of stuff that I didn't want to learn, like basic amateurish geophysics. And basically we cover dark alien agendas and catastrophism. And then we also have sort of folded it in. We want the Doom Room to be a place where you can have the most comfortable, most uncomfortable, dangerous conversation. That's, at least for me, like that's what I'm most proud of. We even tolerate love and light people in our spaces, and we want for people to have the right to say whatever, and then not whatever, but whatever that isn't toxic. No matter how dangerous, no matter how uncomfortable, you get to say it, and you can count on the fact that people will leave the space if they're uncomfortable. So it's supposed to be the one space where you don't need to be careful about the audience, because I think we have a dynamic that can sometimes be victim blaming and victim shaming. So if you're a survivor, if you're targeted, and you're still constantly worrying about protecting people from reality, you really can't heal. And I think right now humanity is in a place where we're asking the wrong questions. We're asking like, are we ready for disclosure? That's basically like saying like, you know, if I have a romantic partner who cheated on me, do I deserve to know the truth? And this is a bit of a Stockholm syndrome, and I think it's bullshit. I think it needs to change. And I think if you're really a love and lighter, you're going to find the optimism in facing the darkness. You're not just going to avoid one half of reality. And I want to make it sexy. I want to make it fun. I want to make Doom indulgent, so that we can, because a lot of shit needs to
Would you
change.
guys would you agree with me, Fringe and Doomer, what I said earlier about how like I think a lot of people even who follow UFOs closely would be surprised how much of an undercurrent this whole like eschatology kind of apocalypse stuff is. And even with Lou's book tour, he's been kind of hinting at it more like in pretty overt ways that we're going to be covering tonight. It's
Yeah.
there, right?
Yeah, it's definitely in the air, and everybody has their own personal apocalypse because everything is breaking down, and all the breakdowns have been procrastinated. So they are converging, and whether or not you're like a catastrophist or an eschatologist, you can tell that certain systems are purposely not being maintained, which means a lot of things are going to collapse at the same time. And I think we should ask ourselves why. Why are we letting certain things just collapse? And what does that mean? Is there a good thing that you can turn that into?
Sweet. We got a super chat here. The year 2027 keeps coming up, I've noticed, but this could be like a Y2K thing. CIA guy Ramirez says that when aliens show up, or that's when aliens show up. Leslie Kean just says things will get harder, alluding to a catastrophe. And yep, we got both of those in the slide, and that's a great point. And again, I want to reiterate, I'm not saying the world's going to end. Please don't modify your life based on this stream in any radical ways. And yeah, 2027 does come up. So basically, like the format of this is we're going to go through it. We're going to watch this Netflix trailer that just dropped first, though. Just a little current news, and it's going to tie into this too. I was really surprised to see some of the footage, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Then we're going to kind of go into the history a little bit. I'm going to walk, I think, you guys through. I think Tupa knows about the Velikovsky stuff, and what I want to hit in that beginning part as we go through it is I made a video a while back called UFOs and Science, where I really wanted to understand the mechanisms by which the scientific community like just ignored this real part of reality. And when you look at the history of like Velikovsky and Carl Sagan, which we're going to be covering, the mechanisms by which the scientific community in America like pushed out ufology was like very similar, and even had like the same people and the same institutions as with this like ancient apocalypse cycles of civilization stuff, who Velikovsky was like one of the early pioneers of this in like the 50s and 60s. This what would be today the like Graham Hancock school of like, you know, there's something fishy here, and there seems to have been also a cover up. And I think that's important for people to understand on a few reasons. One is why, like, how did we get here? How did we get here to where like talking about cycles of civilization is taboo, right? Like, how did we get here? And then two, I do think the cycles of civilization stuff and the UFO stuff is very intertwined. And it's interesting how even by the cover up mechanism, it almost shows that they think it's intertwined because they have like the same people here. So that's just kind of the first part. Then we're going to talk about a few times where this impending date stuff came up in like the 90s, 80s. And then we're going to go into the Chris Bledsoe stuff. And that's why I'm really glad Fringe is here. I love Fringe's take. She's kind of, I consider her like a little bit of a little modern Carla Turner there, you know, embracing the dark side of it, embracing that, like, you know, these entities, even if you have a good experience, it can be like very manipulated and very, what's the word? Yeah, I guess that's just kind of it. And we go into the Chris Bledsoe stuff. And that's kind of where I think a lot of this modern 2027 stuff comes from, is the Chris Bledsoe experience, his experiences with the lady. And then we're going to cover what the movers and shakers are saying. Leslie Kean, Ross Coulthart, John Ramirez, Jason Sands, and Lou Elizondo has actually said a lot. I was surprised making this, like how much he said. But yeah, you guys, that sound fun?
Yeah, and if we can just
Proper
hear a little bit
dooming.
from Fringe for people who don't know
Yes.
her story, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, so how did I get involved in the Doom? So when I first came to UFO Twitter, a lot of people have probably already heard this story, but my very first space was in Tupa's room. So it was Tupa and Logan. I had maybe 45 minutes, an hour, something like that. I was almost in crisis mode at that point when I found UFO Twitter. I can't even remember how I found it. Found Tupa and Logan. I was invited up to tell my story, which was very cathartic for me. There was a lot of therapy in it for me, and everybody was very accepting and not judgmental. They just asked a lot of questions, and it was fantastic. And I thought, wow, I have found this incredible place where I can be myself, and people are interested in asking questions, and they're not debunking me and saying, what about this? What about that? And I can't overestimate how important it is for people going through what I went through, which is getting snatched out of my bed at night against my will and having horrific things happening, to have a place to come like this community, UFO Twitter, just to tell our stories. And then my second experience was with UFO Shane and Kimball. It was fantastic. I think it was 3 or 4 hours of me telling my story and answering questions. And I just could not believe this place that I found that was so incredible. And then it just went all downhill. I was getting kicked out of spaces, blocked. People were saying, you know, not so much that I was crazy, but they didn't want to hear the dark side of abductions. And so it's totally okay to say I was snatched out of my bed at night, and the aliens upgraded me and we're all ascending to 5D. But it's not okay to say the other things, the horrible and terrible things that happen during abductions. That was not okay with anyone. And so I just decided, well, you know what? I don't need these people. As a matter of fact, there was a day that I got reprimanded in a space for anthropomorphizing the aliens. And I was in tears. And my husband came into the room and he said, you do not need these fucking people. And I said, you know what? You're right. I don't. And so I just started my own spaces. I found Bridget, started my own spaces. And it was the place where you could come and tell your story, regardless of whether it was love and light, because there's a lot of love and light stories. But if you had a dark story, you were safe and accepted too. And so we provided that space for many months. And then I too always wanted to discuss the pole shift, because I've been having these cataclysmic visions since I was a teenager. My entire life, for most of my visions, and then specifically the pole shift when I was 15. And so again, it was difficult to find other people who wanted to talk about this. And I noticed just floating around the community that Tiff and Ulrich were wanting and willing to talk about it. And so we just found all three of us together. I think our first space was about experiencer visions. And you guys would not believe, if you haven't listened to that space or talked to a lot of experiencers, you would not believe the number of people who are having apocalyptic visions of the future. It's fascinating to me. Where is it coming from? Why is it happening? Are these things actually going to come true? I don't know. But here we are, and that's how I got here today. And I'm very appreciative for the community and most people in the community. It can be toxic, but can also be very therapeutic, and I'm very appreciative of it and happy to be here.
Sweet, thank you. Yeah, and I totally agree. It's so many people, right? They have an experience and they really can't talk to anyone about it because it's so like it has such a weird spot in our society. Even like person to person crimes and traumas can sometimes be awkward and uncomfortable to talk about, let alone add a non-human intelligence element to it, right? So there is a really great thing, like amidst all the bad on UFO Twitter, of just kind of like people, like you said, just like for the first time really being able to express themselves and their experiences and whatnot. But yeah, all right. Well, Tuba, anything else you want to say before we start this?
Oh, I love that you guys are here. I love that we're doing this. Yeah, I remember that those early spaces, Fringe. It's cool to be part of your origin story when it comes down to like sharing your experience and whatnot. Yeah, just happy to be here.
Can I say something really, really quick?
Please do. I'm still adding to the thing.
You brought up something, how certain things are inextricably tied. I'm giving credit to Sarah Bond for this idea. It's the Easter Bunny hypothesis. You pull on one thread and some of the threads are so connected, everything comes undone. So you kill Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy have to die. And I do believe that catastrophism is one of these three pillars. I think it's genetic engineering, catastrophism, and then tech, beings that come from the sky or something from the outside, something exogenous. And if you pay attention, at least to my belief of what's going on, it's going to mirror the exact arc that you and Tupa and Fringe and I myself sort of had, less because I'm fairly new here to UFO Twitter, but you start off kind of in a utopia, a Garden of Eden, and everything seems like it's heaven. And then quickly, it's too good to be true. Everything becomes corrupted. And then everything is just constantly unraveling and you can never get back. And this, I think, is patterns the human arc, the NHI arc, and the arc of UFO Twitter. I think this is one of these patterns that I want people to keep in the back of their minds, because we all kind of go through it, and it's kind of the opposite of a hero's journey. So I think that's going to tie into stuff later.
Sorry, I'm like doing last minute things, but I totally agree. I think Tupa, do you not resonate with that? A lot of people in this community resonate, I think, with being like, wow, this is so beautiful. And that's why it's really disappointing that there are those elements of the community, because it is like people's first place to speak a lot of these things and have these kind of ideas and whatnot. And then it just kind of like, they feel like a false sense of security and vulnerability, you know, and then they, just kind of, some of them can get wrecked in pretty crazy ways, which will come up. Yeah, we will. Like I said, we're going to go deep. We're going to cover Chris Gray tonight, Tupa. We're going that deep because I know, and that's why I wanted Fringe here, and something I was really excited about Fringe. I personally like Chris Bledsoe a lot. I think that the family's really nice. But like I said earlier with that super chat, a lot of this modern 2027 stuff, I think, really stems from his experiences. And Fringe has done a great job. And when we get to the Bledsoe part, I would really like her to break it down of that, you know, Chris Bledsoe thinks these experiences with the lady, which is where this 2027 number is coming from, are like very positive. But Fringe points out like specific ways that like even by Bledsoe's own account of what happened, it was like pretty manipulative and very deceitful, you know what I mean? Which I think I know these guys on the panel. I think a lot of us on the panel kind of have similar views of the phenomena, that it's kind of trickstery, it's deceitful, it's not honest, it can be violent. There's some people who have great experiences, but there's a lot of people who don't. Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and start. Let me pull this thing up to this. Boom. Invasion, apocalypse. Here we go. The one-stop shop for all of these questions, all these little times this is poked up here and there, you know, this subject. Yeah.
Love this graphic.
Right. Shouts out Google.
Yes.
First, we're going to just do a little live react before we get into the real meat and potatoes of it all. This new trailer that came out today. I guess we'll pause it here and there for copyright. We'll see how it goes. But I was actually pretty surprised with this. Let's pause it a little bit just for a little copyright. But this is interesting. A few reasons that I could think of. It's kind of doomery, right? I feel like Netflix, since like 2017, a lot of their stuff has been like sighting, right? Like this sighting, that sighting. Not really anything like I was taken. There's bloody photos here. Yeah, also the Bud Hopkins being in there is pretty interesting, and then
Wild.
like, kind of being from the perspective of his wife, because I don't know if you guys know, I'm not even trying to make it like a T show or anything like that, but yeah, Leslie Kean, I think, was like Bud Hopkins' partner at the end of his life. So sometime after, I guess, whenever this went down.
Like business partner or?
No, like romantic partner.
Really?
So that probably also is something to consider when thinking about her perspectives on the phenomena and whatnot.
R.I.P. to Bud, but he seems kind of like he's a playa for real. He's out here really talking to a lot of people.
Y'all know about that case a lot, or
what year did that abduction supposedly happen in?
I feel like it was in the 80s. Prove all the way around there. I feel like it was in the 80s or something like that, because I've looked into that case a lot. And one thing I was interested in, being a little history nerd, there was some archival footage I hadn't really come across in that trailer alone. That was pretty cool. But yeah, what do you think, Ulrich? Fringe?
So I think historically, in terms of the cover-up, this might be literally the most significant or the most pivotal abduction case, full stop. This is the 1989 Brooklyn Bridge abduction. It's very controversial. There's a lot of holes in Linda Cortiel's story. I think her real name is Linda Napolitano, but in the book, it's still Cortiel as a pseudonymous name. And I think maybe the entire doc series here on Netflix is going to miss the most important historical event, but that looks like it's the Brooklyn Bridge. So around 3 a.m., UN Secretary, I should know his name. It's a really long name. His car stalls. He's coming back from JFK Airport, and all of the other cars stall on that bridge too. And in a neighboring apartment, Linda Cortiel from the 12th story gets levitated into a flying saucer. And the rumors split between, was the UN secretary also abducted from his car or not? And this, the abducted people get plunged into the Hudson River from this UFO, and then she's returned later. And we almost had, or I tried to get Linda Cortiel in a space, because Eric Mitchell had breakfast with her once, and I think she's trying to stay away from the public eye. But I'm not going to give up. I think we need to get her in a space and talk to her, because there's real historical significance. This guy, Prince from Liechtenstein, Hans Adam II, he's the one who's rumored to report that he was told from the UN secretary that the purpose of this abduction was to pass on to George Bush Sr., not to disclose. The world was changing. This is at the dawn of the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Taylor Swift's album came out, and it was all about a new dawn for the West, the defeat of communism. And it was, George Bush Sr. really wanted to stake his claim in history and be like a unifier, believe it or not, or at least get his name in the books. And because the threat that was passed on to him was, if you move forward with global disclosure, we will abduct every single world leader, including the US president. And I think this is why we saw complete stovepiping, deletion of docs, a purging of material. I would say like illegal, complete eluding of oversight, and handing over everything to private industry, up to the point that we don't have origin, custody, chain of origin, and receipts and provenance. And I think that's why we're in the state we're in now. And once Hal Puthoff retired in 96, I think the whole transition was done.
I'm with you. If this abduction is as it's said, right? I think what Stephen Greer's kind of relayed that story about the Prince of Liechtenstein or whatever that country is.
He relays it, yeah. He disagrees that it was NHI, of course, right? He thinks it's all humans, but he relays it, and Michael Salla talks about it too.
Yeah, so like, if it is real, I'm with you though. Like, if it's as described, right? Let's just throw everything.
That's a huge if. Yeah,
but
you're right.
It was like a UN effort that was basically stifled by like an abduction, right? That's huge. And for Netflix to be like, imagine if they get some of the UN people, this could actually be like insane. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're going to cover any of the UN stuff. I think they're just going to go to Linda's story. That's my guess. Linda's story is crazy, talking about abductions earlier, time travel, two different men that she was always in love with. But I doubt
they don't go into the UN stuff. This is a psyop then. Never mind.
I wouldn't be surprised if this gets pulled. I don't know what's happening over the course of October, but I wouldn't be surprised if this thing never actually sees the light of day. I can't even find the creators of this thing.
Wow. Well, let's continue. We got a packed thing tonight. Let's see if this works. Can you hear anything? Let's see. It might not work. I might have messed it up, Logan. Sorry. Let me see. 1 second. Here we go. This is a public service announcement for the stream today. Here we go. From Logan.
In the vast expanse of our world and beyond the stars, there lie questions that have haunted humankind for centuries. Mysteries that transcend time and space, hidden in the shadowy corners of history, science, and the unknown. Tonight on Red Panda Koala's YouTube Live, join panelists Red Panda Koala, Tupacabra, Fringe, and Doomer Daddy as they explore the enigmatic threads that weave through the fabric of our reality. And from UFO sightings that defy explanation to ancient history cover-ups that hint at forgotten truths. The discussion will touch upon some of the most provocative and elusive subjects of our time. You'll hear echoes of Project Blue Book and the MJ-12 documents, relics of an age where secrets were buried beneath layers of conspiracy and disbelief. The Roswell incident and the Heaven's Gate cult are but chapters in this saga, a saga that stretches from Carl Sagan's contemplations on extraterrestrial life to modern-day whispers about prophecies foretelling a future we cannot yet comprehend. But amidst the swirling speculation, we remind you, history is rife with predictions of cataclysmic ends. And yet, here we stand. From the ancient seers who spoke of forgotten apocalypses to the modern-day voices speculating on a global pole shift, like those of Elon Musk and others, the world has endured. This is not a call to fear, nor is it a claim to truth. Rather, it is an invitation to explore, to question, and to contemplate. Throughout history, end-of-the-world predictions have come and gone, like shadows at dusk. Tonight's discussion is no different. It's a conversation, a journey through the fringes of science, history, and mystery. Chris Bledsoe's prophecies from the enigmatic lady, Russel Crowe's unexpected take on the paranormal, and the revelations of whistleblowers like John Ramirez all offer a unique lens through which to view the unexplainable. And as 2027 approaches, bringing with it new conjecture about what lies ahead, we remind you once again, the future is always uncertain, but it is the present that we hold in our hands. So, take your seat. Let curiosity guide you. But remember, this is an exploration, not an endorsement. The unknown is vast, but it need not be feared. The truth is out there, but what it means is for you to decide. The answers may lie just beyond the horizon, or perhaps they have always been within. I'm Robert Stack. Welcome to an evening of inquiry and discovery.
Thank you, Logan. And yeah, we had Logan make that because I just want to reiterate, you know, and we're going to talk about it a little bit too, but I don't want to name the person, but there's a few people who I know who, like, when they realize like how much the people at the top of this whole disclosure thing really believe the world's going to end have had like kind of mental episodes, not like a breakdown or anything, but just to really like what the heck, like I don't even know how to explain it. Like how do you even explain that? Oh, my Tuba just dropped. He had to go. But so yeah, that's why I wanted to just reiterate that we're not going to be, you know what I mean, like there's no need to like change your life basically. And I'm not saying this is for sure going to happen, but this is simply covering where all these kind of threads come from and who's saying it today.
Yeah, so Red, I think it's really important, and this is something we do stress, believe it or not, in the doom spaces. Everybody thinks we're just fear-mongering and we're in a cult and we're somehow thriving on the doom. And really the point of the doom is just to face reality. And if the end of the world is coming at some point, it's something we can actually prepare for and get ready for and possibly survive it. Same with this, if these are negative aliens coming at us, well, can we do something about it rather than just keep our head in the sand? So these are important topics. They sound sensationalized and it's all about the fear and all about the doom, but really it's all about facing reality and getting prepared in whatever way we can. And I think it's important not to just overlook and decide, it's just fear mongering, so we don't want to listen to that stuff. These dates could come and go. They could pass us by, but what's wrong with being ready for a giant earthquake? What's wrong with being ready for some type of natural disaster and just being ready, being prepared, and being able to get your family through it, rather than just putting our heads in the sand and pretending this stuff will never come to us.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I'm with you. And with that PSA, let's get into it. I'll probably walk you guys through this first little part because like I said in the beginning, I really wanted to illustrate how, and not too in-depthly, I really want to make a documentary about this specific thing, this whole Immanuel Velikovsky, Carl Sagan, the scientific community's abandonment of these cycles of civilization, cycles of catastrophic events kind of thing. So before we get there, here's Carl Sagan, a little spiel about him. He was really into UFOs actually as a teenager. And when the 1952 wave happened, he wrote his, who was it? Secretary of Defense at the time as like a teenager, and he was really, really into it, like knew the lore, knew everything. And I personally suspect he was part of the cover up. I think there's multiple reasons why I think that. I recommend watching my UFOs and Science video to really get that hashed out. But he was involved in a lot of Air Force projects, highly secretive, highly classified. A lot of them that we didn't even learn about until after he had died. A lot of them involving nuclear weapons, the moon. He was something like that. But here he is, seated right next to Thornton Page, who was part of the Robertson panel in 1952 after the 52 wave. And they were the ones who determined, and you could read this, it's a declassified document on the blackvault.com. You can read it anywhere. They basically said that there needs to be a discrediting campaign and basically like a public debunking campaign to counter all of these UFO reports. They said it was because they were afraid it could overrun phone lines. But, here we see Sagan and Thornton Page. So we're just going to watch a little bit of this just to kind of get in the mindset of like, Sagan was a public debunker, in my opinion, for the government. Watch my video to get that more fleshed out. And then we're going to see what his impact was on this whole catastrophe conversation.
Have long been the leading theorists on the possibility of life in outer space. Astronomer Carl Sagan is consultant to a current Air Force scientific panel. Astronomer Thornton Page was on a CIA committee that investigated UFO reports in 1952. Its conclusion? No evidence of UFOs.
Our panel was expected to be, and I think was, objective in its approach, and tried to evaluate all the reports without saying they're ridiculous in advance. That has been repeated quite recently, and that is a good reason for talking with Carl Sagan here, because he's in the same position that I was, being the only astronomer in a similar panel.
There's not a single verified or checked out report which is at all connectable with the possibility of extraterrestrial life. It doesn't say that I think extraterrestrial life is impossible. Quite the contrary. I think that many of the stars in the sky have planetary systems. We know enough now about the origin of life to make it appear likely that life arises naturally on the vast bulk of these planets. It's possible, but by no means certain, that life on many of these planets evolves into beings which are as advanced as we, or more advanced. And I don't see any reason why we can't imagine.
All right, so we'll stop there. We kind of get the gist that I wanted to show with this slide. Is just that, Sagan was on the TV, the public debunker. There's a reason why, ufology is like hushed away. There's a reason why this cycles of civilization, cycles of catastrophe is hushed away. There's really intentional efforts for this messaging to be on your TV. You know what I mean? And this is just kind of one example of that on the UFO topic.
The next paper is...
I don't even know if we'll play this. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Carl Sagan, UFOs 1969. It should say AAAS. Can I fix it? I'll just leave it AAS. But in 1969, basically, when Project Blue Book closed and there was the Condon Report, there was this big debate. Here on the right, we have J. Allen Hynek, who was debunking for the Air Force for 20 years, and then he kind of flipped, went whistleblower, said there's something here that needs to be investigated. Carl Sagan here on the left, he headed up this symposium, a symposium at the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the AAAS, which is the oldest American scientific organization in the country, civilian scientific organization. And they kind of mandate a lot of things, and they're kind of just the main bureaucracy in the American scientific culture. And he and Thornton Page, the guy with the eye patch, I saw Brave New World pointed out that eye patch looks super sketch. It did. He basically was this huge factor in why the AAAS, this big scientific organization, abandoned UFOs. And now we're going to get into the apocalypse stuff next, the cataclysm stuff next, because while this was happening, he was also doing it to this
14
guy,
years ago.
Immanuel Velikovsky. So I'm just going to play this a little bit, and then we can maybe talk about it. This guy, what his ideas were. If you guys aren't familiar with him, and Fringe, Jimber, you said you might not be too. Fringe, I don't know if you are. Listen, I think you guys are going to really be intrigued with what he's saying. And mind you, I think this interview was in 1964. So let's go into this.
In 1950, an amazingly unconventional thinker astounded the scientific community with a theory that challenged many of its most deeply rooted assumptions. In a persuasive bestseller, this man presented a radical view of world history that linked research and hypotheses in such diverse disciplines as astronomy, geology, comparative religion, and archaeology. A storm of protest arose from every corner of this academic world, claiming that the theory was totally wrong. This opposition soon turned into an attempt to suppress the book and discredit the man who wrote it. The man is Immanuel Velikovsky, Russian-born doctor and psychoanalyst, student of the sciences and humanities, founder and one-time editor of the Scripta Universitatis series, out of which...
That although the scientific academic community hasn't by any means accepted what you have to say, that fortune has smiled on you in many respects, in the sense that science itself, point by point, has gone somewhat more in your direction. What in particular led you to be so concerned with what Mariner would find on Venus, with in particular the question of Venus's heat?
Well, you know, Mr. Larby, that Venus is persona dramatis of my first book. In that book, I claim that there were terrestrial catastrophes caused by extraterrestrial agents in prehistoric and also historical times. And I tried to identify the agent.
The astronomers object, at least many of them objected at the time, because they thought evidence was being brought to their...
Real quick, isn't that pretty wild, Tupa? You've heard this before, right? Like, I didn't realize he was so overt, honestly, until I was pulling this last night, that he's like, it's an extraterrestrial thing that's causing these cataclysms. Pretty wild.
Oh yeah, Velikovsky's the man, dude.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's play this out.
Field from
mythology, old wives' tales, biblical story. You know, the Bible is a book that we are asked to swear on it, but we are asked also not to believe into it. And
that's a bar, by the way.
Well, you know, of course, that I am not a fundamentalist and didn't try in any way to prove the Bible right. But on the other hand, it happened to me to go even further than fundamentalists go, because when the Bible, and actually in so many places, in Psalms, in prophets, in Mosaic books, spoken about mountains that melt like wax, that the sea erupts and other things, that the fundamentalists would believe that these are metaphors.
Disturbances, about a change in the terrestrial axis, a change in the magnetic field of the Earth, that they are willing to talk about them provided they are put very far back in history. They are willing to talk about distortion of the Earth's crust, provided...
Well, this is a psychological problem. You see, we generally don't like to know that we are traveling on a accident-prone planet. You, of course, understand that I am not a prophet of doom. Just the other way around. I believe that we are now, if the man himself will not be the cause of his destruction, we are now in a settled solar system for eons to come.
Nice. Yeah, so I cut up like a 30-minute interview that I'll probably link after, maybe. Pretty interesting interview. I feel like a lot of that stuff would probably resonate with some of the panel here. I threw that last line, Doomer, for you. I don't know. Anyone have any thoughts on this?
What was the last sentence he said? Is he saying it's settled that he doesn't see any more catastrophism coming?
No, it's like it was kind of that. I think if we could replay it, but if I read it right, it was something along the lines of like, I'm not a doomer, like I'm actually like an optimist by like addressing it head on, kind of thing.
That's interesting. It's the first time I've heard anybody outside of like Fringe and myself like redefine doom.
Yeah. So we'll just actually continue on because there's a lot to get through tonight. But yeah, this guy is kind of like this guy actually is probably like the doomer. He should low-key be like the doomer godfather, grandfather for a lot of the research he did. Let's see. So yeah, then his theories were spreading. Here's
Velikovsky
some
contends
another researcher
that
talking about.
global catastrophes have occurred throughout the geological history of the Earth, and that these catastrophes have been caused by agents external to the Earth. The most recent catastrophes were caused by Venus and Mars. These agents can be identified through the ancient scientific and literary writings. In 1950, when Velikovsky published Worlds in Collision, it was assumed and widely believed that all of the planets were formed on the order of several billion years ago, all formed at one time. It was also assumed and widely believed that no global catastrophes had occurred on the Earth since its formation. Several review articles appeared in magazines before the book was actually on sale to the public. And from these review articles, it was quite obvious that Velikovsky did not make these assumptions. Hence, he was considered to be incorrect. The assumptions by 1950 had become scientific dogmas, and the astronomers and geologists of the time considered that no amount of proof could disprove these assumptions.
Well, what's happened since 1950? Do the people who objected then still object?
The people that had vested interest in particular theories at that time are still quite violently opposed to Velikovsky. It turns out that nearly every major unexpected find in the space age was expected by Velikovsky and people who had read his works.
And what is the main objection to Velikovsky?
Astronomers usually find out that Velikovsky contends that Venus erupted from the planet Jupiter and assume that that is totally impossible and hence write off the entire theory. Then if somebody comes up and asks them, what about Velikovsky's work? They say, no, it's totally wrong. And this is one of the main reasons that they give.
What are a couple examples of some of the predictions that have come true?
A prediction that actually Velikovsky prefers the word advanced claim was about the
LOL.
temperature of Venus. It was not considered that Venus was as hot as Velikovsky claimed. But by 1962, when the probes went by Venus, it turns out that Venus was extremely hot and much hotter than anyone except Velikovsky had anticipated.
What will happen if Velikovsky is given credit for some of these predictions that have been proved? What effect might all this have?
If people start investigating his works open-mindedly, and hence they will start realizing that there is considerable logic behind what he says, this eventually will require new textbooks in astronomy, history, geology, archaeology, and all related fields.
All right. So yeah. So in the I'll just leave a pause there. In the like 50s, 60s, these kinds of we could even call them proto-doomer debates, right, were happening at a pretty high scientific level. If Tupo is around, I know he's kind of aware of one of the interesting things about Velikovsky is like he was kind of ridiculed and whatnot, but as we learn more and more about the universe, like he kept on getting validated, and that was just a pretty funny thing, right?
Well, like I had lunch with Velikovsky's student. He's an old man when I had lunch with him a couple times. He looks like this guy. I don't know if do you know this guy's name on the screen?
I could get it to you after the thing, but that would be wild.
That'd be crazy. Yeah. So there's a guy who runs something called the Thunderbolts Project, which is electric universe theory kind of symposiums, and he's kind of like leading the charge. And he's a student of Velikovsky's, and so I became aware of Velikovsky like through this guy, and yeah, he's an interesting dude because the way he came to all these advanced findings or whatever or theories about what planets behaved like, what they'd be doing, the temperature of Venus, like all kinds of stuff. he was going off of like human stories. Like he was going off of biblical stories, things that he thought that human beings had actually seen. Catastrophes, like huge ones. And like for instance, the idea that Venus was ejected from Jupiter, right, and then moved and drifted into the solar system where it is now, and on its way it passed by Mars, and that human beings saw it. They like saw it, that a long time ago planets were much closer together, and you could observe them with the naked eye, like pretty close. And as Venus passed by Mars, it caused all the scarring that you see on Mars right now, and all this red dust and stuff kicked up, and it was like clouded in this red dust. So like this idea that that's how humans gave it the name, right? Like the idea that it's the god of war. And then Venus was so hot and traveling through the solar system on its way to where it is now, that it had a cometary tail. And that's the reason why it was given these names of like feminine or all this stuff, because they called it like they said it had like long hair. And as it passed Earth, it also caused a lot of damage to the magnetic field, and that a lot of people saw things. So what Velikovsky did is he went to all these old, what we would call like metaphorical depictions throughout history of cataclysms, and then try to find a source for them. And that's how he came to these theories, and they were backed up by a lot of findings. And of course, it led him to believe that like all planets, for instance, have magnetic fields and will be magnetically active. That was not predicted before we sent probes out in space. Velikovsky's the only one who predicted that. And sure enough, we found every planet has a magnetic field. Even the moon has one. And so it goes on like that. And so they basically burned his books. They told publishers that if they published Velikovsky's book, then they wouldn't be able to publish their book. So academia was really pissed off about this guy, because what was happening is that he left him in the dirt. Once we sent probes out and they started to send back information, every single astronomer on the planet was wrong about what they assumed would happen and what they assumed they'd find, except for Velikovsky. And they were really upset about that. He embarrassed them.
Word he used, he was like, he doesn't call it predictions, he calls it like just like
advanced findings.
Advanced findings.
I think advanced claim.
Advanced claims.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tupa, and like what you're saying here, he was already kind of getting admonished, but then in 1974, so the AAAS has as an annual like symposium conference that's like huge. This has been going on since like the 1830s or something like that. Einstein's first time ever speaking in America was at one of these events. The revelation of the light bulb was at one of these events. Still to this day, they're huge. Kind of, it's like, it's their festival, but it's like a lot of cutting edge, groundbreaking stuff happens there. I think Hubbard's or never mind. Anyways, and the 1974 one. So remember, as I had said, in 1969 they had a big old like kind of debate / like ending off of ufology. In 1974 they had one of those same kind of things for this whole kind of theory that Velikovsky was putting forward, which was this like cycles of civilization, this ancient catastrophe, this history. Humans were probably more advanced than we thought earlier on, like all these kinds of things. In 1974 is really when those were kind of like put to bed by the American scientific community. And that's kind of why you see stuff like Eric von Daniken and Graham Hancock, and this kind of like, that's why there's even such thing as like alternative archaeology and stuff like that, right? Is because there were limitations and such kind of reigned in during this time. And just kind of drive this point home of like how connected they were, right? It was only a few years later, 3-4 years later, that they had at the same event a very similar thing. And then we see
question arises, there have been.
Then we have Sagan, the TV debunker, right? Big science advocate. I still think pretty great person. I think he was pretty involved in this thing, but he did disinform like a whole generation of people and whatnot. So I just got a few clips of him debunking Velikovsky and UFOs, just kind of like through the years of just showing how did we get here?
Curious argument alleging major recent collisions in the solar system, proposed by a psychiatrist named Immanuel Velikovsky in 1950. he suggested that an object of planetary mass, which he called a comet, was somehow produced in the Jupiter system. He doesn't say exactly how it's produced, but maybe flooding and the volcanoes all over the Earth at that time. Well, then after a very complicated game of interplanetary billiards is completed, Velikovsky proposed that this comet entered into a stable, almost perfectly circular orbit, becoming the planet Venus, which he claimed never existed until then. Now, the worst aspect of the Velikovsky affair is not that many of his ideas were wrong or silly or in gross contradiction to the facts. Rather, the worst aspect is that some scientists attempted to suppress Velikovsky's ideas. The suppression of uncomfortable ideas may be common in religion or in politics, but it is not the path to knowledge, and there's no place for it in the endeavor of science. We do not know beforehand where fundamental insights will arise from about our mysterious and lovely solar system. And the history of our study of the solar system shows clearly that accepted and conventional ideas are often wrong, and that fundamental insights can arise from the most unexpected sources.
Interesting. So throwing shade on Velikovsky in the 80s, I think probably 20 years probably after he passed.
A visit to the Earth in historical terms. There are popular books on this subject. It's an idea which people find exciting. It's a kind of scientific justification of theological belief, which people would rather believe in any case. It's a kind of modern dress for old-time religion. Well, what about that? Is that possible or not? I can only say that you can't exclude the possibility, but there's not a smidgen of evidence that is compelling.
Most reports of unidentified flying objects turn out to be something else, like the refracted image of a bright planet or the re-entry of an artificial satellite. Some are psychological aberrations, some are hoaxes. Never is there any compelling physical evidence
that the extraordinary evidence that is required here is simply unavailable. These are just stories, and there are all kinds of people, all kinds of reasons why people tell stories.
I think all of us on the panel, right, are pretty much certain that there is a UFO phenomenon and whatnot, and we all recognize Sagan is a smart person who was involved in intelligence and military operations too. So, like him saying that, I think. What's your read on Sagan? Do you guys think he believed this stuff on the Velikovsky and the UFO stuff, or do you think
I think he's covering up. I think
he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's doing it.
Yeah. I mean, he knew like people like Richard Feynman, like all these other people who, like, you know, back then they knew that there was fundamental physics breakthroughs that were happening that were not getting talked about. You know, he was in the right circles to know that. So, playing dumb on TV seems to be like a job that's always around in America.
Sagan was also needed, right? You need somebody like Sagan, just like you would need somebody like Tyson for a major cover-up, because look at the 20th century, everything from, I don't know, maybe as early as end of World War I up until the 70s is just absolutely extraordinary, from, you know, the space race to psychedelics. And then once you hit the 70s, you get the big, I'm going to say it, you get the big retardation, right? The ban on psychedelics, string theory, everything is trying to undo this intelligence explosion and this innovation explosion that we had. Even our currency becomes dumber. So I think you need somebody to undo this huge explosion in innovation to make this left turn happen.
Just
tell it.
No, but I think Sagan totally knew. I think he's totally you know, and maybe we'll touch on a little bit, but like I always think, like, what can motivate somebody like that who I know, because, you know, in my one video I like really researched him in his life, like I know he has a genuine love for science, right? And you know, a lot of these people, like, wouldn't you want to be like the guy who discovers alien life? Like, and I think that kind of alludes to the darker aspect of it all, is there's something out there, there's some element of this that's motivating all these, like, would seem like good people, honest people, love science, love truth, to like go on TV and like lie to people for decades, you know? It's crazy. And then let me see, who was it in the chat? It was X Shots Spades says the CIA actually had a book ban that talked about catastrophes being common in human history. And that is true. And we have that next. Boom. Hell yeah. Remote viewer shot spades. Good stuff. The Adam and Eve story. Are you guys familiar with this?
Big time.
Yeah.
You want to break this down, Ulrich or Tupa? Why is this significant in relation to this whole kind of thing?
Tupa, you're welcome. You're welcome to jump ahead, and Fringe, please jump in too.
Oh, let her rip. Let her rip, Ulrich.
Go ahead,
I'm sure you guys know. Okay. Yeah. So the Adam and Eve story, written, I think, in the late 60s, 70s. This guy wrote a story, and it got attention because apparently it was kind of like the CIA or the FBI kind of made some of it classified. So it gets unclassified, and now people kind of know about it. And it describes like a worldwide cataclysm event that would take place due to the sun micronovaing. So the sun expelling its outer shell, going through a rough patch, and shoots out all of its plasma, and it scorches half of the Earth. The sun in this story, and along with Velikovsky's story and so many other people's theories about how the universe really works around electricity, this guy decided to go with that full side. He went full electric universe here. He says that the sun is the mechanism that is allowing and forcing the planets to spin. It is giving all planets power, both their magnetic field and whatnot. And when the sun stops or explodes, all the planets stop. They stop spinning. And then they get hit with this blast of energy from the sun, and that burns half of it. And then it kind of, as the sun begins to reignite and get back to its on position, it takes a day or so. And during that time on Earth or on any planet with life, it's being stripped of that life. And so it goes into what would happen on a planet if suddenly it stopped spinning, was bombarded with super hot fire radiation on half of it, and then was forced to kind of realign itself when the sun kicked back on. And he calls this the Adam and Eve story, because after an event like that, there would be almost nothing left. Most of the animals are dead, most of the people are dead, and everyone is living in a post-apocalyptic world. And he basically makes the case that that's the world that Adam and Eve inherited, that this happens very often. Every 12,000, 13,000 years, the sun goes through this cycle, and that there's evidence of it everywhere. And he even goes into the science of things like the plant material found in the stomach and mouths of frozen mammoths in the tundra. Describes what event would have to take place in order to flash freeze an animal that size without giving it any kind of freezer burn or decomposition of even the plant material. So it's pretty intense. I mean, the things he describes happening very fast is crazy.
Like not get this out, or certain sections of it, right? Like that's kind of where it gets really interesting too, right? Not only is this guy's book interesting, but the reaction to it from the IC.
I mean, he claims in the book that, like, I think this is the claim in the book. I got to reread it because it could have been another researcher. But tied in with this book is like the idea that NASA, right? These first probes were sent out to kind of confirm that this happened. That the government has been trying to confirm this, and when it landed on Mars, when it landed on the moon, they were looking for confirmation that this event took place. And apparently when they found it is when they classified the book. Again, that's all hearsay, but something to check out.
Ulrich, Fringe, any thoughts on this?
Fringe, do you have any thoughts? I won't go too long, but
imagine it's a space, guys. Just act like it's a space.
Yeah. I mean, I'm being hesitant to jump in and interrupt. Because look, all this history and stuff, a lot of it is new to me. And Ulrich will probably have the most to say about this. This for me was very personal because my first exposure to the Adam and Eve story was actually on that Y-Files video. And as someone who has been waiting for the pole shift since I was 15 years old, I had no idea that this was out there, that there was any science behind it. I had no idea of the Daddy of Doom, the guy we just talked about. I had no idea that any of this stuff was out there. And when I saw the Y files, it got really real for me. So I had this just kind of distant impression. I had seen the giant tidal waves and the earthquakes and all of this stuff coming at me. But seeing the Y files, it hit me hard. It was horrible. It was really bad for me. So that's just like a little personal side note. Go ahead, Ulrich.
So there's something really extraordinary going on here around this time period. So I think the first edition he wrote, 1963, and there's even some, I really want to independently publish this book and put out an audiobook of it just to make some money. It's even questionable whether it's under public domain, because the first edition was written right before 1964, and everything 1963 and earlier you have like in the public domain. And he was like, why was this book classified? The rumor is that he applied for a job at the CIA and he had to submit the manuscript, which was already printed. It didn't sell a lot of copies, and it was classified. So this thing was in print for a short time, and then around 1965, 1966, when he applied, became classified. He dies in 1998, and then does a republishing of a book and more than doubles the volume. So the book balloons from something like 60 pages to something like maybe 128 pages. And with all the white space pages, you end up like 240 pages from Bengal Tiger Press. And that's that rainbow cover you're showing there. So that's the most complete version that we have access to. The rumor is that there's a bunch of pages withheld from the partially unsanitized CIA 2013 FOIA release. I don't know where people say it's supposed to be 240 pages other than the 1993 print, but that one is basically doubles the volume, and he actually takes out a copyright extension, which shouldn't even be possible, and it got granted. And I almost feel like he took it out to fold it in and sort of prevent some sort of banning of the book. But he, publishes an expanded edition, 1993, and dies 5 years later. And this is the version of the book you want to get. He talks about how he had extra decades to get into the science, and his best explanation for the science ties directly into advanced propulsion. Magnetohydrodynamics, the founder of this, Alphen, I always forget the first name. It's either Hans Alphen or something, but Alphen waves. We're looking at something, I would even say spiritual, something mystical. The idea of intersection. So some people think that the idea of a cross is really more like, it's not the right use of the term. It might even be scalar waves, but it's waves that intersect at a certain angle that that produce new phenomena like photoluminescence, or when you look at aurora borealis, part of what you see in aurora borealis is an interpenetration of Alphen waves. So this idea that electromagnetic waves can interact with other electromagnetic waves or magnetic field waves and produce something else, sound, light, color, or even a physical Newtonian force. And what he describes in this book is the first conceptual scientific explanation for Charles Hapgood's theory for the unlocking of the crust, a book that was endorsed by Einstein. So Einstein believed in the pole shift. He believed that the crust unlocks, and we should not be quick to dismiss it. And this idea, known as electric flux or the Lorentz force, it's essentially a tangential force that's Newtonian, that completely, like a physical pushing force, completely arises just from electromagnetic waves and magnetic waves. And we use it today, and this is he says is what's binding the crust to the Earth. You can easier explain the unlocking of the crust than you can the current magnetic drift. So whatever's happening right now with the Earth in terms of the shifting poles is just as much of a mystery as what's happening with gravity right now in science. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we have somebody like Hal Puthoff, who's into remote viewing, into optics, into waves, into consciousness, and also in advanced propulsion. And then we also have discussions about the pole shift, which require galactic electromagnetic phenomenon. And the last thing I'll say that's really, really important is this idea of the galactic current sheet, that somewhere in the center of the galaxy, you have this radiating field that functions as a magnetic null zone, several light years high, and it's undulating and it has a cadence. And so this affects magnetic fields of neighboring planets, neighboring solar systems, our sun, and the sun has an effect on the electromagnetic and the magnetic dynamics of its magnetic field, and everything is affecting everything. And this is a galactic event. Earth's cyclical every 6,000 year pole shift is a galactic event that is affecting other things. And why hide it? Because every single time we have a cataclysm, we have an advanced civilization right after. And that requires aliens. That's why they're exactly tied. You don't get, you can't run away from aliens when you see cataclysms, because when you see cataclysms, you can't run away from advanced civilizations. And this means that we've been lied to and we've been betrayed, because it's a presence that's here. And that's what terrifies everybody else. If I had to say one word, it's betrayal. And we should all wake up, because the faster we do, the less we need a doom.
All right. Yeah, that was great stuff, guys. And yeah, like I said, just imagine it's like a space. That was very interesting, Ulrich. And I'm with you, Fringe. It's one thing to be like, the world's going to end. I saw a commercial for the movie 2012. But then to be like, oh no, like in the 50s, they were having these debates at very high levels. And there's actually maybe some pretty intricate discrediting campaigns, very similar to the discrediting campaigns of like ufology, while they're still investigating it, right? So it's like the people that are making you think it's not a big deal are covering it up, limiting information flow of it, and still investigating it themselves. And it really does, I think it's like, oh no, this is like a real thing. Like it's not just a, yeah.
If you want to get freaked out, check out the Y-Files on the Adam and Eve story. Again, as someone who's been waiting for this and thinking about it and preparing for it for a very long time, I saw that and I was just dumbfounded. I barely slept that night. It's very real. The potential of what could happen to the planet and what has likely happened to the planet in the past. It's extreme. And who's going to survive that? Probably our continuity of government clan, and that's about it. Or the rest of us are hung out to dry unless we take extreme measures now.
Yeah, and that's kind of goes into the later part of this where you go through all the disclosure, all the, I would say, like, respectable, taken seriously on the news shows. A lot of them all kind of say the same thing too. So when I was realizing how many of them were saying it, I kind of had that gut feeling. And Fringe, like I said at the beginning too, the person, we all know a person who was told this in a very kind of like official capacity, and it really freaked him out. Because I mean, if it's real, right, it makes sense. But okay, let's continue along here. Okay, so this was the kind of the next little part where this kind of date kind of comes, because again, we're kind of covering the apocalypse kind of talk that happens in this community and this subject, and the kind of invasion, imminent invasion, kind of like they're coming back. And this was the letter that was sent with the arts parts, which To the Stars took. It was that like piece of like, it looks like tinfoil. They claim, and still to this day, they claim that it's like a UFO piece. Debunkers will say it's prosaic. I think the Army still has a CRADA, Cooperative Research and Development Agreement, with TTSA over these parts. Anyways, all that being said, and I'm not even saying the parts are real or fake, but we are going to examine all the places that this kind of 2027 lore stuff comes from. Within this letter, which basically is a letter from someone, I think, claiming to be the grandson of somebody who was at Roswell, sending it to Art Bell in the 90s, this small little kind of like, it looks honestly insignificant piece of metal to Art Bell. And in there, he says that his grandfather, in whatever up the capacity, was told transition was a term that meant full contact occurring around the Terran year 2025. So, this is a 1996 letter. So again, you know what I mean? I can't wait for 2029, 2030 streams, and we could all just we should all come back in 2030 and just like do a roast of this stream. But it is interesting that, these kinds of dates do come up. If anyone has any thoughts on this, if not, we'll just go to the next one. No, okay.
I can't believe the date. Yeah, this 2025 thing was coming up all the way back then, dude.
Yeah, and consider, like I said, the piece of metal that came with this letter is still currently being studied by the Army. People will say it's debunked, but when Tom DeLonge went on Steve-O, he made the point of being like, dude, if it was debunked, they would have told me that within a year, and they're still analyzing it 3-4 years later. You know what I mean? So sectors within the government take the metal that came with this letter seriously. Maybe some others take some of the information that came with this seriously. Worth considering. Not saying change your life about it again, but it's pretty crazy. All right, we'll go to the next one. What do we got next? Oh, Heaven's Gate. A little bit.
Started in the 70s by a man named Marshall Applewhite, who later called himself Doe.
And let me say that our mission here at this time is about to come to a close.
Doe told his followers the earth is simply a garden to grow souls, and he could teach them how by following his strict regimen. All aspects of life were regulated, including what books they could read and what TV shows they could watch. Once the soul is developed, it's time to exit. To outsiders, that meant committing suicide, but to them, it meant moving on to a more developed kingdom. A spaceship or UFO, he told the group, would pick up their souls and take them to begin their new lives. This is what their new life form would resemble.
It is suicide to not leave. It is to take life.
Okay, so I just included that, and I should have pulled it on the page, but there's a lot of stuff here. It took a lot of time to make, but in their mantra, there's something about 2028 or something like that where they think something big is going to happen. I don't know if anyone on the panel is familiar with it. I should have pulled it. I should have found it. Maybe I'll leave a comment afterwards with the exact thing. But I was surprised. I remember when I was doing research to learn that they have a date after their date of when a lot of them committed suicide. I think I think their idea was they were going to commit suicide to be helpful with this upcoming date or something like that. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with that, and it's also a good warning sign of just the UFO topic is one of the most prone topics in the world to cults, and kind of dangerous radical thinking. It's something to be aware of, especially as we go through some of this other information, because I personally have seen some of the information we're going to cover later, radicalized people.
And Panda, this reminds me of more of the New Age movement, where they're being encouraged to go ahead and embrace the micronova, embrace the radiation, because we're going to ascend to 5D. So a lot of this cult-like thinking is still out there. We're essentially saying, and they'll end up admitting that this is actually a soul harvest. Everybody's going to die so that you can ascend to 5D. So there's still a lot of this twisted thinking out there in the community.
There is. It's super, super prevalent. What do we got next? Boom. Now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of kind of the modern
now
UFO.
It's going to get dangerous.
Now it's going to get dangerous. But real quick, I want to shout out the super chat. John Smith said, found RPK a couple years ago. Very informative. Thanks. Thank you, John Smith. And then friend of the show, Logan Black, with a super sticker, 99 cents. Thank you, Logan. And thank you for that great, whatchamacallit. And also, I don't know if you guys saw, we're actually currently competing with, Lou is on Linda Moulton Howe right now. Lou is on Earth Files right now, so quite the thing to compete against. And we did just lose Tupa. He has family stuff, but we're still dooming here. All right, so Chris Bledsoe is where a lot of this modern 2027 stuff comes from. This guy Nick Hinton did a really great thread on it, which Dan Warren over on Twitter narrated. So we're just gonna play that real quick, just so we can kind of get a quick rundown of who this guy is, and then we're gonna talk about him a little more and in relation to what we're covering tonight, this coming apocalypse, allegedly.
Story, as summarized by Nick Hinton. Part 1 of this encounter started on January 8, 2007, when Chris, 3 coworkers, and his son had an encounter that included a face-to-face interaction, which included hours of missing time. Chris did not want to share his story because he was afraid for his reputation, but he eventually contacted MUFON, who created a documentary about his encounter, and they documented several anomalies, including Chris being healed of Crohn's disease. During hypnotic regression, he spoke about being taken on board the craft, where the occupants informed him that they were here to serve creation. However, the MUFON documentary made them look foolish, and his family was ridiculed by the public. High strangeness continued for the next 5 years, and Chris began to believe that the ETs were angelic. Chris stopped telling his story until 2012, when he met the lady. And this is when his experiences went from creepy to awe-inspiring. Having just met the lady in 2012, high strangeness continued to occur, including objects materializing out of thin air, The lady and these anomalies got the attention of Tom DeLonge, Jim Semivan, and others from the CIA and NASA, and John B. Alexander, who was impressed by Chris's newfound ability to do remote viewing. At this point, Chris found out that the MUFON documentary was actually a hit piece that was orchestrated by people that do not want the spiritual aspect of UFOs being discussed. The higher-ups at NASA take the lady serious and believe she's been appearing to humans for thousands of years, and is here to help humanity transition into the age of Aquarius. She brings a warning that Mother Nature will literally shake us off of her if we are too destructive, and that the wisest path forward is by choosing love over fear. Nick states that he doesn't know if he believes all of it, but he at least knows the phenomenon is real, and that you look at this information presented with an open mind, and recommends that you follow Ryan.
All right, so real quick there, any thoughts initially on Chris Bledsoe? I got a few Chris Bledsoe slides. I guess you guys kind of can maybe formulate when you want to go in on your thoughts on this, because I know you guys both have a lot of thoughts on this. I got this one, and then we have the next slide is kind of Jim Semivan kind of saying why the intelligence community is interested. Then I got a slide of him on Concrete where he's saying what the lady told him about 2027, and then we got another one of those. But so just kind of broad strokes, the Chris Bledsoe story. Do you guys have any thoughts on this?
Fringe, I'll let you take the lead on Bledsoe.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on Bledsoe. Do you want to just play the next two?
Yeah, let's do the next two then, because yeah, I love the way you think about that stuff. Here we go.
I just think they're a great.
For the audience, this is Jim Semivan. Sorry, he was part of TTSA, and there on the bottom too, we see one thing about Bledsoe, and this is what always intrigued me, whether you believe him or not. There's no denying that there's a lot of like spooky intel people that are interested in him and like believe him in many cases, right? They could be manipulating him for whatever reason, but especially on UFO Twitter, right? There's a lot of experiencers out there, you know what I mean? And not all of them have this many like intel people at their house all the time. So you got Hal Putoff and Chris on the bottom left, Chris Bledsoe, and shoot, why am I blanking on that guy's name? Come on, you get me? Alexander. There we go, John Alexander. And then Jim Semivan on the right. And so he's going to tell you about why they're all these intel people, and this is just like the tip of the iceberg, why they're all interested in him, and it has to do with the lady. So let's watch this.
All-American family, but when Chris went through, and I believe every word he tells me, and about this, and not only do I believe every word he tells me, he attracted the attention of a lot of people: DIA, NASA, CIA, other agencies. Everybody wanted to get close to him. Everybody wanted to know as much as information as they possibly can, because his experience it took in not only the classic abduction scenario, because he had missing time, right, where he had no idea what was going on, right, but he also met the entities themselves, and he also met the lady.
Yeah.
And not many people meet the lady. And I think, and the lady is an element in all of this that really hasn't been explored very much. I will tell you that in some circles it's taken very, very seriously, but it hasn't been explored. The Catholic Church looked at it, because a lot of the sightings, Medjugorje, Fatima, Lourdes, they were all the lady appeared. None of the children that saw any of this ever claimed it was the Virgin Mary. It was just the lady. It was just a lady who showed up.
Right.
Yeah. And I doubt the Virgin Mary had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was Semitic. So, and of course, the lady would lie, and the lady, would scare the living hell out of them, and, fire and brimstone sometimes lovely messages. A typical abduction scenario where these beings, come to people and they tell them stories. They have a line about the environment and things along those lines, but they're generally they generally there's a trickster element to it. There is a physical, not very nice physical element to it. There's a very strong sexual element to it. It's not. I mean, sexual is homoerotic in some cases.
Very strange. And I just wanted to add there too, the TTSA press conference right there on the bottom right here. Oh wait, you can't see my cursor. There we go. Right here. This was on the 100-year anniversary of Fatima, and I think all these guys are really into the lady, really into this idea of the lady of Fatima. We got one more, and then we'll break down what we all think about this.
Well, actually, Panda, isn't it getting super weird right here? So they already know about the lady. They know she's a trickster and that she's not nice, and there's a homoerotic element to this.
Right? Yeah, that was strange. Even when I was clipping, I was like, I don't remember him saying that.
It's getting weird, and yet we're saying that she's actually the Holy Spirit as well. I mean, come on.
Can you double click on the homoerotic element when we're done with the clips? Because I didn't. That needs to be kind of explained. Oh no, I meant like metaphorically double click.
Oh.
I mean, like if Fringe could go into that, because that would suggest that maybe the lady isn't a lady when it comes to Bledsoe.
Well,
right?
it might suggest the lady is not a lady, and it does go to some very. And I'm actually surprised to hear him say that. So these are, I haven't.
Right, I was too. It's pretty fringy of him, right?
Oh, super. And so now we're getting into the really dark stuff. And if you want to hear about this kind of stuff, you're going to want to listen to people like James Bartley. James Bartley himself is an abductee, and he's in touch with many other abductees who have had this experience of what platform are we on here? Of forced homoerotic encounters in an effort to change sexuality. It's super dark, super weird, and I'm really actually surprised to hear Semivan even comment on it in regards to the lady. I didn't think I was going to get that much doom out of him tonight.
It's definitely a lot semi-doom in the Semivan today.
Yeah, no, he goes in there, and Tom DeLonge was really a lot more overt too. I didn't clip it, but Tom DeLonge is like, if you know the story, he's talking about Chris Bledsoe. He doesn't name him, but he's like, there's this one guy who thinks he's talking to like a lady basically, and they cure some people's cancer, but they give other people cancer, and like you can't really trust them. And yeah, I'm kind of the belief that like I don't even think this lady is a lady. And Tuba, are you there actually? Or I saw a back channel. You said you had to leave, but I think you came back up. I don't know if you are or not, but he's seen the lady, and I have seen within the community, and that's kind of where all these things kind of converge. Is I'll just say it. I think there is a cult operating like beneath the community, because I've heard from many experiencers that like there's a group of people that like are very interested in experiencers who see the lady and have apocalyptic visions, and in kind of getting these experiencers, quote unquote, to like maybe kind of like have their worldview, have their outlook, kind of like push their narratives, adopt their kind of thing. And I've just, yeah.
I can actually speak to that personally, because it's exactly what happened to me. Is the lady, and look, do I think every single sighting of the lady is the same exact entity? I would never say that. But Chris Bledsoe is essentially saying that. He said that in the space the other day. He was asked several times, and he seems to believe this is all the same entity. So I literally downloaded the lady, like exactly how you see her there. Only in my case, her hair was actually up in a very just like a fancy updo. She was very regal, blonde, blonde hair, blue eyes, high cheekbones, gorgeous.
Can I ask like what was happening before that? Did anything trigger it, or just you're hiking out and about?
Oh no, something triggered it. So it's very.
It's personal. Yeah, that's why I was like, a lot of these things are kind of
just because that would hijack the space. But so she basically downloaded herself into my body and was looking out of my eyes for maybe 3 days after that. And then she appeared again very suspiciously while I was actually going for deliverance. And that's a whole other story in and of itself. But I'll make it very short and say I was walked down this road that you're kind of hinting at. This whole road, it was very much about spirituality and religion, and being walked down a lot of the same exact thing. The aliens are angels. They're the good guys. They're here to save us. It's the same exact narrative that Bledsoe is putting out. almost the same exact thing happened to me. And so it's a thing. I mean, whatever this entity is, whoever her minions are, she's on a campaign, and she's, going after a ton of different people in a very similar way. It's fascinating.
My gut tells me that it's a front, right? The lady front. I think there's some kind of entity that just knows that, like, if I just look like a pretty blonde lady, I'll calm the human I'm interacting with. Do you guys kind of get that vibe?
Well, I think we have to look at that with all of these entities, because many, many times, for myself, my own experiences, many of the abductees in the community, and all throughout the abduction research, are these entities who are actually just putting on a projection of something that is attractive and something that is appealing for a human to look at. And when that projection is dropped, it's anybody's guess what you're going to find behind it. It's usually not pleasant. So am I saying there is no female entity actually looking like this? I can't say that. What I can say is very frequently these entities we see are not actually what they're appearing to be.
Very good. And again, it's like this seems like such a fringe corner of ufology in the grand scheme of things, but like a lot of these movers and shakers are hanging out with Chris. And as Jim Semivan says right there, it's like because of this lady connection. So like, again, I don't even know how I feel about the lady, but I do know that a lot of the movers and shakers of Disclosure like take it very seriously. So make of that what you will.
If I can just say really quickly, like this is the nexus point for the Roman Catholic Church. They made it easier, right? They had too much bureaucracy. They made it easier to classify something as paranormal. And it didn't seem like they really touched UFOs at all, but it's all NHI if something is paranormal and it's sentient plasma. So if the Bledsoe phenomenon is a UFO phenomenon, then that means what the Catholic Church is talking about is a UFO phenomenon as well, because it seems like sentient plasma or whatever the orbs are, they can produce these religious experiences. And the lady sometimes shows up in all black, right? Like wearing all black. I think there is a black skin version of the lady too. It's all the lady. And the
Ulrich, have you seen the lady?
I haven't seen the lady.
Okay. Tupa has. I don't know if you guys know that, but Tupa has, Fringe has. A lot of people in the community have. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. But what I'm saying, the overlap is sex and religion, that this woman appears extremely sexual and attractive. And there's a deep religious, I think the term is numinosity. There's a numinosity to it. And that comes up every single time.
And she has an alter ego. So the lady is also Hathor. Christopher's pointing this out right now. But her alter ego is this Sekhmet. And she is the goddess of absolute blood, death, and destruction. So the lady shadow is actually roaming the earth, claiming to be the lady. So it's very interesting.
And we just started a new Pornhub category. It's already called Goth Mommy, all black. People are going to go nuts on this, but it's unavoidable.
There it is. Boom. All right, now we're going to get into what the lady told him. So we have all these intel people interested in this South Carolina dad, salt of the earth American, or whatever the phrase is. Salt of the earth is a good thing. He seems like a great guy. But here's what that he says was relayed to him. Shouts out Danny.
Let me tell you what she told me. She said that there was a shift in the powers of the heavens and that she had been away. The feminine energy was about to come back and there wasn't no stopping it. And that there would be a shift, and that shift would be into Aquarius, and that the divine feminine would come back as the energy that would create 1,000 years of peace. That's what she told me. There'd be trouble first, but in time, that peace would come to this world.
All right, so it goes Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius.
Okay.
Aquarius, followed by Pisces.
Okay, so we got a long way to go before we're in Taurus again.
Yep.
Interesting.
But the lady in Egypt is depicted, Hathor, with bull horns or a bull next to her. Many countries, the lady is always depicted as with a bull, or either have bull horns with a solar disc or beside the bull. So it goes hand in hand with her throughout many countries.
All right, so I have another clip a little bit later, like 2 slides away, but I think this would be a good time, maybe Fringe, for you to kind of break down some of the manipulation you saw of the lady from Chris Bledsoe's own words in his book and his accounts. What were some of the things that really stood out to you of like this? Because Chris Bledsoe, it's important to note, like he's all in on the lady, right? He's all in on like she's here to help, she's a great entity, but you didn't see it that way, and I really like hearing your perspective on that.
Well, I think it's important just for everyone just to step back and see if what he's saying is even, does it even sound right? Is it logical? Is it actually what happened? So I always like to start off by saying anything I have to say about the Bledsoe case has nothing to do with Bledsoe himself. Everything that I think about the Bledsoe case is actually to do with the entity that he's involved with, nothing to do with him. From my understanding, he's a great guy. He's a religious guy. He's very kind-hearted, and he believes he is helping and healing people, from the bottom of his heart. So, but what I have to say about his entity and having my own experience with the lady is helpful as well. So what they just covered is the shift in the powers of the heavens, and that she's going to usher in 1,000 years of peace. So it's not an exaggeration when he says that he believes that the lady is the Holy Spirit. So at some point, this is actually a claim to being Christ. And if we look at the prophecies of what's coming in to usher in 1,000 years of peace, it's Christ himself. And so that, for me, just being a Christian myself, is extremely problematic. Nothing she has said or done is looking like Christ to me. And so that would be a red flag for me as a Christian. I know he's also a Christian. And so that's problematic just in and of itself. She's identifying as the divine feminine. So what is the divine feminine? Is she acting like the divine feminine? Are her actions showing us that she's the divine feminine? I don't think so. I think she's acting more like the shadow, more like this, I don't even know how to pronounce it, Sekhmet? I think Tiff would probably be able to pronounce it. So we have Chris saying he's never had a bad experience and that he's never seen aliens. But yet, if we look at the original drawings that he made of these dark beings with the red eyes, now he doesn't have to call them aliens. I don't really care what he calls them, but they very much look like aliens. So they look like what a lot of experiencers would call aliens. He takes a picture actually at some point with something that looks like a gray. And so he had these beings and he had encounters with shadow beings. His family was absolutely terrified. His abduction scenario was terrifying. He had missing time. His child was terrified. He had a child move out of his house to get away from the shadow beings. And so when I heard him in the space the other night saying, I have never had a bad experience, that made me understand that there's something more going on here. So he's not even saying, look, I had a lot of really bad experiences, but that was necessary in order for me to grow, because this is how a lot of abductees talk, right? Those things were necessary for me, and I had to go through that, etc. He's not even saying that. He's saying he has never had a bad experience. Well, I can pull up his drawings and his own words that show he did have a bad experience. So, of course, that makes me wonder. And look, Chris, it's amazing that he's now in the community and we could probably get him into a space now. But I think I heard people actually asking him these direct questions in the space the other night. And he said he has never had a bad experience. So obviously
that's going on there. Because I like Chris too a lot. And we're going to get into some of the Chris Gray stuff, which again, I'm with you. My assessment of the Chris Bledsoe story, honestly, like the least of it is about Chris. It's he seems like a great guy, honest guy. I'm really interested in like the IC people that surround him, and like you, like the entity that he interacts with, that these IC people that surround him are interested in. And the entity and the IC people and Chris all kind of have a different outlook on what's going on there. But with what you're saying, that is true. Like he's spoken about and written about things that are like I would consider negative. And for him to say that, do you think it's just like Stockholm syndrome, or do you think I don't know, maybe even some kind of possession element? You know what I mean?
I don't want to disparage Chris himself, but there's definitely an element of that in the community, just in the abductee community. It's very similar to like when I used to work with a lot of women who were victims of domestic violence. It's the same type of thing we see. We see women, you know, making excuses for the behavior, sticking around, keeping themselves in danger. And these cycles continue over and over and over again. And the only person who can get the woman out of the cycle is actually herself. And it just starts with an awareness and an admission of, hey, this is actually what's happening to me. You know, that's the only way to deal with it. So, I mean, there's ideas out there. Is it mind control? Is it just, you know, the NHI themselves influencing him so much? Is he aware and decided to take the deal? I mean, I've heard that too, but I would never want to explain it for Chris. I can just explain it in general, what happens with abductees. It's very, very common for abductees to excuse the behavior of the entities ripping us out of our beds at night. Very, very common.
Yeah.
Why
I was there when he said
it's really his story to tell.
French, I was there when he said, none of my experience has been negative. Can you point out one that comes to memory, that from Bledsoe's own account?
Well, yeah, I mean, his book is full of his family experiencing shadow people, and his family, his son actually moves out of the house to get away from these entities. So if you look at, I mean, there's a lot of posts out there.
Isn't one about like cut Grant Cameron's dog or something like that? Like it's said like a good story of like, oh, Chris healed it, but it's like, well, there's still an entity that just like tried to murder a dog in front of you.
Slit the dog's throat, and then the excuse was, oh, they were just showing me that I could heal the dog. So yeah, it just gets super weird for me. I just take things, you know, okay, so we have Chris saying that he's never had a bad experience and that this is the Holy Spirit. We have Jim Semivan saying she is a trickster, she's not nice, and she's engaged in homoerotic activity.
I'm honestly down to play this through again.
At the same time, in the same context. It just doesn't.
I'm going to play the second part because, yeah, you're right. It doesn't make sense.
Very seriously. But it hasn't been explored. The Catholic Church looked at it, you know, because a lot of the sightings, you know, Medjugorje, you know, Fatima, Lourdes, you know, they were all the lady appeared. You know, none of the children that saw any of this ever claimed it was the Virgin Mary. It was just the lady. It was just a lady who showed up.
Right.
Yeah. And I doubt the Virgin Mary had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was Semitic. So, and of course, you know, the lady would lie, and the lady, you know, would scare the living hell out of them, and you know, fire and brimstone sometimes lovely messages. A typical you know, abduction scenario where these beings, you know, come to people and they tell them stories. They have a line about the, you know, the environment and things along those lines, but they're generally there's a trickster element to it. There is a physical, not very nice physical element to it. There's a very strong sexual element to it. It's not, I mean, sexual is homoerotic in some cases.
Well, let me tell you what.
So yeah, very different than how Chris views it, right? And this is somebody who, you know, Jim Semivan and Chris Bledsoe, I think, are still friends. He's had some fallings out with some of these IC guys, but, you know, two very different perspectives. Pretty crazy. Let's maybe continue along a little bit. So we're still in Chris land, but
we heard.
This is why it's all really interesting, because we have all the disclosure pushers, and this is something Ryan Bledsoe said to me in a Discord in I think 2018. I think it was the infamous Tupa Discord back in the day, where he had said that the Bledsoe family and a few other families, like back in like 2013 or like 2012, were told that like they're going to be the disclosure families. There was a few of them, and some of them, I think, I guess like it just didn't go good, or some of them might have had something crazy happen to them. But basically this idea of like, we needed like in the same way we needed Dave Fravor and a Ryan Graves like on TV saying like flight safety, we're picking these things up on radar. They need like an all-American family to kind of like go through the disclosure process publicly, an all-American experiencer family, mind you, for like the rest of the American families who might be having this, which I always found super fascinating the way he said it back then. And it makes sense, right? You'd kind of want that. And there's no denying, right, that he's kind of, and I wouldn't even say by his own choice, like, he does go on the circuit tour and he does podcasts, but I feel like other people are kind of elevating him more so than he's elevating himself in terms of like the TTSA crowd. And it really hit me when I saw this was about last year, I think. It really hit me what Ryan Bledsoe had told me a few years earlier of like, no, like we're one of the disclosure families, like we're going to be on like TV and stuff. He didn't say it like this, but I when I saw Chris Bledsoe on Fox News, describing like his experiences, and as we've covered already so far, like his experiences include some pretty blue things. I was pretty taken aback, but let's watch this.
From an expert, now let's talk to a witness. Christopher Bledsoe says he's not only seen UFOs, but he can summon them on command. It started when Bledsoe went on a fishing trip in 2007. He says he saw an orb that followed him home. And he still sees the orbs above his house to this day. He's become something of a psychological phenomenon. His experience is so compelling that both NASA and the CIA have studied his brain. Even the History Channel's documenting it. They filmed him IDing an orb live. Watch.
He's pointing now. So maybe he's focusing on one. That would make sense.
He has one. He's got one in the tree line. When we started seeing that intense effort, he spotted an orb in the tree line.
Let's turn it over to Christopher Bledsoe, who personally witnessed UFOs. So, Chris, the CIA studying you, NASA studying you, the History Channel studying you. Tell Jesse Waters Primetime the truth. You can summon alien orbs.
Well, it's been happening for the last 15 years, and I ask them to come, and they come, and I don't know why, but they do. And I've taken 2,500 videos in the last 24 months, like you're seeing there.
How do you ask them?
I just simply say a prayer. That's all I do, and they come.
And do you
crazy
think?
As it's crazy as it sounds, that's how it happens.
Do you think there might be something wrong with you?
No, I don't think so. I think the government's trying to figure out why this is happening. They have been for quite some time.
How did it start?
Well, it started in 2007. I was down on my luck. I'd lost basically everything. After the World Trade Center disaster, I had 130 houses a year I was building. I had 70 under construction. And Fort Bragg is where I live in that area, and they stopped buying houses. And with interest rates at 8 and 9% on construction money then, it was flying out the window so fast. I just watched it in a slow motion train wreck. And it got so that I couldn't even buy my children lunch at school after being successful for 20 years.
So you were down on your luck.
Yep. And so I was on the Cape Fear River with 3 other guys and my son, and they were fishing. I just took them there. I was contemplating everything. I was just, I was thinking the worst thoughts, and I was crying.
Okay, so that's kind of the gist of it. I think a lot of us kind of know the story, but I don't know. Do you guys understand my seeing this is a pretty next level ufology kind of thing, and he's on Fox News. You know what I mean? I'm not knocking it, but I think it's just worth noting that he's kind of like the front and center experiencer for a lot of the TTSA crowd, who are the same people getting laws written, talking to lawmakers. You know what I mean? And
yeah, that whole thing where he's talking to, so just to backtrack just a little bit, he's also telling us that the orbs can't hurt us, and we know we have people in the community who have been hurt by the orbs. And so we have a person who has spent 15 days on Capitol Hill, by the way, discussing the phenomenon with Congress and who knows who else. I didn't get that part. Telling this story that the aliens are angels. And it's actually, I've actually been made aware that people like Burchett actually believe that the aliens are angels. and that the reason the government is not disclosing the phenomenon is because it's angels they are hiding. And so it is concerning. It's concerning to me. On the face of it, how can all of these things actually be true at the same time? He's going to be making a movie. He's got a second book coming out. And so, yeah, he's the face of ufology right now. And it's obviously sanctioned by the people behind the scenes. So it's very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm with you, because they have different views too, right? Him and the people behind the scenes, they have competing views, like you said. But yeah, Ulrich, what are you thinking, man?
Well, I'm thinking, like, think about what we were talking about before with Carl Sagan, right? Like, Carl Sagan is somebody who really captured the hearts and minds of the upcoming engineers and the scientists. You know, if you want to make an apple pie from scratch, you need to first create a universe. He was the Neil deGrasse Tyson. They, moderated the same show. And doesn't the Catholic Church need something for the disclosure of the phenomenon? So doesn't the Catholic Church need its Carl Sagan? And Bledsoe is the Carl Sagan of the Roman Catholic Church. You have, I don't know, who is it? Tim Taylor, Pasolka talks about the hierarchy. What was the thing that we heard in Last Space with Bledsoe repeatedly? These aren't aliens, these aren't aliens, these aren't aliens. I mean, it ultimately doesn't really matter. I'm certain that our current version is extraterrestrial of the human genome. What matters is the intent. And when you call them aliens, it's more easy to view them as something other, as potentially adversarial or deceptive. But any kind of cryptic or paralogical, conflicting communication we're used to from the Bible, we're used to from religions. We accept that, anything that's spiritual comes with some sort of poeticness to it. And I was surprised. I mean, why is it so important? There's a Twitter exchange where Bledsoe agrees with Patrick Jackson, like, oh yeah, I agree. They're sentinels. They're here to defend the planet. Patrick Jackson thinks these are AI. So whatever you call it, aliens, NHI, extraterrestrial, sentient plasma, when he's saying they're not aliens, he's saying they're spiritual, they're good, so that you don't question. And this, I'm looking, it's, to me, Tupa, this is like a defanging. This is a domestication. What do you call it when you neuter a dog? And I don't think, like French says, I have yet to hear one person to explain what is the divine feminine that the lady is asking for, because I think the divine feminine is more than just be docile and become defanged. And Bledsoe, look at his mannerisms. He's the most gentle person ever. It's almost like he doesn't want. It's almost like his words can cut, and he wants to make sure you don't get a paper cut. He's so gentle, but what is he asking people to do? Absolutely nothing. And I think this is what is, if you have a communication with something, are they saying, hey, get some extra water, or make sure, that you don't have your money here, or you should expect this? The entire message, the Bledsoe message, is to not do anything. And why would that message even need to be sent? Why would you need to warn somebody that there's nothing to be afraid of? You see an investment in the phenomenon to manipulate perception rather than to adapt to reality. And that's the number one thing I'm skeptical of. Am I making sense? Like, why do they care about perception? Why don't they care about telling us about reality?
I'm with you.
Well,
and I feel for the guy. Yeah, go for it, Fringe.
Yeah, it actually goes beyond that too, Ulrich. His message is actually to tell us that these beings are not negative. Because if we believe that the beings are negative, we're going to plunge into some type of darkness. And I'm paraphrasing there. He's saying things like the physical beings are all good. There are no negative physical beings. So those are all angels. Well, just look around our little community here, our little UFO community. Forget all the abduction literature and all the research. Just in our little community, there are many people who would argue that these beings are not good. And so why is he trying to convince us that they're all good? Why is he trying to convince the lawmakers that they're all good? There was something posted today. It was by Jamie, the Gray Area. I asked Chris Bledsoe this question on Instagram. Very simple yet intriguing response. Hi, Mr. Bledsoe. I missed you on your X Spaces the other day and was hoping I could ask you a question. It was mentioned before that the lady said there would be a great deception to paint the phenomenon as evil alien invaders. I was wondering if you believe that's what we are beginning to see take place with the uptick in the interviews referring to the phenomenon as a national security threat. Do you believe there will be an actual staged event by these people to achieve this? Thank you for your time. And he has a very simple reply of yes. So there's a conflict here. He's being put out there. He's the face of disclosure right now. And yet there seems to be a conflict between what he's saying and obviously what Lou Elizondo is saying about these potentially being a threat. So there's definitely a conflict. I don't even know what to make of it.
But there is a clear message too. Were we all in the space when he said that his son was getting scared and he had enough? Like we know experiencers in UFO Twitter who've had a similar thing, like a line gets drawn and they go for the guns. So Bledsoe is whatever it was, a shotgun or something. He goes for the gun because his kid was getting scared and he runs out. So this is a natural instinct, and it could be an overreaction, right? Like good people have been killed on property as well. But like, you know, his son didn't like mistake somebody for an intruder. It was the phenomenon. So he's going out there because his boundary has been crossed. And then all of a sudden, how do we explain the transition to shame? He even says that the being projected into him, this feeling of shame, and he felt bad and he was trying to hide the gun. He was so filled with shame. So what is the message here? Is the message, obviously the message isn't that you're bad for wanting to protect your family, but that is ultimately the call to action. Put away your guns, put away your nukes, and all you need to do to address the impending trauma is to love harder, but not protect with any teeth. But at the very end of the space, Bledsoe, you know, when pressed, he admitted like, yeah, I went out and I bought a gun. And if we listen to the whole Regulus, the Leo and Regulus thing, you see this contradiction. You see a promise of safety. These things will intervene and prevent any nuclear detonation. And then once we've realized that we're unworthy and we're aggressive and we've destroyed ourselves too much, suggesting nuclear holocaust, then these beings will step in and wag their fingers, slap us on our wrists, and show us a better way. Well, the very Bledsoe story requires our moral failing, our detonations, and it doesn't allow for them to come down finger wagging and saying, see, we told you so. The very Bledsoe story is, without interpretation, is a lie in terms of what the promise is, that will protect you from yourselves. Am I making sense? I think that's the most important thing people need to listen to.
Yeah, no, I feel you there. We're gonna continue along here, but with a few more Bledsoe things. When he was in the Logan space, we asked him again about the 2027 thing. Here's just another one on that.
From Jay Just, she wants, can you elaborate on the 2027 date and just let people know what you were told about that, or what's upcoming here for people?
On mute.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
This 2026 date, it's amazing to see everybody just claiming this every day now. It's 2026, 2027, that year. Something's going to happen. Well, let me tell you, in 2013, I was given that date by the lady about a future time that a new knowledge would come and the world would shift into a time of peace afterward, but not without trouble. And that's what she told me, and along with a lot more. But I put it all in writing to a couple of generals at the Pentagon at request of someone from NASA, and it was delivered to them. And immediately they started remote viewing this thing and have been feverishly, and every other avenue they have to look at these timelines, and they all come back saying something's going to happen at that time. There's going to be a big shift. Well, there is, but there's a big push to say it's the end of the world. This is going to happen. Well, nobody knows that. It's been twisted negative, and that's not what it was from her. So we'll see what happens then. But I think I think we're going to go through some much more strenuous times between now and then, and we'll come out the other side a different humanity with an understanding that, we're not alone, that this Darwin evolution thing was crazy to even suggest to start with. The most complex machine ever created is the human body. And for some scholar to say it just happened by an accident and that we all crawled out of a mud puddle, it's the lamest excuse I ever heard. It's like they don't have an answer, so they make such an argument. But all that's going to go away, and that changes everything. All the way schools are taught from children's to, it's a new knowledge. It's just a new world coming, and us older people will fade away, and the new kids coming along will be smarter in every way, connected to something that we've all been told doesn't exist. So that's kind of what I see coming there.
Okay, I think I kind of see this within Jolly too a little bit, and not even to say whether her experiences are real or fake or anything like that, but it seems like a lot of these people are like Stockholm syndrome, the upcoming catastrophe. Like they, like in their mind, they are mentally preparing for like a lot of people to die, but for that to be like a beautiful thing kind of thing, which to me honestly just kind of rings back to that Heaven's Gate kind of mentality. Like sure, like Chris Bledsoe, and again, like I like Chris a lot. I think he's a very nice person. But when I hear these people kind of like embrace the upcoming harvest idea, not even saying there is one, as like a beautiful thing, it kind of reminds me of that Stockholm syndrome stuff.
Yeah, it's that same type of stuff. And I think the bottom line with the story here is it's full of contradiction. And there can be things that appear to be a contradiction, but they really aren't. And once they're explained and the full story is told, it turns out there was no contradiction at all. But on the surface of everything I've heard, it appears that there's a lot of contradiction in the story, and it doesn't seem like he can even see it. And I will go so far as to say a lot of people can't see it. I was listening to people in the space, and all they wanted to talk about is the when they met Chris, and they were kind of elevating themselves by being associated with him. I got a super weird, it's so funny. People call me and Ulrich and Tiff the doomers. They say we're in a cult or something. Well, I the way people were acting in the space the other night was a little creepy to me. And so we have these beings. His job is to tell us these beings are all good. And I think he went so far as to say to someone there was actually nothing we could do. Somebody said, well, what can we do? And I think he said nothing. And maybe I heard that wrong, but I'm almost positive that's what he said.
No, 100%. You're like you said, the other thing too, he says every single experience was positive. And Jay just asked the question, how can we change anything when we're, our leaders are essentially corrupt. We're going, and Bledsoe said, there's absolutely nothing you can do. And that's what I'm saying. Why are we just managing perception of a negative event? And why are we vilifying dealing with a negative event? Like, when in American culture have we said that the person who yells fire in a crowded theater when there is fire is bringing about the fire? And you have the love and light community. Some people are the biggest doomers ever in the love and light community because they know it's coming. They're saying it's coming. And their message is to just view it in a positive light, right? Like, you need to welcome the plasma. But if you embrace it positively, you're going to be able to choose your next, soul.
Well, you're going to ascend to 5D. If you positively 5D. Stand out and embrace the micronova radiation, you will ascend to 5D. I'm not even joking. That's exactly what they think. As long as we keep our vibration high and positive and ignore actual reality, you will ascend to 5D with the micronova.
Yeah.
Right. And why would that need a campaign? If you have good things coming up, why do you need a campaign to warn people of how positive something is? That's really where it breaks down for me.
Yeah, let's continue along because there's a lot more to go through here, but this is a great discussion. Now we're about to get pretty dark, which I don't even know if you guys have ever seen the full video or the full extent of this, but I think it's really worth coming for.
Moran,
if either of you guys wants to hop out or hop back in, feel free to. But so I think some of my audience knows I've talked about this. There's there's a group within this movement that like is very interested in narrative control and like really intricate data collection, doxing, harassment, and whatnot. And one of the previous little quote unquote attack dogs ended up murdering his father, stabbing him 110 times, and sent the video to a bunch of people in the UFO community and on UFO Twitter. Now, what's interesting about this to what we're talking about today is not only was this guy an attack dog, and I don't, again, some people in the community like Stephen Cambion put this murder like 100% on Bledsoe. I don't at all. I want to be clear. He also emailed a bunch of people in the UFO community. I don't think they were responsible for the murder. But this person, Christopher Gray, one, at the time, as I understand it, was serving as a liaison between random people on the internet and Chris Bledsoe for healings. So if somebody he found on Twitter, he was just one of these like really passionate UFO people. He found on Twitter that they were seeing UFOs or something like that. He would message them, comment underneath them, start up a conversation, and eventually, at various times, this would lead to. He was a big Chris Bledsoe guy. He was in communication with Chris Bledsoe, and he helped, like I said. And again, I don't think Chris Bledsoe was like sending people out to do this, but I think people had heard that he can heal, or he healed so and so's cancer, right? So when that's even just out in the zeitgeist and people go looking for that, they're gonna obviously come across Chris. And I think he had a few people doing this for him. And not only that, we're going to play this video where Moran Lerner, one of the people who was attacked by this group and investigated, not only was he in communication with Chris Bledsoe, but by his own account, Christopher Gray says he was in communication with the lady. And, it's kind of a graphic thing, but he's talking about the Chris Bledsoe lady in his like murder confession audio after he had just murdered his dad.
Whoa.
Yeah,
serious?
it's really dark, but I do think we should go there. And again, there's the element of like, I don't want to like make light of what happened, but also there's something else to consider. This murder, people were not allowed to talk about it in the UFO community. People were doxxed and harassed for even talking about it because of how close this guy was affiliated with Chris Bledsoe and how Chris Bledsoe is like kind of a big person in this movement. And again, I don't attribute any of this to Chris Bledsoe. I think Chris Bledsoe just has an engaging story. What's up?
Real quick, Panda. What's the movement you're talking about? Is this the one you referenced a while back when we were? What's the movement you're talking about?
What do you mean? Wait, sorry.
You said Chris Bledsoe was heavily involved in the movement, or paraphrasing that.
Just like disclosure. He's like he's elevated, I would say, amongst other experiencers. He's on Fox News. He's got all the TTSA guys going to his house, like that kind of thing is what I meant. So if there was and again, I'm not even saying all the movers and shakers, but there was documented doxing and harassment campaign for people to not talk about this because the disclosure movement, right? Like something like this getting out and being publicly attributed to Chris Bledsoe. I don't do that, but it could hurt things. But let's just play this. Moran Lerner explains a little bit too. We're going to hear the audio. I'm curious what you guys think because I leave the room for that. He was in contact with something and I think Fringe and Doomer, and I know Tupa for sure, like, a lot of these school shooters say they hear voices and stuff like that. And sure, like schizophrenia is a thing, but I do think there's like a really negative element to this stuff. So let's just play it.
Lerner speaks on Christopher Gray.
There was a murder in February last year that was covered on Steve Cambion.
And that's Moran Lerner, by the way. There's no picture of Christopher Gray in this one. This is the guy who investigated it, and
Show, and I'm not going to go into all too much detail about it, but the murderer was Christopher Gray, who was very close to Jonathan Davies. Jonathan has been trying to say that he wasn't that close. They just exchanged a few messages about.
Jonathan Davies is thanked in Lou Elizondo's book Imminent, by the way.
A bit of research about NASA and this, that. They were close. They were doxing and threatening people. They used to threaten people and warn them, anyone that would listen, warn them not to talk to me, and I will show evidence of this. They doxed Deep. They doxed numerous people. Christopher Gray.
That's Deep Prasad, by the way, back in 2020. And Deep Prasad is someone who's been attacked by Christopher Gray and one of these new modern iteration trolls. I won't even say his name, but we all know who I'm talking about. And he says, Deep Prasad, very smart, very capable man. He's like, no, it's the same group that was directing Christopher Gray, and that is kind of directing some of these newer attack dogs. These are like generation 5 or 6, but it's really disturbing that, again, this happened in this community. And instead of the community being like, well, what just happened? Like, let's take a breather, let's break check and see what's going on. No, people were doxxed and harassed for even talking about this murder. It's so crazy, but continue.
Himself threatened numerous people. He would send people photos of their homes, their work. It was just a crazy time. But it wasn't just Christopher Gray. Jonathan Davies and many others in their group used to do this to so many people. But here is an example of Christopher Gray's account, UFO researchers speaking with Jonathan Davies, I Want to Know UK. There it is, Jonathan telling him about his aliens that landed outside his house, all of his long exposure photos. What's important is the dates. This took place on the 8th of February, exactly 2 weeks before the murder. And it is not just the activists and the believers and the experiencers that are part of this. There are many people pretending to be skeptics who are pushing the same narratives and the same cults, multiple cults. It is dangerous and you need to all be aware of it. Here is the email. The email that Christopher Gray sent to multiple people on email on the Daxa Party email list, which is a confession of what he had done. And it's quite critical, the wording that he uses, and you will see how it ties into the Bledsoes. And I will also do something quite frightening for many, but quite important. And I will play you the original audio, the audio confession that he makes during the act. So let's read his email. Before I do, this email was sent to numerous people. Evaluation Guy is the name that he used, Christopher Gray used for his Skype account, which he used to Skype several people and he used to threaten them. But if you look at the type of people in this thread, Eric Davis, Frank Milburn, Robert Morningstar, Jim Peniston, Russian TV of all people. There's Hal Puttoff, Tucker Carlson from Fox News received this. Michael Moran again, that'll become important later. There's Jackson Farty. Silver Record, so that's Danny Silver. You got people from the New York Times here. There's me, Moran Lerner, Bruce Maccabee, Christopher Mellon, Louis Elizondo, George Knapp, Nick Pope, even Susan Goff to her military email address received this, Tom DeLong, Kit Green. It's pretty much anyone who's anyone. The man talking is my brother, so he's referring to the audio that I will play to you shortly, who maybe took part in trying to explode something bad and frame Jesus, e.g. to make the Antichrist. God is not happy. I can forgive you all, but the lady is here. She will judge people. There is the reference to the lady from the Bledsoe cult. It's Ashtar command stuff. Day the earth stood still. P.S. My name is Christopher Lindsay Gray, sadly, son of Alexander Gray. He's fine, but nobody come near me. There are lots of time travels here watching everything you do. So don't even think about doing bad things ever. Never lie to me. It will be documented. Don't like being tried to be repeatedly framed and murdered. It gets boring eventually. God is watching all of you. and can see what you're thinking. So please, never come near me. Something is inside my neck. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. E.T. put it there or somebody did. Never get caught going against the true God. Satan is not the true God. It was a trick. There are lots of time-traveling races watching all your actions, aka Ashtar Command. Please be nice and nobody ever dream of harming another innocent, e.g. one of the Bledsoe's cousins, etc., etc. Touch anybody linked to me, and your trials won't go down well. E.T. can read thoughts. Don't ever think of harming me or my family. Speak to the Queen about it if you have questions. Seriously, kind regards.
Do any of you guys have any thoughts on that email? Real quick, I'll just say some of the things that stick out to me before we play the audio.
I mean, he sounds delusional, Red. He sounds completely delusional. I did speak with somebody, because I'm not very familiar with this case at all. I spoke to somebody about it.
It's very hush-hush under the rug.
Out there.
Yeah, go for it.
This person said that he was delusional. He was actually trying to find Bledsoe, like maybe trying to go to his house. I don't know. But that he was actually trying to find Bledsoe, and that he was delusional. So that's all I really know about it. And it sounds just from his email that he's delusional.
Yeah, and that's fair, but I'll put some stuff in the description after for people who want to read more into this or learn more about this. But he was very connected to people, and he just kind of went crazy, I think is what it was. And I think here, this is kind of that state, because he was pretty normal before. That's the other thing too, right? It was kind of like a flip with him.
Well,
the only reason, yeah, go for it.
So this could speak to being involved with these entities, right? If he's saying he's seeing the lady and he's talking to the Ashtar command, I'm not going to say he had schizophrenia and that this didn't happen. I would be leaning toward the possibility that he's actually being visited by entities. I mean, they're very, the symptoms, etc., sound very similar. I would definitely not be able to diagnose him online, but I think either one of those things is possible.
Yeah, and maybe to save some time, we won't play the audio because that does you kind of get the gist of it in the email. The audio is out there if anyone wants to listen to it, but he just kind of says a lot of the same thing, which I just, the whole time travelers are here, I find interesting. The lady is coming, I find interesting. That kind of speaks to this whole kind of like imminent, oh, got 2 Ulrichs, hell yeah. What's up, other Ulrich?
No, we absolutely cannot do 2 Ulrichs.
I'm switching devices. Forgive me.
And then there's this whole thing about the Ashtar command, which I find interesting, and maybe we'll just go to the next slide here, because that's a name that comes up with. Let's go. We'll go here. Friend of the show. Oh, actually, wait. I think let's do this first. Here we go.
And she basically just wants to know, like, from what you've come across, do you think the Galactic Federation is an actual thing?
Oh boy, I don't know that I could hear Kimball either.
Oh, here you go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, could you hear Kimball?
Yep. Yeah, I could. Yes. So,
okay, cool.
Yes, I have heard not the Galactic Federation. I had heard Ashtar Command. That was definitely a term that I had heard, and I thought, "What the heck is this?" Ends up that is something that is, part of the UAP community, kind of a thing that they claim to be part of the galactic organization, or whatever you want to call it, that tries to help, lower technology civilizations such as ourselves. And they try to pave a way forward, in trying to help and be beneficial. So I think, yeah, I'm on board with that. Now, that's about as much as I know, is that I heard the name. There was not much given as to how the organization actually is structured, what planets, if any, are involved in that. I do know that that it is related to NHI.
Oh yeah, and real quick, so this is Jason Sands, one of these new alleged whistleblowers who kind of came out in X Spaces this year, right? Do you remember the People's Whistleblower? People were saying he's going to be in James Fox's new documentary. Hopefully, I will be devastated if he gets completely cut from that. But I included this here because he's mentioning that he's heard in quote unquote an official capacity in the program, blah blah blah. This is a guy who is kind of part of what, the NSA, I think, and kind of was doing counterintelligence checks on various sites around the country, and basically overheard some UFO chatter, and then somehow got affiliated with it, and even went as far as to testify to Arrow. And like I said, he's featured in the James Fox documentary, so it's like a little more credible than just someone like random. But then again, got to verify everything, of course. But I just found it interesting that he names Ashtar Command, and so does Chris Gray. I hear Galactic Federation. I don't hear Ashtar Command, and we won't play it again. But just yeah, to people saying he's crazy, he sounds crazy. I think he sounds crazy too. And Fringe and I probably maybe disagree on this a little bit. I think this person was very well connected, and there was a lot of efforts to make sure nobody ever talked about this. I think because of how connected he was. And again, I want to reiterate, I don't think Bledsoe or any of those people cited in the email were responsible in any way. But I do kind of side with Fringe, where I'm open to some kind of entity interference being why this guy flipped and kind of went crazy, because he wasn't always like that. Like, he wouldn't have been as close as he was to Bledsoe and some of these other people if he was like that 24/7. So,
and it's interesting. I'm assuming he's not had any mental illness in his past or in his history. I mean, we don't know, but I would be assuming that. But you might know, Panda.
Yeah, I actually don't know, and it's like he's still alive. You know what I mean? Like, he did murder his dad. I don't know. Like, I really like morbid curiosity. You want to talk to him, but I feel like that's kind of, I don't even know how to approach something like that. Like, let's just say hypothetically he was in contact with an entity, right? Like, isn't it weird how it's like we don't even know how to walk around that, investigate that further? It's so crazy, crazy dynamic.
Yeah, and I think so. Christopher's pointing this out in the chat, and I actually have it written down onto my little notepad here. Is we also can't discount the possibility of an MK Ultra style programming, a voice to skull voices. A lot of people hearing voices. It's not necessarily coming from entities.
Yeah, no, totally. And like I was saying earlier, like that's why I include it with that kind of caveat. Like, a lot of these school shooters and stuff, they all say, they're hearing voice. There's a lot of similarities, and not to like take away responsibility for anything that those people did, but I do think, like, I don't know if you guys know, but like RFK Jr. is like pretty sure that the guy who is like supposedly killed his dad is not the shooter, and like he's this is a mainstream presidential candidate in America right now who basically thinks that like some kind of voice to skull MK Ultra operation is what killed his father, and not the mainstream thing. So it's like not that out there, you know what I mean, to discuss these kinds of thoughts and ideas. Let's see. Okay, let's continue along.
The following is
how long is this one? Maybe if we have time at the end, we'll come back to this. We are kind of this is packed. So, did you guys see this? This is how far like and would you guys agree with me, right? Like, have you guys found anywhere else that you could like really point to as much as the Bledsoe stuff as the source of all this 2027, the current ufology 2027 hype, right? Doesn't it all kind of seem to lead back to that guy?
So I have spoken with people about this, and it does seem like a lot. I'm not going to say all, because I think there's other stuff out there, but I think a lot of the stuff is coming from the Bledsoe case. I think he's being taken very seriously by the intelligence community, and yeah, they seem to be putting a lot of credence on these dates that he's given, or whatever's going to happen. I don't know. Red, you might know this. Did this message from the lady, did it come from a regression, or was this something he actually remembered?
I could have swore he remembered it, but honestly, that would be a good thing to know. And if I ever do like a straight up Chris Bledsoe episode, I would definitely have to take note of that.
Yeah, I think it's important to know whether it came from a regression or not. And then this idea that they're going to come save us from the nukes, I think that was only one scenario. I don't want to say that for certain, but I think there was actually a couple of other different scenarios out there as to what could be coming. But I think the people are taking it very seriously. Leslie Kean's taking it seriously, and a lot of other people. You also have John Ramirez kind of saying the same thing. I mean, if you get a list going of the people saying the same thing, it's a long list.
If we could ask the chat to then Danny Jones, I could have sworn he says that they're going to intervene. He makes it seem like our nukes don't even matter, that they're gonna interfere and not let them go off. I could be wrong about that, but
they've never intervened before. I mean, what is it about now? Why are they intervening now? What is the timing? Gosh, who pointed it out? I think I sent this to you, Ulrich. Who pointed out that there's actually 7 years between the 2026 date and that 2033 date that's getting thrown out there. There's 7 years there. And somebody was comparing it to the 7 years tribulation because we have the lady talking about coming into ushering in the 1,000 years. It's all getting very weird.
It really is, and it's even reaching Hollywood, right? Like, let's watch this clip, and I think we all will be in agreement of what he's talking about. This is Russel Crowe, the Gladiator actor himself. He was on one of these little, I forget what it even was, like one of these little YouTube channels that does these kind of like really nicely edited little interviews. And he was asked, "What's your current like? What's a conspiracy that you're into?" And this was his response.
Well, currently, I'm reading a lot of stuff that says, full contact in 2027. And there's all these people that used to work for NASA or all these other organizations out there talking about how our history as a species is really simply a series of genetic experiments to get us to where we are now. When you look around, there's a lot of proof that says that might actually be a thing. Anyway, that's what I'm...
LOL. I feel like this might trigger you guys. The way that it's like, let's just joke around the fact that there might be an impending apocalypse, and let's add the spooky music, and you know what I mean. It's surreal. Like let's say we are facing that. It's just funny to watch that. But I mean, do you guys agree he's talking about Bledsoe here, right? Some kind of Bledsoe development.
I mean, I don't know if he's talking about Bledsoe, but I think the Bledsoe case is a source for a lot of this information.
And somebody in the chat, I forget who it was, they're like, I thought this was going to be about the upcoming stuff, Apocalypse or Bledsoe, but it's just a hit piece on Bledsoe. And it's like, no, I'm really trying to be very fair to Bledsoe. I really feel for the guy. I feel like he's being like,
yeah, and yeah, we have Anjali saying the same thing. I think Steve, to some extent, the new, he doesn't like to be called a whistleblower. Steve, he was working in the intelligence community, and he was getting messages about something upcoming. So it's not just Bledsoe. This is just what we know about. Who knows who they're talking to behind the scenes? The people who have not come forward.
Anjali DM'd me after we had that space with Logan and Bledsoe. She was like, I'm actually the one who first started talking about the 2027 timeline. There might be a 26.
So that's a great point.
Yeah, I think she may have been first. I'm not certain, but there's a battle. Like who did 26, 27 first, Anjali or Bledsoe? But I think it's interesting, and I think the Bledsoe story requires our fuck up to occur. That's my interpretation. We fuck up 2026. Then they come down and show us a better way. So the alien reveal around 2027. And later when we go into some of the other dates, all of these dates don't make sense moving into the future. They only make sense looking back.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and continue along. What do we got next here?
Let's climb it.
So Elon Musk, notorious UFO debunker, who, by the way, Diana Pasulka in a deleted tweet said, Tyler, this guy down here, from the Chris Bledsoe lore, Chris Bledsoe's low-key handler, who I guess kind of did him dirty if you listen to some of the recent stuff Science Bob has been saying. Apparently we've had a falling out since. But Diana Pasulka, who I would actually say, Ulrich, what you were saying about Chris Bledsoe, I think applies to Diana Pasulka. I think she's the Roman Catholic proxy of like, let's have our foot in this U.S. disclosure pie, and let's make sure like our ideologies are represented. Right? She's been given unlimited access to like files that no one else has. Anyways, she says Tyler was and may still be Elon's U.S. Space Force handler. So I think Elon totally is in the know. And here's just him speaking on pole shifts. This is something, that you see. And up here we got Tom Cruise, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. A lot of these celebrities are building doomsday bunkers because, this knowledge is out there. Let's see.
It also changes pretty radically over the course of, like, say, 10,000 years. It can shift from being extremely hot to extremely cold and turn into a snowball.
Of ice ages, right?
Yeah. You can really go down a deep rabbit hole if you read about ice ages.
So interesting.
That how much Earth's climate has changed, and even where the magnetically where the poles are has shifted over time. Well, we're technically in sort of an ice age right now, although it depends on what you call an ice age.
What happened to global warming?
Wait, but yeah, how so? Like, what defines an ice age at that point?
Global warming's not like cool anymore.
It's a deep rabbit hole. I think there was probably something significant that happened at the in the last ice age, because we don't see any evidence of writing. When I say I'm using ice age in the colloquial term, of like when was it very snowy, and where the glaciers came down far, and where summer was short and winter was very long, and that was about 10,000 years ago. So something happened around that ice age, that because we see no writing. No writing before that ice age, and we start to see writing pop up in multiple places on Earth after the most recent colloquially termed ice age.
We don't know, but there's likely to be another dark ages, which my guess is there probably will be at some point, particularly if there's a third world war. Then we want to make sure that there's enough of a seed of human civilization somewhere else to...
Don't know what that one was, but Elon definitely is in the know here. I guess we'll does anyone have any thoughts on that? If not, we'll continue along. We have a few of these. Now we got to
just really quickly. Yeah. Ice Age, 40 to 70,000 years. What would make the most sense? That we mastered writing before, when we had an extra 200,000, or that you have 200,000 years go by plus another 70,000 years where we're not writing, and then right after the Ice Age, all of a sudden we're good at writing, right? Like you can understand naturally. Maybe we had zero civilizational progress in an Ice Age. You definitely wouldn't be better off right after the Ice Age if we just have the traditional story. So we all should be asking ourselves, like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah. And like I said, Elon acts like a debunker. I think he knows all about UFOs. I think, well, what do you think, Fringe? And Ulrich, actually, I think Elon knows a lot about like really deep level occult stuff. Like his Baphomet costume. I've heard some rumors about like his parents being like really heavy into this stuff. I think he knows about UFOs, occult.
I think he's recently been briefed. I think recently, maybe this year, that's my best guess. And before that, he might have been telling the truth when he really thinks there's no evidence. But he's a hard one for me.
I think he absolutely knows. I think we've heard from Courtney and Nicole that he's actually working on Human 2.0 tech, which, where did we get the tech? I don't know. And I think he has NDAs. I mean, he's a contractor for the government. He has NDAs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. So he can kind of legally lie, or I don't even know how we would phrase that, but
yeah, I mean, he has to lie. He has to lie.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh my God. Because people were saying Diddy is the lady. So, yeah, let's go full Doom, Panda.
We're going to go. We had to bring in Diddy, dude, because he says the aliens are coming. And then we have friend of the show, Big Homie, our actual, everyone on this panel, I think, has spoken with Big Homie at some point. So it was pretty funny. I mean, obviously, the whole situation is very sad and sketch, but it's just Big Homie, our low key homie. I'll get him on here probably soon.
Panda,
yeah.
Please bring Big Homie on. And if Fringe and I come on to Big Homie show, that's when you know the world is ending. I'm just saying that's a prediction. You know, everybody needs to spit out the coffee.
Big Homie's next level, and I'm down. Honestly, Yellow, if I'm definitely down to have you on when if he comes on ever. But he's
Dude, that'd be awesome.
He knows some stuff, and even what he says in this clip I pulled up here, it's dude, he's next level. He's not just day one thing. But anyways, let's look at the man of the hour, P. Diddy, for not the best reasons. Here's some of the things he said about the aliens.
World's biggest black media company. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my second mountain. I really feel like I'm just beginning in my career. I feel like my purpose is sharpened, you know, and I've gone from me to we. So it's the things that I'm looking at are really, really big moves. You know, I want to really take over Disney. You feel me? I want us, because I know there's going to be a shift. I know there's going to be a change. I know the aliens coming. I know that, the last shall be first, the first shall be last. I'm not going to be sitting here surprised.
Hip hop turned 50 this year. How do you see hip hop in the next 50 years?
Wow. First of all, I don't even think that we can imagine the next 50 years. I'm predicting that the aliens are going to come. I want some excitement. I want to see motherfuckers scared to death running around. You know what I'm saying?
Do you want me to be sincere with you? Do you want me to be sincere with you? I think you're an alien.
Yeah.
Pause it real quick, and then I'm going to play this Big Homie one, and then we can maybe discuss some of this stuff, because I do want to pick Doomer and Fringe's brain on this.
What's your actual interactions with Diddy like?
So my interactions with him was this.
What's up, big homie?
He had an appearance at this club called The Vibe in Chicago on Kingsbury when it was open. I was head of security of this club. So after that club closed, after the night was over, he have an after party. So the manager of the club said, I need you to come with me to the after party. So me and my other homie, we go to the after party. When we get to the after party, bro, like, it was a lot of females in there who stand up when they use the bathroom. You see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking to myself, like, man, like, this kind of wild.
Real quick for the audience, sorry, I forget that not everyone is as like UFO brained, like UFO degenerate brained as I am, that they don't just automatically know who Big Homie is. Big Homie, he's a celebrity bodyguard who's kind of been making the rounds recently on just doing a bunch of podcasts. He was on No Jumper, a lot of like non-UFO podcasts, just kind of talking about like hip hop culture and celebrity bodyguarding culture. But there's been a few times where some UFO stuff came up recently on the No Jumper podcast, and he's kind of since then become a part of the community. He's kind of having like a will they, won't they moment with our community. Doomer, who's Big Homie, Doomer?
Dude, we need a big homie, and I'm just gonna fucking say it. All right, you have a black guy here who can say it.
Oh no! Wait, hold on. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, we're gonna doom deep. It's the end of the world. Let's get politically incorrect. Ufology needs more. I'm not gonna say we need more black people or we need more representation, but like if you come, and I wish Tupa was here. If you come like from a black family, chances are they're going to be more traditional, religious, Christian, and even if not. And this isn't just for black families, right? Different families have like different cultures, different demographics, but like you're going to be viewed as weird, not welcome, chances are, if you start talking about alien stuff, right? And so like, how do you get the UFO topic into black culture? Big Homie is your fucking answer. Like we do need a black homie to talk about ufology, and look at what it was like, right? Like, Big Homie, I'm going to say this, Big Homie, if you're listening, I love you, all right? But Big Homie is more comfortable getting shot at than dealing with the toxicity of UFO Twitter. And that shows you why you need a cultural bridge. That's all I'm going to say. So Big Homie is somebody who revealed that he was offered $52,000 to protect a witness or a whistleblower for 5 days, and he turned it down because his car got ransacked. So just think about that, right?
And he was saying he was having like Men in Black experiences too, where that seemed like distinctly non-human. Not like I'm being followed by feds in suits. Like there's this thing that's in front of me watching me doesn't even feel human, and it's like moving weird, and its eyebrows are weird, and its lips are weird. Very strange.
Yeah. And like, Fringe, what do you think about what I said about like the cultural like diversity? I'm not coming from a PC place, but don't we need, if we're going to destigmatize the phenomenon, don't we need to not expect just your typical voices?
Doomer. I'm like low key kind of like, I think sometimes the PC stuff can be really shoehorned in, and I'm like, but
I'm not coming from
again, I'm not saying you are.
place.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you that like, and it's kind of weird. The mummies kind of do this in their own way too, where it's like there's like a lot more Latin flair in the air since the mummies came on the scene. You know what I mean? Which is great to see because it's a global phenomenon. But yeah, Fringe, what are your thoughts on what we're?
Yeah, I agree. We need Big Homie in the space, and I think the issue is we all know any person who comes on the scene in this community is immediately attacked and debunked, and they're a grifter. And, oh my gosh, he wants to be paid for his appearances. All the criticisms that come out. There's no win in this community. Jason Sands, I mean, the people's whistleblower, is got paper after paper after paper of the reasons why he's not legitimate. And it just gets ridiculous at some point. We can't have a single person come into this community without being called a grifter and, they're writing a book and they're making money, or they're lying, or they didn't really work for where they said they worked, and they didn't really see an alien in the desert. Well, then what are we doing? Why don't we just shut it all down and pack it up and go home? What are we doing here? So I agree with you. We absolutely need people like Big Homie and other people. I think not only just cross-culturally, we need to cross communities as well. There's a lot of overlap in the SRA community and in the targeted individual community. Yeah. And, we just segmented ourselves off, and only certain people are allowed to be the experts We only want to listen to the certain sanctioned voices. And
And
then
even moving away from race. Oh, go finish that real quick. Go for it, Fringe. Sorry, my bad. We're all excited.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was almost done rambling.
I was gonna say, even moving away from race, I like that big homie. Like, it's a unique perspective, like celebrity, high-end bodyguard, right? It's not a 30-year counterintelligence veteran. You know what I mean? We need more like non-counterintelligence people, more scientists, more big homies on the sense of like, yeah, somebody honestly who's a bodyguard for like really rich people could probably find themselves in some pretty interesting situations that would have something to do with this. And I guess I'll just play the clip a little bit more because after I play it, I want to pick your guys' brains on if you guys think these kinds of freak off parties, these Epstein parties, are related to the phenomena. But let me just play this clip out.
Hold on, bro. Like, this how y'all come. If this how y'all live, it's how y'all live. But they want to keep it a secret. He real touchy feely too. Like he grabbed this other guy, I know, by his neck. Grabbed him by his neck and was like, "Do you have love in your heart, young man? You want to be a roach? Or you want to walk with God?" I'm looking like, you gonna let him grab you like that? But then, you know, he be on some tough guy shit too. So I guess he a tough the girls with the
in his house. So them accusing Diddy of having cameras in his house so he can record celebrities and politicians and use it as blackmail.
So I firmly believe that's true because in that sector of people, a lot of them practice Scientology. And Scientology, that was their thing. They would get people in compromising positions. They'll hold that footage over their head and get them to agree to things. So like, you know, if you see somebody with the chain on, with that little vial of blood on their neck, well, they a Scientologist, bro. So it's definitely gonna be footage of them somewhere doing some compromising. That's how a lot of these agreements get made.
All right, so a few things, and we kind of brushed over. I'm curious what you guys think of the way Diddy was kind of like the aliens are coming, and then the way Diddy is kind of like somebody in the chat said it a good way too. Like Epstein was a honeypot for like politicians and like one sector of society, and like Diddy was kind of doing the same thing. And then yeah, the fact that he brings up Scientology, right? I've never heard someone tie P Diddy to Scientology, like we just heard Big Homie like go there kind of quickly. That stick out to any of you guys?
I mean, a big home. We might have to have a big homie because all our whistleblowers can only speak Doppler approved stuff. So we need somebody in the car who overhears the stuff that, you know, that shouldn't be overheard and then talks about it. I think, Fringe, you probably have a lot to say about trying to bring about the apocalypse when it comes to, you know, satanic stuff, pedophilia. So maybe that ties into that more later. But I'm glad that okay. When Big Homie, right, like started talking about his stuff on UFO Twitter, you know how you knew that we needed more additional cultures, and I'm really coming from a place of culture, not so much about race, right? When Big Homie said, "Can somebody please tell me?" Somebody find that tweet. Can somebody please tell me who the fuck Mick West is? I died. Right. That's how you know that we're getting new people in the UFO field, and that's what we need.
Yeah, and we need new people. We need people like Big Homie. First of all, I don't know where Big Homie's NDAs are. So just for being in law enforcement for many years in a major metropolitan police department, coming across a lot of celebrities, a lot of bodyguards, they sign NDAs. They don't even like to be witnesses, you know, in cases where crimes have been committed. But what he's saying, from my own personal experience with my own family, who actually ran an international human trafficking ring for over 100 years, my claim to fame, what he's saying is absolutely correct. These honeypot situations are used for blackmail. If you're important in any way whatsoever, this will be done to you, and then they own you. And by they, I'm mostly speaking about, you know, at the top of it is our intelligence communities. But there's a whole hierarchy. You know, if you're in Hollywood and you get directors and producers who now own you because you are been caught in a compromising position. In my own family situation, there was absolutely a connection to the non-human intelligence because they were involved in rituals. It gets gets pretty dark. And then, by the way, if they can't get blackmail material on you, they'll just plant it, and they own you. So it's very interesting. This is all throughout Hollywood. It's all throughout, all the politicians. It's everywhere. And
so that's really heavy, Fringe. And I'm definitely gonna honestly be done have you maybe on some other time and just go in deep to that. And I think you've done a few interviews. I think you did one I saw where you kind of went into it really heavy. That you gotta send it to me after, and I could link it. But what was briefly, if you can, what was the NHI kind of thing with your family? Because to me, it seems like there's just too much what's the word, infrastructure around this kind of whole blackmail.
And overlap too, the missing children,
overlap,
everything.
Yeah, infrastructure and overlap where it seems like it's more, there's something beyond just the prosaic political blackmail. It seems like there's an NHI element. They're serving something, and even Tom DeLonge says this, right? And he's part of the TTSA crowd. Like, there's a reason, like, a lot of ancient cultures sacrificed like virgins and stuff to the gods, quote unquote. Like,
read the books. I mean, there's so much. This is ancient. It's an ancient practice. I think it just hasn't stopped, and it's just something we don't want to accept. It's been sensationalized, and it's been turned into things like Pizzagate. Unfortunately, there is some truth behind Pizzagate, and it's been sensationalized. It's been discredited. We just put it in that conspiracy theory hole and forget about it. This stuff is actually happening. I mean, I saw it just on the job, and then I have a very
as
personal
a police officer, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on, you guys. Stuff. Where do you think they get the stuff that movies are made out of? It's actual real life. For my personal family connection, they were doing rituals out in the desert. There were demons involved. My father, who was running the trafficking ring, he'd been levitated up in his backyard. It's crazy stuff. But it's all related. People don't want to understand that the human sacrifice has never stopped. And so I have been called a danger to disclosure because I get out there and say, hey, this stuff is all related. The human trafficking, the missing kids, the Pizzagate stuff, the rituals, the human sacrifice, and the non-human intelligence behind the scenes, it's never stopped. It's still going on.
And honestly, I'm with you on that, and I think Ulrich too. That's why I was glad to have you guys on for this one, is because I've heard the thing that too, and I don't know if my audience even knows that I think that, but I do think a lot of these things overlap: the trafficking, the NHI, the UFO.
I mean, we could get
the apocalypse. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to be talking about the apocalypse, but I mean, people like abductees like Ted Rice have seen mantids consuming human fetuses. Is that going to get you kicked off of the platform? I don't know.
I don't know, but also, there's stories out there too of like some of these crashes being just full of like human corpses, like mutilated. Some of these like a Roswell, but instead of just UFO, it's full of abducted people. I mean, there's a dirty element.
And the underground base is full of vats of material of human body parts. And I think we heard a little bit of a mystery from Ganga last night, Ulrich, on what these human body parts are actually being used for, which is to possibly, to feed the brain of the UFOs, the consciousness behind the UFOs. So
that was a really interesting theory. Yeah, that it might be, and maybe it might not be the mutilated body parts, but people are reporting some sort of organic matter on the ship that might be some sort of battery for consciousness. That's at least how I took it. But like, also, since we're knee deep in all the stuff we can't talk about, what is happening with hip hop now? Apparently hip hop is filled with coerced homosexuality or framing people like this is a recent thing that all of a sudden the entire field of hip hop is I don't know what the correct term is, right? But everybody's being framed.
It's all being ickified. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
ooh.
Yeah. There's a connection there. And Fringe, do you have any theories as to like what they're trying to do with this satanic abuse? Do you think it's opening portals?
I mean, it gets super weird. This is definitely not my area of expertise. I would speak to someone like James Bartley about this. He has personal experience with this. I do want to throw out there, Ulrich, I believe Eric Mitchell actually spoke about this in a space. So this is in the public arena, that he's actually aware of an abductee. And I believe that the medical records have been viewed and verified. And Ulrich, correct me if I'm wrong, was this a male to female transition and it actually happened right before his eyes with absolutely no hormones or anything? It was the NHI who actually influenced it.
This is wild. Yeah, this is wild.
And I will throw out there, Baphomet is a transgender. So I think they're just, you know, I said to James, I think they just manipulate us. They just, any community or culture is going to be manipulated, and we can be manipulated in different ways. And so I think they just attack different cultures wherever we're at. And it's not just one thing. So they can attack us anywhere we are. They can meet us where we're at and manipulate us. And the outcomes are interesting, especially this one that Eric Mitchell has actually verified with, I believe, medical records of an actual transition. It wasn't male to female, Ulrich?
It was. And so
yeah, we're
this
definitely
person
gonna have
was-
to get some more info on that one probably. And if any of you guys can find that for sure, send it to me so I can put it, because people are gonna be like, "What the heck was that?"
Oh no, people. This is what people don't want to discuss. It is not politically correct because there, in some cases, nobody's saying all cases. In some cases, abductees are being coerced into these situations and actually changed without their consent.
Man, that's horrible. And I mean, even Big Homie kind of brought it up right there in that whole thing too, right? But let's continue along here. We got the man of the hour. No, the OG man of the hour, Stephen Greer. And I'm glad Ulrich was kind of alluding to Fringe knowing about this stuff too. And this is what I want to add to Chris Bledsoe in that same Discord where he was saying, like, telling us about the disclosure families and whatnot. And he said this before, or sorry, Ryan Bledsoe said this, his son, that there's a group of people like within the intelligence community, the powers that be, that are basically going through the pageantry of revelations, and like they're all obsessed with the end of the world. And it seems like here we hear Stephen Greer kind of talk about them a little bit too. Let's just play real quick.
The people who I mentioned are eschatologists. They would love to see a final battle happen that would result in the end of the world so that their Messiah or their Christ or whoever would return. I mean, they're religious nuts. I mean, they make the Taliban look like liberals. Then you Then you have an element that are sociopaths who really like endless war. They love torture. They like destruction. They're addicted to it. And I've met with some of these people. They are true psychopaths and they're scary characters. And then you have an agenda that has to do with the fact that they're not so much still attached to the secrecy, but they don't know how to come clean without it being the biggest scandal in the history of the United States and many other countries.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's something, right? If any of you guys want to speak on that real quick, Fringe, I think you know some stuff about this, right? Like they're definitely, and I put the little red heifer picture down there as kind of like an example of it. And just real quick on that, so the red heifer is these cows grown in Texas that are part of this whole kind of like revelation ritual. But the thing that I always found really interesting about the red heifer is, of course, it's like in Israel and like they're doing it all over there. But how many American sitting politicians were at the send-off dinner for these cows to Israel was like insane. And some of them even have overlap with the UFO issue for and against. So, for example, Mike Johnson, he's a senator, I think, who's kind of been a little bit of a heel for the UFO disclosure bros. You know, they, I think, on some of this legislation, like UAPDA last year and stuff. I think they're one of the ones that people accuse of being in the pocket of aerospace or whatever. Anyways, this person who's like pretty anti-UFO was at this send-off with, I think, like 50 or something sitting congressmen and senators from America. So yeah, what are your thoughts, Fringe?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just several different factions. It's not just our government. It's not just, I thought there was a faction of the Khan's elite involved in this. It's not just us. It's Judaism with the red cow, with red heifers. There are factions of Islam trying to usher in the 12th Imam. There are a lot of groups working behind the scenes to try to make this apocalypse happen. It's, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm not sure why they're all doing it. But look, we have now people in Congress who are actually convinced that the aliens are angels. And so they believe that the reason we're holding back disclosure is because it's proof of angels and God. I mean, the whole thing has just gotten so twisted. It's very, very interesting. And
isn't it crazy to just watch as it gets weirder and weirder? Yeah, Ulrich, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm just saying Fringe is leaving out two people who are have been blamed for the apocalypse for a while for trying to make
Oh,
it
wait,
happen.
who?
You and me. Like,
oh yeah, that's right. We're ushering in the apocalypse.
no, but for real, there's some love and lighters who feel that we're going to manifest the further diminishing of the magnetosphere because we're bringing awareness to the fact that NASA's hiding the fucking magnetic North Pole. Like, not even my ego. My ego would also have to be time traveling. It wouldn't just need to have godlike powers. My ego would also need to be traveling into the future before I know about cataclysmic pole shifts. These things happen every 6,000 years, and they happen throughout our galaxy. And so if it's our moral failing or we're not resonating at the right frequencies, that is anthropocentric, because you're saying you're creating these pole shifts on all of the other planets and other solar systems throughout the galaxy and beyond. Right. And so, and I also think
yeah,
we need
and
to
this
comment.
is just, it's just a hijacking of, you know, some of these new age ideas that we could actually either manifest the pole shift by thinking about it, or we can actually stop the pole shift if we stop thinking about it.
There are
It gets
people,
really nuts.
yeah, there are people who actually, and I'm like, this is just a bad logistics plan. What do we have? 8 billion people. We take shifts. Everybody does
Then
a
you
couple
have
hours.
the people who I mentioned are eschatologists. They
Sorry about
Look
that.
at those
I don't know why I did that.
guns. Look at those guns.
He's so
Panda.
swole. Yeah, no, he's so swole.
We got to, this is his, he needs to go back to this look, because the business suit, as like, you know, as the apocalypse gets near, you need more of that rugged, you know, home improvement style look. I think he needs to go back.
I agree. All right, let's continue along here. Who do we got next? I think we got another Greer clip next. Now, so that was just him on the Eschaton, because I do think this factors into all this kind of apocalypse talk, right? Like I said, Ryan Bledsoe told us that, you know, high-level intelligence people are like really actively, really trying to like just go through all the pageantry of revelations to make it happen, which is so weird. But worth noting, and again, I'm not saying it's going to happen that they're doing it, but they're doing it, and they're your
Yeah, but
congressmen.
what do they think they're getting out of it? Why are they doing it? What is the benefit to them? There's got to be a payoff, right?
Yeah, and I don't know. Do you think they're all in contact with NHI? I don't even know. Fringe is gonna have to go soon. Okay, nice. All good, all good. How are you doing on time at work? We'll see. We'll play through some more of these clips. We'll figure it out.
projects have been doing.
So here's a question. If there's not any, intervention by the aliens or the people, there is this power and there's people in control. If we don't fix this ourselves, is there going to be any kind of intervention from up there if we continue to destroy the earth as we are?
Well, that's what I spoke to a moment ago. I think that there are two clocks ticking. One is operations within the constitutional government of the United States that are not going to put up with this any further, more than another 6 to 9 months. The other is the fact that these extraterrestrial civilizations cannot afford for this progression of technology being deployed against them. These have been much of it's been reverse engineered from the ET vehicles, right? And so at a certain point, where do they have to do something to protect other places? Because there's a universal principle of self-defense. So far, we've just been cruising along, getting away with this foolish and childish behavior. But I can't give you a timeline on that. But I think that I honestly, from what I've heard from very senior intelligence sources inside the so-called illegal operations, is that it's thought that it would not be able to go on beyond 2026.
Right. So interesting that Greer is definitely not in the TTSA camp, the Bledsoe camp, right? He's about as far as you can go as still being like a UFO guy in that camp, and even he's kind of hearing this number. We're just gonna power through a few of these. If anyone feels the need to say anything, please speak up or let us know. If not, we'll just continue along. Boom. So John Ramirez, here's a CIA agent, John Ramirez. He's well, some people say that he wasn't even in the CIA and that he was just in the GOA, but he's one of the people who helped really propel this 2027, 2026 apocalypse stuff from Chris Bledsoe, from Chris Bledsoe's encounters with the quote-unquote lady. Let's watch this.
And I would say I've heard 2027 in a kind of an official capacity I can't reveal. So I think I would say that people in the government are aware of something happening and that there's limited time, a few more years to prepare the people, and that's what's ramping up this acceleration from the previous 7 decades of not even acknowledging it to now we are acknowledging it at a faster and faster pace.
The biggest takeaway for folks to understand is that things are happening on a, it's not a disclosure, it's a scheduled dissemination. And so certain things have to be set up before other things can be revealed.
Well, I think the dialogue we're having now in this country, even with the recent legislation that passed through the legislature and is on its way up to the president's desk, even with that, we're kind of preparing the U.S. population, at least, and by extension, the world population, into that reality that there is a presence here, and that we need to explain this presence. Because if they show up and we continue to do what we did before previous decades, and they show up, there will be mass panic. But if you understand that these are real, and we have 5 years from 2022, or maybe now 4 years, if they come in 2027, for the U.S. government to prepare the people about what is up there. And in many ways, I think the word got out within the government that they're showing up in 2027, and we better be prepared. And if not, there's going to be a lot of explaining to do.
So yeah, John Ramirez is a big vocal person on this. Let's just power through a bunch of these real quick. Next, we got
definitely
Leslie Kean, who wrote the New York Times 2017 article, also the David Grusch debrief article. One of the biggest, probably like journalists in this movement right now, tuned in. Here's what she said on Theories of Everything like a year or two ago. That was kind of doomery. This is all for you, Doomer, here.
Yeah, it better happen before that. I don't think we're going to be in any shape in a decade to be doing very much of anything.
Yeah,
so
I'm
I
not
don't
getting
have
any sound, man.
I'm not hopeful for the future direction.
Oh, really? Really? Huh.
I'm hearing it. I can hear it.
Or maybe cycle.
That we're moving in it.
And the future direction, climate-wise, AI-wise?
Climate-wise and geopolitical-wise. That's the thing I think is going to kind of come. I think things are going to be pretty difficult starting in a few years. And from what I've been told by sources.
What does that mean? It's going to be difficult?
It's I can't say specifically. I don't know that much yet, and I can't really say, but just that a lot of what we take for granted now in life, I don't think is going to be, we're not going to have it. A lot of things we have now that makes our lives as wonderful as they are.
Like electricity?
I don't know. Just the access to all the things we have access to now that are dependent on the globalization, basically, which just aren't sustainable. A lot of the things we have aren't sustainable. The populations are growing, and I think the climate issues are major as well. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I have studied quite a bit about the climate change problem, and I take it really seriously.
Is there something about the geopolitical situation? Because you just referenced population and climate change.
It's not that simple. I just don't feel qualified to talk about it, but I just don't think things as they are now are sustainable, and I'm not qualified to really talk about that. I'm just concerned. That's all.
Yeah.
So I don't think 10 years in the future. I only think 3 or 4 years into the future.
So that's pretty heavy. What the hell do you guys think she's talking about here? And Fringe, feel free, like I said, whenever you got to go, you guys have been awesome. We're already at 3 hours. It's been a long time. So whenever you got to go, feel free to leave, both of you guys. But yeah, what do you think she's talking about? She seems very certain and very doomery, right?
Yeah, she was very doomery. And, she actually had to walk this back. So here's what I think is really interesting. I know I use that word a lot, but they're actually telling us, right? They're telling us that something is coming and we're not listening. So they're telling us, and then we say things like, oh, Leslie Kean, she's at this or she's at that, or oh, John Ramirez, he's this or he's that, or Anjali, she heard from the NHI that this is coming, or Jason Sands heard from NHI that this is coming, or Chris Bledsoe. They're telling us something is coming. We're just not listening. Now, that being said, we all went through 2012. I think we were all alive for that, right? It was supposed to be the end of the world. So this is not something we want to fashion our entire lives around, the possibility that the end of the world or a very big change is coming. But it's something we should at least consider and be prepared for. I said in the beginning of the podcast, what's wrong with being prepared for, having some food and water set aside in case there's a giant earthquake, which happens on this planet every day. So I think regardless of where it's coming from, which is obviously the intelligence community, they're telling us something is coming. So I think we should at least keep in mind that there's a possibility that something's coming. Now we have to keep in mind too, they might want us to think something's coming and it's really not. It's really just two options there. I think it's very interesting that if you look at the David Jacobs material and so many abductees who are being prepped for the change, abductees actually being trained for things like crowd control. So this stuff kind of all just comes together for me. There's a lot of puzzle pieces floating around out there. They seem to all fit together. And my question is do they want us to believe this is coming, or is this actually coming? I don't think there's too many other choices.
Yeah. Doomer Daddy, are you there? Can you hear us? Yeah, I guess he can. I guess it's just maybe me and you for a bit, Fringe. And like I said, whenever you got to go, you got to go. I'm gonna probably just finish out some of these. Now we got Ulrich switching back and forth. Fourth Ulrich. I know Ulrich wants to get in on this because this is some high class doom here. Leslie Kean, Doomin. Are you there, sir?
I think he just cycled out again. Maybe he's having some problems. There he is.
No. Okay, we'll come back to it if he had. I feel like he would totally have something to say for this one. But what do we got? Let me see what do I have in the next one. Okay. Actually, no, this is perfect because it's still on Leslie Kean, so he could come and give his take on it. This just gets us to the next thing, these Leslie Kean dinners. And again, I'm not trying to make it seem like it's a thing. And I hate that I always just sound like a hater, but I do like Leslie Kean. I think she's done a lot of great stuff. I personally think she's kind of getting an unfair rap right now as like being the reason the 2017 article was kind of had some flaws, when I really think that should be my read of the situation is probably Lou Elizondo lied to her and she just trusted him. So maybe he should be getting more of that, not her, but I guess she is the journalist. But anyway, so I think you guys might both know who I'm talking about specifically, but I don't want to out this person. But this is a very
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you already know where we're going right now. Oh, and welcome back. Was there anything actually you wanted to say first about this?
I could hear you guys, but you couldn't hear me. I was trying to go in through the native app. Is this the clip the one that you played? I couldn't hear it while it was playing, but is this the one where they ask her about the apocalyptic stuff and he's trying to nail down, is it global warming? Is it a pole shift?
Yeah,
is
and
it
honestly,
nuclear?
I'm gonna just play it back for you because this is totally up your alley.
It better happen before that. I don't think we're going to be in any shape in a decade to be doing very much of anything. So I don't have.
Right?
Yeah, I can hear it now, man. Cool. Yeah, thanks.
I'm not hopeful for the future direction that we're moving in.
And the future direction, climate-wise, AI-wise?
Climate-wise and geopolitical-wise. That's the thing I think is going to kind of come. I think things are going to be pretty difficult starting in a few years. And from what I've been told by sources.
What does that mean? It's going to be difficult?
I can't say specifically. I don't know that much yet. And I can't really say, but just that a lot of what we take for granted now in life, I don't think is going to be, we're not going to have it. A lot of things we have now that makes our lives as wonderful as they are.
Like electricity?
I don't know. Just the access to all the things we have access to now that are dependent on the globalization, basically, which just aren't sustainable. A lot of the things we have aren't sustainable. The populations are growing, and I think the climate issues are major as well. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I have studied quite a bit about the climate change problem, and I take it really seriously.
Is there something about the geopolitical situation? Because you just referenced population and climate change.
It's not that simple. I just don't feel qualified to talk about it, but I just don't think things as they are now are sustainable, and I'm not qualified to really talk about that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm just concerned. That's all.
Yeah.
So I don't think 10 years in the future. I only think
okay, Panda,
3 or 4 years in the future.
Did she just say that she's done a lot of studying or research on it and then say she's not qualified to talk about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That point, like, this happens all the time. This happens in stories that we get from entity contact, from NHI. This happens in the Bledsoe story. Don't worry, your nukes won't get off. We'll intervene. After you realize you've destroyed yourselves too much with technologies, will come down. Like, I've done research on this. So this is where I agree with you. People give Leslie Kean a lot of shit. I think she's a talented journalist. I do think that this is somebody who's been groomed and mentored by Puthoff, that she knows absolutely the nature of the cataclysm, and that you cannot say that a lot of the things that we take for granted we're not going to have, and then say, I have no idea. You know,
Right,
this is
so definitively like that. Like, in 3 years, we're not even going to have running water, but I don't know why. Like,
yeah,
okay.
I don't know why. And you notice Kurchai Mungal is a very analytical person, and he's like, why are you talking about climate change?
God bless Kurt, right? The way he is, like, I feel like he's just got an honest analytical mind trying to, like, navigate this world of, like, half-truths
Yeah.
and psyops and counterintel agents and their counterintel agent journalists, you know what I mean? Like,
Kurt is a true
yeah.
skeptic, which is why he has the UFO topic on his show, because he's skeptical of the null hypothesis, the basic, you know, scientific paradigm that we've been given. So, and he's East meets West, so he catches whenever Leslie Kean says something like, what you know, what does climate change have to do with a reducing population, right? And so she knows about deglobalization happening, supply chain logistics, and then she's also aware of some event. And I think that thing at the table that you were about to play, you cannot know the unfolding events and then also be like, yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a nuke. Is it going to be global warming? Is it going to be deglobalization? Is it going to be you know, what is a solar micronova? Bullshit. Leslie Kean knows, and look at that poker face. She has the ability to have emotions, and for her face to not have any of those emotions either.
And it seems like, so while it seems like a slow drip, certain
I'm actually
people
going to do the rest of
are
it, but you guys keep talking. I'll be right back, okay?
Sure.
Sure
Some people are allowed to know, and other people are not allowed to know. Me and you are not allowed to know. It's just, it's crazy. So they want a slow drip, some information, like some slow drip type of disclosure about the alien invasion and the catastrophic Earth changes coming up. But only certain people are allowed to know in enough time to actually potentially prepare for whatever might be coming our way. And who makes this decision? So the only fallback they have is national security. So what is it that is within our national security purview that allows them to keep this a secret?
I love that you brought that up. And since we're buying time for Panda, you know, we've all seen that scene on the Titanic, right, where the person arrogantly talks about how it's the best architected ship ever, and he talks about the lifeboats as though they're like decoration. And so what? It's only enough for half, right? It's only enough for half the people. It's even called Titanic. Let's remember that the Titans lost to the gods, and since the Titanic, there's been a tradition in shipping to not give, you know, grandiose names to ships, especially named after gods or titans. It's considered a bad omen. And so we can, what would the world look like if you were on the Titanic, but you knew in advance that you were going to hit the iceberg? How would the musical chairs be rearranged? What would you do? Would you want, I would think, friends, that you would do everything in the world to make sure that your family gets on those boats, and you wouldn't do things to make it way less likely that you and your family have a boat. And do you get what I'm hinting at here with
Yeah,
disclosure?
totally. Yeah, and we've got Lou telling us, you know, watch Three-Body Problem. We've got the James Webb Telescope stuff coming up. And it appears as though we have our government preparing for themselves, right? We've got these billionaires preparing for themselves. What are they preparing for if they don't know something could be coming? And I think, you know, there's potentially enough time for just us regular, average, everyday humans to get together with our neighbors, get together with our small city councils, get a plan together for some type of shelter, whichever one could possibly survive, because, different things could be happening, and start storing away food and prepare. If we have 3 to 4 to 5 years, that's a lot of prep time. But me and you are not being given the information, and we're not going to be given the time. By the time we look up, it's going to be too late. But yet you're going to have a lot of people who do survive this because they have time and they are being allowed to prepare. So who's making that decision? I understand the whole continuity of government. I understand that the government's job is to protect the government and make sure that they survive whatever the hell this is that's coming. But yeah, me and you and our families were hung out to dry. We have, for myself, I don't know if Panda, when you're back, just pop in and let us know verbally.
I am back.
Oh, okay, awesome.
I just got back.
For myself, I've done everything I possibly can do, because once I realized that there was some science and some chatter about what I've been waiting for my entire life, I did what I could. But as long as people think that people like me and people like Ulrich are crazy and that there's nothing coming and that there's no science and it's just a conspiracy theory, those families are not going to be saved. Nobody will be ready.
I mean, Panda, I brought up the Titanic as a metaphor, that the movie, The Titanic, where there's that scene, the guy is talking about how this an unsinkable ship. The way that man talks about the Titanic and the lifeboats that are only there max for half the amount of people, like they're just decoration. They didn't want to burden the Titanic with extra lifeboats, because why would you want to save people? Like, the ship needs to look nice, and it won't sink anyway. And this is how, just a few other days in the space, this is how we talk about our military. This is how we talk about our government. We discuss our government as though it's an unsinkable ship, as though it is an inarguable law of nature. And I think we need to question this story. The government is here to protect the citizens of its nation. But when you have continuity of government, the government's job is no longer the protection of its citizens. It is not even, you don't even need to stick to the laws of the Constitution. Continuity of government puts primacy of the government's survival above everything else. And then that puts citizens, in most cases, at odds with the government. That means if we have Andre Carson right now getting his little 3x5 index card where the bunker is, where the satellite phone is, what number he calls, that means over the next 9 or 10 years, when government is continuity of government is meant to be instituted, he needs to make sure that the citizenry doesn't become aware that the government has become unanchored from its oath of protecting the citizens and is only in it for himself. It is the equivalent of being on the Titanic and knowing that iceberg is coming, and you want to make sure that you get on one of those ships. You would definitely light a bomb if you were really psychopathic, or you would lock all the people in the lower level, because you would want to limit the swarm going for the few lifeboats up there. And what we're seeing in society right now is a bunch of manufactured chaos, a bunch of manufactured disaster to increase the smoothness of continuity of government, to increase the fact that they can get away with it. And the best way to get away with it isn't to be really quiet. It's to make a bunch of noise somewhere else so that nobody hears you walk. And all the noise we're about to see is so that the continuity of government can transition without any red flags. And I'm telling you, when you look at whistleblowers like Jason Sands, whose security clearances are being upheld, he's extremely valuable for us, for the common people, because he's offered us real disclosure, and we don't really know everything that man hasn't shared, but he's suffering. And the people who are really wanting to sound the alarm, I'm going to say this right now. Sarah Bond and I, we were working to find out the identity of Victor, and we figured it out. And the person who Victor is, we have this verified through multiple sources. The person who Victor is so high profile up. Sarah and I were not safe unless we had multiple redundant dead man switches. Sarah has dead man switches intentionally that I don't know about. and I have dead man switches that Sarah doesn't know about, and then we have dead man switches where mutually they know about each other, just for the sake of multiple redundancy. And Sarah was threatened just today. So like you get to a point where if you're researching something that doesn't matter, if the Victor alien video that was trafficked out in 91 and shown in the doc, if that's not real, why the fuck is somebody coming in and turning on Sarah's hot tub? Like why are people's lives being threatened if there's not a there?
No, I'm with that, and you're gonna definitely. I definitely want to get you back, and we can maybe do one with you and John Stewart. But real quick, super chat. Iatrix says U.S. government is putting forth a bill for Congress requiring them to name their replacements in the event of a mass casualty event. Thank you for that, Atrix. But real quick, I do know Fringe has to go, but I did want her to hear this part because I don't know if she's heard this part. And I'm glad, Tupa, I'm glad you're back, bro, for this. You missed some of the Chris Bledsoe, the Chris Gray stuff that I know you would have been great for.
Dang it.
But these Leslie Kean dinners, and I'll just say it real quick because I know Fringe has to get out of here.
Doomer dinners.
Yeah, and again, I like Leslie Kean. I think she's in the right. Her heart's in the right spot. I think she's a true believer. I definitely don't see her being one of these like coordinators of crazy online harassment, which is basically just my bar these days. If you're a good person. But so we know I'd say one of the people putting out some of the best stuff in the UFO field right now. And there are these events, right, where after a conference in New York or so, like some of the movers and shakers, right, on the like second string, like some of the bigger podcast hosts, some of the bigger people putting out media, documentary filmmakers, right, they have these after events where they'll have dinners and whatnot. And I'm not saying every single one is like this. And again, I'm not going to name who it is, so I know it's a trust me, bro. But somebody who I trust, and especially because I saw the immediate effect on their behavior and their way of thinking, said that after one of these events, they were all at Leslie Kean's house, and basically Leslie Kean told them that all of these UFOs people are seeing is NHI coming back to basically witness the end of the world. There's nothing we can do about it, and the governments all know about it, and they're just kind of waiting till it happens. And my friend, our friend, it's actually everyone on here's friend. I just don't know if you know exactly French we're talking about right now. I know Doomer does. He, I just kind of, now you know it's a guy. He was really shocked by this because like, it wasn't just Leslie Kean there too. Apparently there were some other like high profile UFO people there. I don't think like Lou or anyone was there, but some other like huge big names, maybe some that are probably going to be in this too, right? Who were there, and just the setting with which this person received this information. And again, this is where you have to be careful too, because it's like cult stuff, right? There's like a whole ritual. You're at the after event of this big conference, and you guys are all here, and now you're going to hit you with this information, but this person took it really seriously and was like, no, they all believe this. And like, they were shocked. They almost wanted to leave the field. They were like in a really crazy mental state. Yeah. Tupa, is there anything you want to say on that? Cause you were kind of witness to some of this. Yeah.
My lover was witness to this. Yeah, there is some weird vibes. The idea of being taken or invited to like a more inner circle from another inner circle, and then being like separated and then being told this, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. But the source, I mean, it sounded super legit. It's been talked about a little bit, and I just feel like Leslie's trying to spread the word. You know,
they were given a timeline though, weren't they?
Yeah. It's all within the next like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, like she said on the toe clip, right? She was like, not even 10 years, 3 to 4 years. We won't have like basic
cable
necessities.
Yeah, we won't have anything, dude. According to her, which seems like a bummer, dude. Like too much for me to comprehend, but still, she seemed very convinced.
I think that all of us on this panel, actually, I think just us even being here and some of the topics we've touched on already kind of answers this question. But to the room, well, actually, also Fringe first, what are your thoughts on hearing this? Have you heard this before? Does it jive with what you think? And then also to the room after that, like, what do you guys do in Leslie Kean's position? Let's say like she's really being told by like general level people that this is happening. How do you try and get that out? But yeah, Fringe, what are your initial thoughts on just kind of this, like the behind the scenes chat? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. Again, I'm just going to go back to some people are being told. So either this is the truth and only some people are allowed to know it, or they, for some reason, want people like me and you know, to get it leaked, and then people like me and you to think it's true and it's really not. So those are really just the two options there. I'm just going to go back to, so she's saying there's nothing we can do about it. and we're right back to Bledsoe. Bledsoe is saying the same thing. Don't worry, these are all angels coming to save us, and there's nothing we can do about it. I think that that's really key, because I think there probably is something we could do about it, but they want us to think there's nothing we could do about it. I don't know. Just the idea, you know, the James Webb thing hit me kind of close this week. And just the idea that we might only have, you know, 3 to 4 at the outside, 9 or 10 years to live, or years to live the life we're currently living, that's heavy stuff. And, you know, that's why me and Ulrich have always said this goes beyond the aliens. It all goes together. Whatever this possible extinction level event that's coming, whether it's a cataclysmic earth changes with the micronova from the sun, whether it's a massive mothership coming for us with some type of Death Star or something, either this is going to happen and there's nothing we can do, or they want us to think it's going to happen and there's nothing we can do. I'm not sure yet where I'm at on that. I do think that the people who know about this event are choosing sides as we speak. I think they're probably making bargains and trying to do deals behind the scenes to survive this event, maybe survive it for themselves and their families. And the rest of us are just hanging out to dry. And I think that's what we were talking about, Tipo, right before you popped back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what happens to us? You know what I mean? Like there's all these people with insider knowledge, but like until I'm brought aside and ushered into this, like, you know, doomer dominion, am I to believe that I'm just a casualty of the apocalypse or whatever? You know, it's a terrible low information zone to be in.
Dude, that's why I love that you had us on the show, because like you know, your space, I believe was my first UFO space I was ever in. And you know, whether you agreed with people or not, you made people feel welcome, and it was like free speech was never a threat. And I really think that, you know, if you need to listen to somebody speak. We had our space yesterday, and it was nothing but, you know, a debate between people who in some cases have overlapping views and very different views. You know, Fringe is a Christian, I'm spiritual but not religious, and there's room to figure out the truth even if you're coming at it from a different side. And none of the messages you need to shut up, you need to be censored, you need to be silenced. And so if the message here is, hey, don't speak about this, like, is that a doomerish view? Is the doomerish view you need to be quiet because it's just fear porn? Or is the doomerish view like this whole term, this whole semantics, it really, people need to get over it. Because what's more disrespectful to say, like, you don't need to know because you'll stand in the way of continuity of government? Because I will tell you, and I'm willing to say, like, we're willing to be falsifiable. If I'm saying, you know, the 3 to 4 year timeline, because this dinner that happened, I don't know what timeline was given.
I think,
and I think she's saying
July. And yeah, but in her Toe interview, I think it was around the same time about last year. And in that interview, she says 3 to 4 years.
Right. And so that's not the end of the world, but it's the end of the world as we know it, meaning you're looking at a solar micronova, like around that time, and you're probably looking at the aftermath of thermonuclear holocaust. And a year later, latest, I would expect a solar micronova, but that means total global grid blackout. That doesn't mean everybody dies, but it's not, you know, think about this. If we have a World War III that happens between now and the next 2 to 3 years, like that's probably already half the global population. And if you have a solar micronova, total grid blackout, that's another half of the population. That's not the end of the world, but everything is different. And then, you know, if you think pole shift, talking about an unlocking of the crust 15 years from then, and then you have the Webb telescope stuff, which is 10 years from now, they're there probably to watch the whole chaos unfold. A world such as ours is going to take 10 to 20 years to completely break down, even if you use natural cataclysms. And I'm saying the people telling you to be silent are the people selling you tickets to get on the Titanic so that you're definitely on the wrong ship. That's what that's why, like, I respect you guys for having us on, because I don't want people to go and like empty their bank account, blow it all cocaine hookers, and jump off of a bridge.
That's why I had like 10 disclaimers before we started.
Right. But the real disclaimer should be about censorship. The real disclaimer should be, you really need to freak out if everybody's telling you to shut the fuck up because you're less safe. Because if I'm full of shit, like, that can be exposed. If I say, hey, you know, you're going to see more aurora borealis, you're going to see more solar flares, we're going to have all these things, that's falsifiable. You can be like, Ulrich, like, we didn't have any geomagnetic storms this year. Maybe you're full of shit. Who's willing to be falsifiable? And our perceptions are willing and need to be challenged. Part of the reason I try to give time-based predictions is so that I can realize, like, when I'm wrong, and I don't try to like manipulate other people's perceptions. Does that make sense? Like, you want to see if you can start getting the world right, because we can't measure things based on information anymore. When the world is hiding the geomagnetic North Pole from you, you can't just go to Wikipedia to figure out where the North Pole is. And none of this is trust me, bro. But do you get where I'm coming from? Like, yes. The quicker you get the word out that something is coming, that doesn't mean everybody's going to run naked out of their homes and throw feces in everybody's face and like think they're a demon. It means you have more time to start building the extra lifeboats. The earlier
you're talking about a doomer democracy.
Yeah, and like, I'm talking about the earlier you doom, the softer the blow. Right? Like, you want to doom as
doom
early
now.
as possible.
Yeah, doom now, be good later,
Yes.
as opposed to be good now and be extra doomed later.
Yes, and prove me wrong. Like, show me I'm full of shit. Like,
We gotta
why
find out
is-
there's a right way of wording that where it's going to be super clean. Right?
It is, but
yeah.
right. But if you don't get people upset, they also don't listen. Like, part of this is a very intentional manipulation on my part, manipulation to get people to give a fuck. Right? Like, how do you get people to give a fuck? I've been, I had a party when I was 15 living in Germany, and everybody was underage, and one person was getting like alcohol overdose, and I needed to kick everybody out so that the EMTs could come. And I yelled at everybody and I said, hey, EMTs are coming, like, please leave. They didn't leave. Everybody was like so drunk, and I pulled the music out, and like, people still stayed. I couldn't get them out of the house. I had to lie and pretend like I called the cops, and everybody left. You have the similar problem with the end of the world, because if it takes you 10 years to let people know the world is ending and you only have 10 years, well, then you're fucked, right? So I want people to get angry with me and challenge me and find out that I'm wrong, or challenge the science. That's not killing people. The quicker you do it, the more gentle the whole thing is. And I'm sorry that's an intense perspective, but I need to be honest with you.
It makes sense for sure. I mean, it clearly, if something bad's happening, it's just kind of like replace the end of the world with any bad thing that's quote unquote imminent. Like, it's best to be prepared and whatnot. But we're gonna go ahead and continue because we do have some more to get through.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for
no, you're good.
always
Bro,
going.
No,
good.
yeah,
This
it's
is
good that
cool.
you're coming from a place of compassion too. That's an important thing. Not just like, I told you so, or the sky is falling, but like, hey, what do we do about this, guys?
Yeah,
And again, like the PSAs in the beginning. Or go for it.
Well, you have to be fact checked, and I learned this from you, Tup and Red. Like, you guys would go and you'd be willing to engage in the debate, and a lot of respect was earned because you were willing to stand in the arena. And so if we're saying like, oh no, the pole shift is real, this is happening, look at this data, then somebody else can be like, Ulrich, what are you talking about? We have measured data for where the magnetic north is right now from 2023. Like, so that should be challenged. I'm not saying like, oh no, go do this, trust me, bro. I'm saying challenge this. And if so far the things that I've said that are not conjecture haven't been challenged, that's an extraordinary thing. For somebody to be talking for 9 months and say the world is hiding the magnetic North Pole from you, nobody should be going about their life and being like, oh, I guess it's fine. We should be like, what the fuck is going on? Where the fuck is magnetic north? Right? And that's a reason to be angry. And it means I need to be proven wrong. Does that make sense? Like, no, trust me, bro. It's the government saying, oh, it's fine, we won't tell you what the deal is about this object. Like, that's just, trust me, bro, should sound like death to you.
Yeah.
All right,
we're gonna
sorry.
continue along here. I know.
That was fire, though. That was fire.
I knew we would get activated Ulrich and activated Fringe with a topic like this. And again, Fringe, like I said, stay as long as you want. Whenever you need to leave, by all means. But we're gonna continue along. I think we got some of the bangers now coming up more too. Oh, wait, oops. Boom.
2027 was mentioned at one time. I've heard other dates in the 30s. I don't know. I've got no idea. I have no leads that make me feel strongly that this is true. I think it's speculative. I just don't know. You'd have to ask Leslie or John Ramirez. And look, and on John, look, to be honest, whilst I've spoken to John, it's never entirely clear to me how much of what John is talking about is sourced to his past role as a GS-14 or GS-15 in the CIA, i.e. a senior public official, and how much of what he's doing is speculating, almost like a hobby post-job. I mean, I think I'd like to see John pinned down more. I've actually asked him for an interview and he declined and said that he was going back into working in the top secret role somewhere else. And I've been amused to see that he's subsequently gone on and spoken to other people, and the offer's still there for John to speak to me because
John, if you're watching, go on Need to Know.
Same, John. If you're watching,
I would like to talk to him on Need to Know because I'd like to clarify with him whether what he's talking about is derived from his CIA experience or whether it's derived from, I don't know, books that he's read or people that he's spoken to post-employment.
Yeah, so Ross Coulthart there, pretty interesting. Anyone have any comments on that, or we could probably just maybe power on through that one?
I love Ross's accent, still top accent in the whole game.
I think just one thing I wanted to point out, and Christopher brought this up: society will completely collapse without power and without global supply chain, and so they're literally walking us into this scenario. So they're not going to tell us because, number one, nobody wants any attacks on the government because they're all trying to save themselves, right? So they're not going to tell us because they don't want us upset that they will get saved, but we will not get saved. But at the same time, not telling us will actually put us into this very same scenario of chaos, where if they were to tell us now and they had a very clear plan and they said, hey, everybody get together with your little town, with your neighbors, with your city, every single city council is going to be in charge of building a shelter and we're all going to be storing food and et cetera, that would actually give everyone something to do, and we could have a plan for whatever this is that's coming. But they're the only ones they care about surviving. Either way, whether they tell us or don't tell us, is the same outcome.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Well, either way, whether they tell us not enough but too slowly, all you need to do is run out the clock and you're fucked, right? But if
exactly,
right, and you don't need to jump the gun and say, oh, this is definitely happening. I want to be very clear. All you need to do is challenge what the fuck I'm saying and prove me wrong, to not have deeper suspicions. Nobody here is saying like, oh, believe us, just trust me, bro. Go ahead and try to find the location of geomagnetic north more updated than 2019. You won't fucking find it. And that in like measured, not predicted. Go ahead and challenge those things and then think, all right, maybe I should be preparing, because the alternative is a bunch of people saying you don't need to know, but we're going to give you a little bit of a documentary here, a little bit of slow disclosure there, and we'll trickle it out to you over 10 years. And then when you see the 1 to 2 mile high wave, you can be certain that you have your disclosure. Fuck that shit. Sorry. All right, I'm done.
All right. We're going to move on now. We love activated Ulrich. They're getting into the man of the hour now. Lou has done quite a bit of alluding to some doomerous stuff. And if you don't know who Lou Elizondo is, you're on the wrong channel. No, Lou Elizondo, counterintelligence agent. Still kind of unclear what exactly he did with OSEP ATIP, but I think it's undeniable he's really helped get this subject like into a place it's never been before.
Like The Daily Show.
The Daily Show. No, but even a lot of the congressional legislation and whatnot. So here's his infamous sock puppet account, Faceless Bureaucrat, and it said, and this is from what 2021. So it said, 7 more years, folks. Enjoy yourselves while you can. LMAO. Hashtag UFO Twitter. Hashtag UAP Twitter pic. Even recently, I don't know if you guys seen, even the Lou crew has started to resurface this and be like, oh, something's coming. Oh. So yeah, this is kind of a little bit ominous, a little bit one of his early little indicators of like, oh, is Lou part of this little Eschaton crew too? Anyone have any thoughts on this? Kind of inconsequential, but yeah, go for it, Ulrich.
Yeah, thermonuclear war between now and 2026, where it ends. I don't know how many bombs get dropped. Uh, Perhaps an alien reveal saying like the Bledsoe style, we're the good ones, solar micronova 2028. And then whoever the fuck these visitors are, 2033, 2034, to watch the apocalypse unfold. I would say I really wouldn't expect an unlocking of the crust before 2040, but everybody is saying abductees, oh, the timeline is sped up. You could have an unlocking of the crust as early as 10 years from now and as late as 20 years from now. So I'm saying like, civil war, economic collapse, thermonuclear warfare, all that has to happen before you have a solar micronova. You cannot fight World War III with nukes in the dark, because then you just are bombing cities and the rest of the world doesn't even know you nuked them. Does that make sense? Like all of that stuff has to happen before solar micronova.
Okay, Ulrich, what about this? So the NHI are coming back to witness the end of the world. Why would the NHI want to do that? Could there be some kind of soul harvest involved there? I mean, why would they need to come back here to witness the end of the world? There's got to be a reason.
I mean, Big Homie's the guy who said that, and it sounds fucking crazy.
Wait, did he say that too?
No, I mean, that's the witness at the end of the world is coming from Big Homie. That's at least where I'm getting it from.
Well, because I'm getting that from Leslie Kean.
What?
Right?
Yeah, that's what we just said about at the dinner. That's what she basically tells everyone, that the reason all these UFOs are coming is because they're going to witness the end of the world. You must have just been zoned out for that part, but I didn't realize Big Homie said that too. Damn, I should have pulled that. But it's
no, that Big Homie said that. Wasn't that it was in Tupa space, or it was in Arden space? But yeah, that's Big Homie style. Sit next to Michael Jackson.
He did say too that when he went to No Jumper, right, and this was in the unrecorded space that he did, that like after the show, like Adam 22 is like asking him and trying to get the low on like bunker logistics and payment and where to get a good bunker. So that was kind of interesting. But I didn't know you said that. That's crazy, because that's literally what Leslie Kean told at dinner.
Okay, but the biggest problem with all of this stuff is that you have to work backwards, because if you have the event, a cataclysmic unlocking of the crust 20 years from now, 15 years from now, that comes with precursor events, which would include solar micronovas. Now, when was the last solar micronova? It was more than 150 years ago, 1859. So we don't have the ability in our current human tech to predict impending solar micronovas 5 years out, unless you're undergoing pole excursions. Because those look, it's not the Earth that is like shooting out something invisible to the sun. You know what I mean? Like the Earth isn't writing some weird perverted love messages to the sun, and the sun is like overreacting and is triggered and then shoots out a solar micronova. It's the other way around. You have galactic forces affecting the magnetic field of the sun, and those get overreacted and they affect with solar forcing the magnetic field of the Earth. And there's no way you can predict a solar micronova just 5 years out unless you're undergoing galactic influences that are pole excursions. Does that make sense? And so you have these.
It does.
Yeah. And so everybody's thinking, oh no, it's bullshit. You're calling the apocalypse. Is the apocalypse happening 26, 27? No. All of the smaller apocalypses are necessitated by the big one working backwards, right? Like you're not going to fight a nuclear war after the world is in darkness, because like you can't even say, hey, we just bombed them, right? And you're not going to have a financial collapse after you can't even have a
okay. I got to rein in a little bit, brother.
Yeah. Go ahead.
To get through. But I do like this comment that said,
no, I just wanted to explain.
Homie, LOL.
It has to go big to small. I mean, small to big.
It's just so funny the way he said that.
Has to go little homie, then big homie.
It has to go little homie, then big homie. Thank you, Tupo.
This idea of the chat, be like, who the fuck is this big homie that you want to referencing? Okay. Well, let's
that might be the best quote.
Let's we'll try and keep it a little more concise.
Dude, I got it all out. I'm sorry, man.
A little more concise and a little
more. Dude, are we in Chains of the Sea land right now?
On the Chains of the Sea land. A little more on the topic of the slide over. I love you though, brother.
No, I'm sorry, man. I really am.
No, this is raw, unadulterated doomer. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
So this is Chains of the Sea. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the actual comment. So I'll just read it. This is Lou Elizondo in a Reddit thread a few years back. He says, if I could share one anecdotal story of the phenomena, I directed people's attention to a collection of short stories to a novella called Chains of the Sea. In the second short story, the author discusses the day UFOs arrived. From a science fiction perspective, both the way the short story describes the phenomena is very similar to people in real life that have described the phenomena, personal experiences. While I'm not endorsing this story as being truthful or accurate, I think it provides a fundamentally different perspective, and it forces us to think about this phenomena in a different way. Though the book was written in the early 70s, the author had an incredible insight into modern day life and was able to incorporate aspects of artificial intelligence and geopolitical situations that we have today. So if anyone wanted a new perspective of the phenomena in an entertaining way, I would direct them to Chains of the Sea. And real quick, we're just going to go power right on through to the next. We got Tupa's little thing here. Tupa.
Oh, shit.
Can we play this?
Yeah.
Put you on the spot.
I was just thinking, man, I should have just shared this with you, and it's just on here. Yes.
So Tupa did a little AI rendition. We'll just play it through, and then we'll talk about what the contents of this book are and why it's kind of interesting that Lou Elizondo did it. But yeah. That's a Chupacabra.
Hell yeah, dog.
AI asked the aliens why they had ignored all previous attempts to establish contact. The aliens, who up until now had apparently been barely aware of the existence of humans, if they had been aware of it at all, answered that they were already in full contact with the government and ruling race of the planet. For a brief, ego-satisfying moment, AI thought that the aliens were referring to itself and its cousin intelligences. But the aliens weren't talking about them either. AI talked with the aliens for the rest of the night. There was much of the conversation that AI didn't report to USADCOM, but it finally realized that it had to tell them something. So at 3 a.m., AI released to USADCOM a list that the aliens had dictated, of the dominant species of Earth, of the races that they were in contact with, and regarded as the only significant inhabitants of the planet. It was a long document, full of names that didn't mean anything, listing dozens of orders, species, and subspecies of creatures that no one had ever heard of before. It drove USADCOM up a wall with baffled rage, and made them wonder if an intelligence could go crazy, or if the aliens were talking about a different planet entirely. AI paid little attention to the humans' displeasure. It was completely intrigued with the aliens, as were its cousin intelligences, who were listening in through the telepathic link. The intelligences had long suspected that there might be some other unknown and intangible form of life on Earth. That was one of the extrapolated solutions to a mountain of wild data that couldn't be explained by normal factors. But they had not suspected the scope and intricacy of that life. A whole other biosphere, according to the aliens. The old idea of a parallel world. Except that this wasn't parallel but coexistent. Two separate creations inhabiting the same matrix, but using it in totally different ways. Wrapped around each other like a geometric design in an Escher print, like a Chinese puzzle ball, and only coming into contact in a very rare and limited fashion. The aliens, who seemed to be some kind of distant relatives of the other races of Earth, had a natural bias in their favor, and tended to disregard the human race, its civilization, and the biosphere that contained it. They dismissed all of it, out of hand, as insignificant. This did not bode well for future human-alien relations.
So there we go. I guess I'll just say it really quickly because I do kind of want to. We do kind of got to get through a few more slides here. But
That was sick.
That was sick, Tupa. Although I do think 11 Labs has come a long way since that one went out. The narration probably could be a little bit improved. But
Dude,
it's
and like they got AI video now, dude. Like, fuck.
yeah, they have AI video. You could probably just run that through all those shots you already did. But yeah, so basically the TLDR of this book that Lou Elizondo recommended is, and spoiler alert, I'm just gonna spoil it really quick. Basically, aliens come. They're basically like interested in humans, and at this time, and this is in the 70s. This book is written. AI on Earth is kind of already pretty good, and
Yeah, it takes place in the future a little bit.
Okay, yeah, but it does take place in the future. But the aliens are basically interacting with the AI on Earth and separate like crypto-terrestrial native to Earth. I forget what they're called. Tipa, what are they called? Is it this guy, by the way? Is this one of those things?
Yeah, that's one of those things. So there's just all these different life forms on Earth that no one knew about, and they use the planet in a totally different way. So we just never see them except for in rare occasions. And the story is also it talks about this alien invasion, right? These several ships land, a lot of them in America, some of them in like Venezuela, some of them cause chaos around. But overall, AI starts, they unleash AI. Humans are like, fuck it, just let it go, dude. Let it go and see if it can talk to these things, because they can't establish contact. And so AI gets a hold of them, and then they start to learn about these creatures. But there's this like B story that's happening alongside this big story, and it's this little boy and his classmates, and how shitty this little boy's like life is. And this little boy's life is so shitty that like he's like stuck in this weird trauma state, and he never lost the ability to see both worlds, which they hint like it, like when you're a kid you can see it, but as you get older it goes away. But he can still see it, and he must be like 11 or 12 or something, and he can still see these things, and he talks with them, but none of the other kids can see him, and he's figured out that he can't talk about them around other people or whatever. But it's an interesting little B story that goes along with it, because you're learning that some people around have been able to interact with these things, and these things can see people. They just do shit in a whole different like way, and like the
so that's what's interesting, right? Just the setup of it is that there's 4 different kind of intelligent groups: the humans, the AI, the invading aliens, and then the native to Earth non-human intelligence, which is interesting in its own right, because it's
crypto
like
terrestrials. That's what
and Fringe had to bounce out, so thank you, Fringe. That was awesome. Now we got the boys here. I'm glad that Tupa came right at the right time. Like I feel like you're kind of energized, and
oh yeah, we're back. We're back, baby.
We're on hour 4, yo.
We're back, baby. We're getting through it.
And Red, I'm sorry for talking so long, man.
No, you're good, bro. I love you. I love you. I honestly am sorry. I want you to know I felt bad as soon as I said. I was like, fuck.
No, you don't need to feel bad, man. No, I was talking a long time, but I love that you put all these slides together. Like, this has been fucking amazing.
Is it fun, right? This is some copper dooming, dude.
Yeah.
So okay, so
epic stream.
On top of the 4 different things, right, which I just find fascinating, and now after we read this book, it's like, oh, of course he probably like resonated with the kid that was getting bullied, because he says he was getting bullied. But one of the things that, and why you included it here, is because how does the story end, Tupa? How does Chains of the Sea end?
All right, yeah, we're spoiling this bitch. So the aliens start talking to the AI in depth about what they're going to do, and they're like, yeah, like here's the deal, we're taking all the cool people, and they're gonna hang around, and then we're gonna just basically like destroy the planet, and then it like rebuilds and shit. So
yeah, so it ends with a catastrophe, and basically all the humans dying, and the AI and the aliens and the
dude, it's horrifying though, bro. Like these fucking things, the ships are like hovering over the ground, and they're massive, and nothing ever happens. The AI is just talking to them, and eventually these aliens come out, and they're like these, like, they describe them as like looking like everything. Some of them look like traditional aliens. Some of them look like Bigfoot. Some of them are like weird crystalline figures that are constantly changing as they move. Some of them are morphing in between all these different like mythical. It's so weird what they're doing, and they're just kind of 5th dimensional creatures moving through the 3rd dimension. It's so weird. And then a soldier touches one, and he turns to ash or like something, and then everyone freaks out. They're like, oh no, this is bad. This is bad.
I heard, by the way, did you guys hear that? I think it's being optioned for a film by like a big studio, like not just like some like indie film project or something, but like someone's gonna try and do it right.
No, good. It's really good, but I mean, will they do it justice? I'm not sure. It is just its own thing. But also definitely worth reading.
To this whole thing, right? And maybe I'll just go back for this part. This was for me one of the first big like, oh shit, there's a low-key Eschaton element to this. This was a few years back. This is maybe 2019, 2018, and I wasn't really following the whole Faces Bureaucrat stuff at the time. So this is the first time I remember Lou being like, okay, well, there's this book, and like the only thing that's like really different is the element of AI, but like the whole end of the world thing is kind of a big part, and it's kind of a wild, right? If you're gonna be like, and again, it's like I think they think the world's gonna end, bro, and they're just trying to say it in the ways they can.
Well, you know what I think is, I think that they're accelerationists. I think that they want the angels to come back. They want the gods to come back. I think they're waiting for them to come back. I think that they're just not showing it.
Yeah,
and that's one of the reasons why they are hyper secretive about their shit, dude. They're so secretive about it because they got plans on plans on plans, you know, and they've it looks like they want to push the Eschaton. It looks like they want to push the showdown, right?
Yeah, were you here for the Greer clip where he played it and he lays it out? He's like, there's a, like, I think he even said Satanist cabal of like evil, really sick people, and they're all into the Eschaton and bringing about the end of the world. I was like, Greer is on the money again, bro. This is
Dude,
why
I
they
believe
hate
it.
him, dude.
I believe it. Like, you know, it's like the same groups that know about this know what they should be doing about this, and they're not doing it. That should be that's suspect
That's what
to
Ulrich
me.
feels like too, right? It's like you're just gonna tell us about this book, but not like help us actually prepare. You know what I mean? So, Ulrich, what are your thoughts on the changes of the story, the way it ends, and just the way its place in modern ufology? Because like this book was kind of unheard of before Lou kind of birthed life into it, and then now like the books sell for like $800 and stuff like that. But it wasn't like a book that prior to Lou's comment that was like in ufology circles a lot. So yeah, what are your thoughts, Ulrich?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a correlate here, I think, with the three body problem as well, which is deception and betrayal.
The next slide, by the way.
Oh really? And so like, can you preview that thing that Saber put up? He said it looks to like global warming. Exactly. In the book, it ends with the world being cooked by the aliens, but to the humans, it would just look like global warming. Now, that alien interview documentary, regardless of what people feel, whether the being is real, whether the video is real, they had an anniversary in 2008. It's on my highlights, but the pseudonymous Victor dooms pretty hard in the part 2 of the anniversary interview, and he has a line that doesn't even get caught by the closed captions, and he says it in French, and he says, après moi le déluge, le déluge solaire, after me the flood, the solar flood, which is a solar micronova. So this is the thing that you want to see.
Hold up,
like,
this is Victor. This is the Victor who you and Sarah identified.
Yeah.
You said that?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, and remember, this transition period around this time is exactly post the Brooklyn Bridge abduction. This is exactly around the time when everything gets more stovepipe, when we lose, after Bush Sr., we lose the presidential oversight that we normally had, right? You have Carter, right? Like Carter in tears, like, is very suggestive of like a cataclysmic event. So when you piece all these things together, when I see Chains of the Sea, the real problem that people have when they get enraged, when they get angry, just really comes down to the sequence of events, like what came first. So if these beings are here and they've always been here, you can't say, are they crypto-terrestrial or the extraterrestrial? Extraterrestrial can mean not from Earth origin, or it can be not habituated on Earth. And it really kind of is academic unless you realize, wait a second, what if these beings seeded all or some of life on Earth, or just us? And they've been here, and they're constantly in an opaque, ambiguous relationship with us, and they constantly cloak the cataclysm. They say, oh, don't worry, it's fine, nothing to worry about. And we keep on getting reset and reset and reset. This means that one of our parents wants us dead. Probably the other one wants us to like make it. And this is really the thing that I think the people who just deny the UFO phenomenon, who might be abductees, who might have dissociated away, they might recognize epigenetically the cataclysmic harbinger of beings or saucers in the sky. And does that make sense? Like, what came first doesn't really matter unless you realize, wait a second, if this happens over and over, it does matter, because it suggests betrayal, and the same thing is going on with the government. What is it that they know? And what is it that they're not telling us first? Because they're trying to save their own
not just what they know, but what do they want?
What do they want? Well, they're giving us tickets to the Titanic. But I think they're selling tickets to the Titanic because they want us on the wrong ship, so that they can get the ships that don't sink. That's what I think is happening here. I think it's real betrayal.
Are we moving to Wyoming, guys?
I think they want to see these things.
For sure.
They don't just want everything to end. They want to see the angels, or they want to see them. They're calling them here. That's what it seems like to me.
I think that's going on too. But I think the ones staying quiet, right? Like the Andre Carsons, I don't think he's doing like satanic ritual abuse. I think he just wants his kids and his family in the dumps. You know, I think so. I think we're seeing a lot of things going on. And you're right, the accelerationist stuff, the Luciferian stuff, like
Dude,
everything is happening.
They want it.
They want it. All right, let's get over to the three-body problem. So this, if y'all don't know, and I'm so pissed, guys. I'm really pissed. Me and my friend Megan, we worked really hard and I really liked it. A review and like historical thing of the three-body problem, but Netflix was just going crazy on the copyright. Maybe I should double check it. Maybe they like laxed it since it's like not trending anymore. But basically, three-body problem is like a long book series about basically an invading alien force. What's really interesting is, and maybe I should have brought Megan here for this, but China did a lot of really interesting moves to basically like secure dominance of the Hugo Awards, and this is coming from Megan, so thank you, Megan, for this knowledge. In like the late 90s to 2000s, basically like they weren't all about the science fiction, and then all of a sudden they did all these kind of political moves to have a lot of influence on like the largest like science fiction body, or one of them, which is the Hugo Awards. And then with that, they then kind of promoted this book. Oh shoot, they kind of promoted this book. And I've heard some people say that like the whole like the three-body problem, and I didn't pull this either, but y'all should go watch my China or my UN video, because China had this whole like conference. It reminded me of Mewtwo from Pokemon 1, where basically like China invited all these ufologists from all over the world in like 2018 to go there, and they were going to try and bring the UFO issue to the UN, and it's crazy. It never gets reported on. But the U.S., with the help of Lou Elizondo, shouts out Counterintel Lou, they basically swooped out that entire effort. All the people that China had invited to China for this, mind you, these trips were paid with communist state funds. They had ufologists from Argentina, from Turkey, from Belarus, from Bulgaria. Like I bet you a lot of people in the community couldn't even name a UFO case or ufologist from Bulgaria, but China paid with communist state funds to have them go there. Anyways, the U.S., with help of Lou Elizondo, basically usurped that whole effort, and now that's what you see coming out of San Marino. It's all the same group of people that got their trips paid for by China. I just find it hilarious. Anyways, that being said, I wanted to say that to show China's in the mix with this stuff, guys. Like, and the fact that they did that stuff for the Hugo Awards and they're promoting this is almost like a required reading in China, this book. And I've heard plenty of people speculate that the reason is because like this is part of China's like low-key disclosure process if there is some kind of imminent thing. So let's just listen to Lou Elizondo talk about the book, and then maybe I'll just chat about it. Oh wait, there we go.
Number one book that has been selling in China for a very long time is The Three-Body Problem. And that is an interesting book if you know what that book is about. The fact that China is not only allowing it but endorses it. Why is that? If you're talking about a potential contact with an alien species at some point in the future, yes, it's a science fiction book, but it's interesting to me that of all the books, that tends to be number one in China, and by the way, is promoted quite heavily.
What's the gist of it?
I'll say very, very, very briefly because I don't want to give anything away.
Shouts out Rob Heatherly and Fessler, friend.
We receive a message, and we know that within a certain period of time that there is going to be an alien species visiting Earth. They have told us so, and they are on their way. And it goes through the hypothetical of what if situations. Interesting.
What if there was knowledge, Kurt, that was so volatile, so earth-shattering, that the mere knowledge of that getting out could predicate an action that could potentially threaten the entire species? Hypothetically, imagine a scenario where maybe we had 50 years to prepare for something, but now that the cat's out of the bag, that existential action will happen tomorrow. And by the way, we're not ready for it. We're not prepared for it. We don't have a countermeasure. We don't have a capability to counter this. And so from a very real perspective, a national security perspective, the mere fact that you are acknowledging the existence of something may predicate an action or an act that you're not prepared to have right now.
In many ways, I think the word God.
Let's pause there because I just want to focus on Lou, and I think I might play that actually at the end. But oh shoot, where the hell am I? But these are some pretty interesting from Lou here, and the way he's talking about it is just very interesting. Anything about that stick out to you with him talking about three-body problem and the way he was almost like the whole 50-year and then something happened and now we have like 10 years thing. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, there's this like idea, you know, that they're watching, and if we react and they know that we're watching them as well, so like weird stuff could happen, and this idea that like, you know, we can't let them know that we know, and as soon as they know that we know, then the fuse is started, and so we got to like gather up resources and figure out what we can right now, before any, you know, major action is taken.
Well, he also says save the species, which is more in line with continuity of government, right? Like you'll have like 10,000 people there. You'll have the, you know, enough genetic diversity of all their DNA is picked out, which by the way is all stored in Utah. So if you're Mormon, like don't worry about the apocalypse. You're good.
I didn't realize it was all stored in Utah. That's interesting.
It is. Mormons have you know, this prepperism built into their religion. Essentially, they're probably going to be more or less okay. But saving the species is very different. You know, 10,000 people. There's a huge gulf between 8 billion and 10,000. So this idea, if we have 10 years to preserve the species, that means there's no room to tell humanity over those 10 years, by the way, we're only saving 0.00001% of you, right? That's not an option. So what do? You do a slow disclosure, because maybe part of the preparation is there's going to be retaliation when you reveal the phenomenon. If the US government doesn't have the UFO tech, this UFO tech works post-grid. You take down the whole grid and these UFOs still fly. And if Lockheed reverse engineered it, but the US military doesn't have it, well, then you need a slow disclosure plan to get the public to realize, holy shit, Lockheed is hiding UFOs from the government. So I think this whole, you know, when we hear the thing from David Lanier that like, you know, your disclosure died with the UAPDA, the Schumer amendment, I think we're saying like the whole thing about disclosure isn't about revealing the full truth of the phenomenon to people. It's about wresting away stolen tech from contractors' hands, putting it back into the US military for the preservation of the species. And none of it is about us.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get over to the next one.
We cannot.
So this is the new messaging. So everything we just kind of seen was pre-Lou's little exodus, pre-Lou's book tour. Now he's back, and he seems to be more open about it. So remember, like before, this was kind of all we get. We got this thing. We got him recommending Chains of the Sea. Listen to what he says on Joe Rogan, the biggest podcast in the world, one that he made the point at the end of being like, your voice is more powerful than like some governments. This is an interesting little exchange that happened.
Prove that they're not here to do something bad, but what we do know is that they can interfere. They're very interested in our military capabilities, and they have interfered with our nuclear capabilities, right? Mm-hmm. From a military perspective, that looks an awful lot like something we call IPB, initial preparations of the battle space, or perhaps even ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Whenever we're going to go into a foreign country and invade, we do long-range surveillance. We want to know how the enemy operates, how they react. So even if there's a 2% chance, 5% chance that these things are here to do something malevolent, right? Mm-hmm. Then we probably should not tip our hands to the fact that we are aware of it publicly, because what happens the moment that the bad guys in a foreign country find our surveillance team over the border? We've got 12 hours. We got to invade, because the element of surprise is now over. So some may feel in the government the mere fact of acknowledging this, if there is some sort of malintent, may push up artificially a clock that exists somewhere for these things to say, okay, the foolish humans are now, the cat's out of the bag. They know we're here. We need to go in now for whatever reason they may have. So that is the military mindset potentially of some of these individuals who want to keep this secret.
So they're worried about an actual invasion.
Well, but they have to be. That is right, that is the role of our national security apparatus, right? Even if there's a 1% chance.
Right. I'm just gonna pause it there because I think we kind of get the gist there. But that's interesting. What he's saying is that like people in the government still actively are thinking that just the act of disclosing like will lead to some kind of response from the NHI, which I find pretty interesting.
Well, you also need to afford it. There's the cost for it. Like if what I'm saying is true, that if these events in '89 really happened, we couldn't afford disclosure militarily. We didn't have the tech, and it still had to be fully reverse engineered. You need to pay a price for disclosure.
All right, we're gonna just power through some of these. Tupa, whenever you want, hop in, but we're gonna power through. We're going to power through mode right now.
Now,
this was another one. Matt Ford, friend of the show.
Really close. We're really so close.
Here's him and Lou. Right, so you got to think too. This is Lou's favorite show. This is Lou's most doomery statement. I think. I don't think those are coincidences.
There have been some significant rumors of events regarding UAP that may occur within, like 10 years or so. I don't know if it's something coming or a natural disaster. You hear of something big coming down the pike. Have you heard of these claims? And if so, do you have any idea what it may be?
Yes, I've heard of them. Yes, I'm aware of them, and I'm not able to have that conversation.
Got it.
It's not my conversation to have, but I am aware of it.
In terms of
okay, so yeah, pretty interesting. And again, like, I don't think he's scripted, but I think Matt knows what to not ask about and what you can ask about based on their interactions behind the scenes. So I don't know. Pretty interesting. We got a super chat from Gray Scout. It says, "This is one of the best live podcasts I've ever listened to. I'm probably never sleeping again, though." Yep, that's why. That's why I did 10 disclaimers, guys, because I've literally seen people like get some of this information and have like radically sudden like mental state changes. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. But yeah, any thoughts on this Lou thing? Because then I think we got a few more slides, but if not, I mean,
I got so much to say about Lou, but we'll just keep it moving.
We'll keep it moving.
Yeah, I can hold it to the end.
And
okay, this one's interesting. Another friend of the show, Disclosure Mike.
Really close.
He's gonna be a freaking whistleblower, Disclosure Mike, soon enough. But he's actually whistleblowing right here again too. So here's what and basically here's the TLDR. I'll just cut to the chase with you guys. I think this is what Lou Elizondo is telling people behind the scenes he believes. Based on this is somebody who Lou is close with, retweets him all the time. Low-key, he's somebody who Lou asked to do like weird little missions for, like little doxing and harassment missions for Lou's critics. So that's like a level of trust, level of confidence you have that, he's not asking everyone to do these weird things. Here's what he says is going on behind the scenes. And I think this is, like I said, I think this is kind of, if you really wanted to know what Lou kind of thinks, I think it's something like this, but that he would never say. It's this. Here we go.
And again, real quick, I've been listening. I heard what you said, Kent, about Ramirez, Bledsoe, the different dates and years.
Years.
My understanding from within the government, and this has not been publicly discussed, is that it's not a premonition or putting out a guess about what may or may not be coming. My understanding is that hypothetically, if there is an agreement that's in place with an advanced civilization here on this earth with us, the reason that they have not wiped us out is because of an agreement that is in place. Simply, they are so technologically advanced, we would be no threat to them or able to prevent or stop them from removing us from the planet and doing whatever they wanted to do. The reason they have not is because there is some sort of an agreement that's in place that prevents that. What is the terms of the agreement as far as if we're so inferior and primitive to their technology, what is it from us that they would need that would be of value to them? Obviously,
biological material.
If they're dealing
Shouts out
with
J-Just.
extracting biological material from the 8 billion souls on this planet, they would need control over the groups that are in control on this planet, namely our organized governments and the government structure. Because if there is activities like this going on, which occur in typical farms all around the world, and it turns out that our existence on this planet may be either a zoo or a farm, then there would have to be some understanding in place for things to go smoothly. Now, from what I've heard, the agreement, as any agreement, the terms of such over time can be violated. And let's say that the agreement that's been in place, we violated the terms on our side of the fence. As a result of that, the advanced civilization would be then enforcing the terms of the agreement by stating that you have this much time to correct your side of the bargain. If you fail to do so at this deadline, then they can either be hostile, or they can make us aware that we are in fact not alone. And if that's the case and that becomes public knowledge, then we would have to accept the fact that we're not on the top of the food chain anymore. And that would be enough to send a message to regain control over our species here on this planet. And my understanding is the deadline that's in place for not shots being fired directly against us in a hostile manner, but a large presence that is publicly known and seen that would establish, without any type of hostile force or act, the realization that there might be a civilization that's in authority that's superior to ours that exists here on Earth with us. So we would then have to abide by that understanding and knowledge. So I believe that the deadline that was proposed, that I've heard about, is somewhere along the lines of the mid-2030s. Not 2024, not 2027, not 2029. It's very close to the mid-2030s. And now we have a long way to go from here.
I'm just going to pause there just for a little bit of brevity, because I think we kind of got the gist of that one. Yeah, so I do think Lou kind of thinks that behind the scenes, or at least someone who Disclosure Mike thinks would be in the know thinks that. We're gonna power through a little bit here. Got Jason Sands. Like I said, the People's Whistleblower we covered earlier. We'll probably get him on here at some point. He's a nice guy, nice chap.
Information you can share about the alleged 1954 meeting between President Eisenhower and NHI, and if there was some kind of information and or resource exchange brokered between the U.S. government and NHI?
Yeah, it definitely was. On mission, I know that it actually occurred. They mentioned Holloman. They mentioned an agreement of some kind, and that there is a 50 to 70 year periodicity when that sort of a meeting takes place again. So we're in that time zone right now.
And is this the alleged countdown clock that we've been hearing about?
Yes, that's the one Ramirez and I and everybody else has talked about. We still don't know who originated it. But yeah, we all kind of tend to have fallen onto that time frame as being the doomsday clock, so to speak.
Interesting.
Appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Let's see this. Here's some of the things he said. Jason Sands is the one with the little brain face going away. So someone asked, do you know about 2027? And then Jason Sands says, yes, the information I had was quite chilling for the program folks and will apparently take place in the time window that I heard was between 2025 and 2035-ish while in mission. I and 3 other analysts intercepted a phone conversation that mentioned the 2025-2035 timeframe. We were on a mission for the program at the time. What was chilling about it was that if the program folks didn't return the retrieval materials and biologics by the time above, the responsible parties would be put to death. Yes, I still advocate for planned, controlled disclosure. There has to be a degree of amnesty for those who have made mistakes, and I informed Congress on the need for a discreet turnover process. I have and continue to try to save as many people as possible. You are correct. In my opinion, it seems the program is going to come to an impossible impasse. They come forward of their accord or face a judgment by the NHIs. One way or another, the lies will end. They did not list names nor company names in the telecommunications. I did think the folks who are keeping the stolen tech and biologics are the ones at risk. There are others in the program who are not involved and that are part of the retrievals and are safe. So this is and I'd love to get maybe some discussion on this one. Like, this is a new element I haven't really heard added to the whole kind of like something's coming, something's invading. Like, something's coming to kill the program, folks. And any thoughts on this dynamic that's been like added to the lexicon?
I mean, it's very D&D-esque. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so intricate, right? Like, I struggle to see it being like a real threat, but I don't know. That maybe that's just me. These people definitely believe it, though, right? They're 100% like they bought in.
I mean, this sounds like just the typical stories that we get from the NHI that I think we really need to. I think it's authentic that this story was conveyed, and whatever was conveyed to Mike Disclosure is also an authentic story conveyed. But there's a really important logical contradiction here. When Mike Disclosure talks about the terms of the agreement so that things can go smoothly is a euphemism or a turn of phrase for non-disclosure. In other words, we ensure covert, that they can have some sort of protected behavior bases where they can, like we are the ones upholding non-disclosure for them. So if we break our end of the agreement, it makes no sense that they punish us with the very thing that they want. They want non-disclosure in this scenario. So the punishment doesn't make any sense. This idea that like we rented a Blockbuster video and didn't return it and didn't rewind the tape, then repo men are knocking on our door, or that they're going to then disclose it. I think we really need to consider the other way around. If anything is coming back for the tech, it's not because they need it and we took it from them. It's because they don't want us to have it. Does that make sense? I think we are a threat, or we're viewed as a threat. And this idea that we need to be afraid that if we reach AI, we're going to destroy ourselves. AI is absolutely dangerous, but it's much more dangerous for them. If we reach AI and we solve all of our problems and we become a stage 1 civilization, I think this is exactly, I don't know why people aren't thinking about this, because that's
wait, say that again. Do you think that we're a threat if we advance?
Yes, absolutely.
To who?
I think we were created, and our arc of evolution, our evolutionary rate, eclipsed theirs by 3 orders of magnitude or more. In other words, where they evolve on the order of millions of years, we evolve in the order of thousands. And that's why we're on this petri dish that wipes itself clean every 6,000 years. These events are always happening at the pinnacle of a civilization, and they're suppressive forces. And that's what I think is going on. That's why it's not a doomerish view. I'm saying like we're something special, we're something valuable, and although we make a bunch of mistakes, nothing is evolving at our rate. And that's why they constantly need to hold us down. And I think there's a war. I think there's something that wants us to reach this event horizon. But I mean, Tuba, if you think about it, once you get one of these, once you get ZPE, or once you get full artificial intelligence, or once you crack the human genome, you get the other 2 automatically. Once you have longevity, right, or immortality of way more time, our economy changes if everybody lives for 1,000 years. You take your time, you're not as stressed. Once you have infinite energy, you can fund all the GPUs, you get AI. Once you have AI, you can crack the code for the genome and 10x, 100x your IQ. We will still have problems, but we won't have earthly problems anymore. And every single time we fail to reach this event horizon, and it's the other way around. If we don't reach this event horizon, we're going to reset like we did every other time before.
I'm going to continue so long here, just so we can finish. We're in the final stretch.
Account for their behavior.
Here's Grusch on agreements with NHI, because Sans kind of brought this stuff up again.
You're describing.
Yeah, at first,
they're hiding something real that implicates them. And if they're talking to these entities, whatever they are, and I believe on the basis of evidence that the U.S. government has made contact and has had continuous, or at least sporadic, but over a period of years contact, you don't need to nod or shake your head, but that is my belief based on talking to people. Like, what is that?
Yeah, if there's certainly, a relationship that was cultivated with non-human intelligences, hypothetically, I guess, to play off of what you just said, good or bad, it's almost like we were afraid after 9/11, dirty bombs, terrorists. Okay, well, that's nature. That's life. Yin and yang of the universe. If there's malevolent non-human intelligences, okay, well, that's a fact of life. Don't hide it, because what if the U.S. populace needs to be prepared for something someday?
Well,
hypothetically.
And it's also not their right to hide it because they don't own the government. The public does, actually.
Exactly. And it's just, I understand the reasons at first, but like you said, I think it's just the moral decay and the decay in leadership. And once again, well, we don't want to admit we did all this stuff years ago.
But also, if the U.S. government has had contact with these entities, and again, it is my informed belief that the U.S. government has had contact, what are they talking about? What is that?
Hey, I would like to know too.
Grusch has written an internal document about his discoveries that refers to agreements that risk putting our future in jeopardy. And it's quite clear that you're talking about agreements between America and non-human intelligences. Have we made agreements with non-human intelligences?
That's the kind of information I really hope national leadership is able to get to the bottom of.
I need to pin you down on this. Are there agreements between non-human intelligences and the American government?
Can't talk about it.
I think that's a question that I would like to know all the details of as well.
The face.
Shoot me.
Yeah, no, for sure. And all our responses you could kind of read between the lines on. And it was that someone who was like that Robert Sack thing went on a little too long. It did go on. Evan's family. Dude, that Robert Sack bit went on way too long. Got annoying as fuck. It did go on a little too long. But we're learning around here, you know. I definitely want Logan to be doing some AI stuff like every stream. That'd be funny. But maybe, yeah, not like 8 minutes next time. But I do love Logan. Okay, let's then we're almost done, guys. I was like, screw it. I'm just gonna, and then I even thought that if we all started, I was like, I'm probably just gonna by the end of it, I'm just gonna be the one there on the stream.
Dude, I think I know what you're about to play.
But I was like, I just wanted all of the things in one spot for people. Watch this stream in like 3-4.
Dude, this has been amazing.
But yeah,
there's some darkest shit coming up.
Yeah. So here we go. We got Richard Doty, friend of the show, and then we also got CeeLo. Look at there he is, Doomer Daddy, Stone Date and Fringe, who was just here. Rick Doty, the infamous counterintel agent. Some people say drove Paul Benowitz mad. Some people say it's still pushing disinformation. Some people view him as an honest broker these days, who's really interested in the phenomena. Well, whatever your take on it, here is what he had to say about this whole subject when asked about it by Fringe and the Doom Squad.
With everything you know, Rick, everything, the totality of the circumstances, what is your outlook for humanity in general?
I always look at the good, but I don't neglect or the possibility of a hostile entity appearing and harming us. So I'm kind of neutral in that area. I hope the best. I hope they're benevolent. I know the Ebens are benevolent. I hope there are some other extraterrestrial groups that could protect us if we were dealing with some advanced civilization that was going to harm us. But I kind of stay neutral in that. I hope for the best, though.
If someone forced you to not stay neutral and give the best and worst case scenarios, what would those scenarios look like?
I think, I would say that we're in for trouble eventually. I think that at some point, if we, a human race, continue on the road that we're on, with a number of wars that we are occurring on this planet, the number of hostilities, the amount of hostilities that we're experiencing, not just in the United States, but all over the world. I think at some point, if we do have a guardian there, the extraterrestrials, I think they might say, you know what, you guys need a good flush. And that's where we would be in trouble.
You sound like you're speaking more hopefully than factually. So like, would you say, okay, this might not be related to extraterrestrials at all, regarding 2027, although these end of the world talks that people are getting and apocalyptic visions that seem to be upticking, Like, is there some impending doom that people is really tentative in your circles?
Well, first of all, the way I see it, and the way that I listen to John Ramirez, I listen to Tim, I listen to some this one particular experiencer that we have within our group, who's retired. She's a retired female. I want to call her Colonel, not Colonel, Captain, Navy Captain, which is like a colonel in the Air Force. I believe her. She's an excellent experiencer, and I believe she's saying, and along with the totality of everything I've heard, that something's going to happen between now and 2027. It's not going to happen necessarily in 2027. It's between now and 2027. And
Do you think
wish I knew
that
what it
maybe
was.
the uptick of the experiencers having the apocalyptic visions, like something so profound is going to happen, it's kind of rippling through consciousness, or what do you think?
Yes, absolutely. I think they're the ones that we need to look to. I think they're the ones that might have the answer of what and when it's going to happen. Whether it's going to be, next week or next year, or in 2026 or 20. I would love, and I'm very good friends with this captain, and she has a very strange outlook. I mean, if you sit there and talk to her, she's very philosophical, but I'm sure there's a lot of things that she sees as an experiencer in her contacts with a particular extraterrestrial. Only one. She only has contact with one particular race. She doesn't. She has the ability to, go out and talk to all of them. Only one, and that one is telling her things that some things that they're telling her or showing her she doesn't want to talk about. So I don't know if that's doom or what, but she's when you try to pinpoint, okay, when is it going to happen and what is it going to happen? She says we'll have to
I'm curious
wait.
about the uptick in experiencers, because Fringe and I are both apocalyptic vision experiencers. That's our background, so it's why it's called the Doom Room, etc. Ulrich is a sciencey guy, but Fringe and I are just completely moving on intuition. And we are noticing that there's an uptick in people reporting these apocalyptic visions, and an uptick in people having these conversations. And we both believe in the ripple effect, that psychically something so profound can happen that it kind of resonates through consciousness. And the fact that not only the signs are piling up that equal to our visions, or other people's visions, anybody's visions regarding these things, that it's coming in with the remote viewers as well. Like, all of the people who experience some form of psychic, a lot more people are having the doom vision than have been in recent years. Like, Fringe has been waiting since she was 15 years old for some kind of evidence, and I'm only 2017, and there's many others that are just like Fringe and I, and even sooner, that are experiencing these things, and we're starting to congregate together to discuss these things. And I find it completely fascinating, to be honest, what is coming.
But we have within our group, Advanced Working Group, we have a person who's retired from DIA, and he was a TPA, a thought projection acquisition, which is something, remote viewing ended in the 90s. They developed a new technique called TPA, thought projection acquisition. He went to training in 2009, 2010, a full year. He's in our group now, and he's done his own TPA on this, and he doesn't see. He sees some disturbing things in the future. I'll just leave it at that. So that doesn't make me feel any better.
Hi, and shouts out to Beats and Meats with the super chat. My initial thought was that in 2027, that object flying towards us was from Alpha Centauri. Will be able to be seen by any citizen with a telescope. Huh, interesting. All right. I'm just gonna play the next ones without any combo. It's the James Webb Telescope stuff. I'm just gonna play. We have like 4 more slides, and then we'll just kind of have a combo at the end and close it out. Ulrich, you're amazing. Tupa, I'm sure you're already feeling tired. We're on hour 4, and I think we never.
Oh,
even
let's
had
go.
We never even had a stream like this on Skyfire. This is the longest stream I've ever
I'm
been
hearing
part
a
of.
lot of.
All right, so disclaimer: I don't even know anything about this stuff. I just know it's been popping off recently. As you guys could see, this has been a pretty dense, thorough, presentation here. So I'm just gonna react to it with you guys. From what I've seen, though, it kind of seems like it might be like UFO hype / cope, but also who the hell knows? Let's just watch these clips and then we'll talk about it at the end.
Rumors about the James Webb Space Telescope having detected something significant. I tweeted about it just yesterday, but apparently NASA's announced the detection of a potential signature of extraterrestrial life in the atmosphere of a planet located 120 light years away. And apparently the James Webb Space Telescope produced a potential detection of the molecule dimethyl sulfide, which is only produced by living organisms on Earth. It's a tentative detection, and they're preaching caution before they declare it's aliens. But what we can expect is that there's going to be clarification of that this year. And I think that's one thing that the government of the United States is already aware of and sitting on. I think they know the answer already. That's at least what I've been told.
Interesting. And interesting that he said, what was it? It sounded like a combination between DMT and sulfur. That was I wonder if there's anything to that, but let's continue on. Shouts out Pavel, bro. So Pavel Loki went hella viral off this clip, and like
That's just crazy.
Dude, he was getting like called out by Mick West. I was like, yo, dude, do you want to come on the stream? And we're gonna talk about all this end of the world shit. He's like, dude, honestly, like, no, it's been kind of a lot for me this past week. He got 3,000 subs, but yeah, let's just watch this clip. Oh, wait, oops, can I click
the different sources I am gathering, there's one that is using this threat narrative, which I don't agree with. Fortunately, there are another 2 sources that I have that are just talking about this object that is over there. That is, we don't know if it is coming here or not, but we know that if it keeps going in this trajectory, it will eventually get here. But that doesn't mean it's a threat. It means that we could make contact eventually, but whether that's a threat or not, the intention of my video is to push these people out with the information they have that makes them think it's a threat. That's my intention. What is making them think that? And I don't know. If these people that I've already named could at least give people some clarity on what they know, that'd be swell. Because I hate being one of the only people talking about this when there is information out there that has been already corroborated multiple times, that it is rolling around in circles, that know about this. So please come forward. If you want to do it through your channels, be my guest. If you want to be on Psicoactivo, that'd be cool too. If you want to do it on a Twitter space, whatever you choose, but please give us some clarity, because I know that the information I have is still incomplete, but it is in the right path. So please help us complete it. We would really appreciate it.
Yeah, so shouts out Pavel. I just had to put it up there. When I saw that, I was like, oh my god. And there was a comment, it was funny. It was like, you made it and you followed you when you've been Mick West did. So shouts out Pavel. I know we got a bunch of PR on this, but I think I have one more on this, and then we can maybe discuss on this, and then it's like pretty much done.
And it turns out that it's true that they are coming, then it falls into that timeline that I said was going to, and everybody else kind of agrees, it's between 2025 to 2035. And within 5 to 7 years of today's observations on the telescope, that is within that window of time. So it could be just them coming back to Earth to really wreak havoc on the program itself that's been lying to us in the public all these years. And they might just be coming back to say, okay, we asked you nicely. We gave you 50 to 70 years to start preparing to give back our property and our citizens back to us and stop imprisoning them. from Roswell onward, we will demand them from you. And if you cannot do that, we have now arrived in force to put you to death. And so it's not going to be like a global put to death. It's going to be, they are going to literally go to war with the program people.
I think this is what started it all, by the way, this video. Is it going to let me? Is it not going to let me? Let's try and go back one and then go forward. I guess it doesn't want it. It's like, I'm done. Oh, here we go. This is the one that started it all. This is literally the last one.
My source tells me they've resolved some signals. He's telling me that they found discernible, unique information encoded in the global ET signal. What is it, says I? Decoding what they have found is a big part of this project. What he was prepared to say is their pictures, their data. What exactly alien ET pictures would look like is really fascinating. I hope what I've told you today is enough to convince you that massive funding is being spent on a mega project, a global EU-run telescope network. Why are they doing it? And when will they reveal what they found? The truth is out there.
Simon Howland's got the look, bro. All right. So what did you guys think? We'll just have a little talk here, and then I'm gonna close it out with the Third Lady of Fatima video that I had pulled, but I just don't even have time to like do it. But hell of a stream, Doomer. You made it all 4 hours and 37 minutes. How are you guys feeling, Tupa Doomer? How are you feeling?
And Tupa, if you have any thoughts about the election too, please like fold that in, because I think it's gonna matter.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that could be easily incorporated here. I can't believe you guys did a 4-hour stream, 4.5. I definitely was surprised when I got back that it was still happening, and I was pumped. So I just want to say congratulations on a hell of a stream.
Well, thanks, man.
Yeah,
It's
this shit
nothing
is
that
awesome.
we're used to going that long. Like we always
That's
thought it
true.
would be like 2-3 hours, and then it's like 6, 8, 10. You know,
That's true. That's true. But quality shit. And Red, you put this whole thing together. You got this whole cast together for this. Good work, man.
So what's your, after everything we've looked at, right? What's your view on, one, is an invasion coming? Is apocalypse coming? And two, do the movers and shakers of disclosure believe it?
Yeah, it's already happening. The invasion happened around 1930. But there was a lot of probing happening from like the 1600s on, what it looks like to me. And they knew about it, they know about it, and they're accelerating it, is what it seems like. And what these things are this like angels and shit. That's what these guys think they are, anyway. So they know, for instance, why they're coming here, what they're doing here, and they're accelerating that. And they're still masking it as a alien threat, but they all know that it's not. That's my take, anyway.
What do you think, Ulrich?
What, real quick, Tuba, any thoughts about the election? There's some people who think Democrats are all aliens, like, but
reptilian aliens for sure. No, I don't know. I think,
You think we'll get disclosure if we get Trump?
No. There's a lot more at stake than just disclosure here. I think we get disclosure if we continue to ask the right questions and bring the right people in, and we can expand, what we know.
I think we get disclosure with Trump. I can't believe Tupa said that. Tupa must be like tired. Trump is disclosure, bro. No, I don't know.
I think if we're gonna get it from anyone, it would either option is gonna be Trump for sure. I don't see how
I agree with that.
Getting
You're
like a
more likely
Marxist is gonna get us the aliens. That doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever, that's just how I'm looking at it, for sure. But
All right.
Trump is way more interested. His kids are more invested. You know what I mean? It's what the culture's feeling. As far as like, we're talking about aliens all the time. Everyone's wondering about aliens. we're not going to get any answers from these dudes, dude. But even the Democrats know that these things are like demons or angels, so they're hyped too.
Right? They're all thinking the same thing. One's just in league with them. All right, no, just kidding. Doomer Daddy, what is your thoughts? Kind of guessed, but what stood out for you from this stream? What do you think people should take away from this stream, the information presented?
Yeah. I mean, like, look,
going forward and stuff. Yeah.
We're living in a shifting world, and the hardest thing to figure out is truth. And so people need to be willing to test their own beliefs, do some of their own reality testing, and we all need to be more comfortable with correcting ourselves, having predictions that are falsifiable, just so we can constantly calibrate. And we can't be pearl clutching, because a lot of the information is going to come from sources that we might not agree with, that we might not like. Do you know what I mean? It's the truth in the information is more important than the person sharing it. And you have that phenomenon going on with Greer, right? Like, you don't just tune in to see those big guns and that polo shirt. Sometimes Greer's going to say something that might be important, and then you just filter out the other shit. And then, so everything, I have some of the most cataclysmic views, but a lot of these views are falsifiable also for myself. So I think if we have a true election, and if we have Trump elected, I don't think they're going to let him live to inauguration. I think this is a potential crisis that you can't.
They're going crazy with it, bro. But 2 assassination
Yeah.
attempts, then we're gonna publish. Like, they literally did the thing from SWAT where they're gonna put out a hit on TV for like $1 billion, dude. Like,
Yeah.
what?
And I think it has to do with NHI. I really do. I think that those docs that they rated Trump's, villa about had to do with UFOs, maybe JFK
A lot of people
assassination.
say that there's JFK and UFO stuff in those files.
Yeah. And then I will also say, if Trump wants to stay alive, the smartest thing he could do is to do a soft disclosure, which is to say, hey, if anybody takes my life, all of the UFO stuff goes public, right? Like a dead man switch means you break the law after you're dead. That's what Trump really needs to stay alive, because clearly Secret Service can't cut it, right? So that's a bold statement to make, but it probably is the best Secret Service plan. And I agree with Tupo, like, Trump is more likely to disclose. I think RFK would have been a little bit more likely, but I think either of the 3 candidates, I still wouldn't expect them to ever disclose. So I don't see that happening. And I do see that right now we're right before this thing hockey sticks, where you see breakdown after breakdown after breakdown. And I will be proven wrong if that doesn't happen, and I'll eat my words. I'm not saying I'm 100% certain, but more than 51%, I think we're going to have some form of martial law, chaos, economic collapse, or assassination, maybe even post-election, right, as president-elect. That I would say, from my view, there's a 51% certainty that happens, so that one chaos can lead into the next, because you don't have another election to precipitate a civil war or that kind of chaos, right? And you can see how one chaos leads to the next. And I think all of that has to happen because of the impending events. And where I'm wrong, then I'm going to go back to the drawing board and say, like, all right, something else is going on. And that's not to freak people out, but you want to pay attention to the world and constantly ask, if my view of the world right now makes sense, would this thing be happening? I think everybody should be saying that. Does that make sense? Like, because truth is, we all are experiencing truth as like less tangible, and so we need to find our own tests to make it more tangible. And the other stuff I've pretty much commented on. So little catastrophe to big catastrophe, and we might be looking at a breakaway. Like, we as a human species might be looking at X. We might be making our own media companies. Like, Tup and Red, how far are you guys really from being your own UFO media company? You've got a website, you've got broadcast. That sounds pretty close to me. Then all you need is a currency. Somebody needs a sci company, like VR app with some remote viewing, and then we need one person who builds UFOs. The UFO community alone can't do that with 200-300 people. But I think if the world is falling apart, you can start building a better world at the same time, and none of it has to be bloodshed or turning somebody else into an enemy. And I know that's crazy. That sounds crazy. But I'm already experiencing, like I said, like Sarah's life is under threat. and our families' lives are under threat. And I think we would be really freaking out if we didn't have dead man switches already in place.
I'm
That's
definitely
why
going to
it's
want to
not-
hear from Sarah about this.
for sure, for sure.
I think people can think what I'm thinking. I'm not going to ruin the vibe right now, but we'll just leave it there. But yeah, no, I will go against the
thanks for
grain and
setting this
say,
up.
oh yeah, of course, dude. This is so fun. Thank you, bro. I still feel bad about that part in the middle there. I was like, all right,
No, dude, don't feel bad. I couldn't stop myself.
I will go against the grain and say we are not going to die in 2027. We
Oh,
are
I'm
not
saying that
going
too. You're not going against the grain. Like, I don't think we're dying in 2027 at all.
Yeah. We're not going to die in 2030. We are everybody on this stream. We're gonna do a roast stream. We're in 5 years where we each take a shot or something every time we make ourselves cringe or something we said, and then we'll go to Disneyland and that'll be really fun.
I mean,
But,
I might die of alcohol poisoning if we play that game and I'm wrong about everything, right?
I'm dying in 2027, apocalypse or not.
Yeah, that might happen.
Shuts Up Beats and Meats. I don't know if I read this one or not, but they said my initial thought was that in 2027 the object flying towards us was from Alpha Centauri, will be able to be seen by any citizen with a telescope. Nice. I also think I missed this one. Nimbit. Tubin Red. You think real or no? This is a very convincing apocalypse prediction, but our history is replete with apocalypse predictions. Oh, we kind of did it at the end here. So we kind of already did it, Nimbit. You reviewed me there. All right, guys. Well, yeah, we're on hour 4 and 46 minutes. I'm gonna
have
play
patience on me. Don't give up on me. I'm on cosmic time.
Red, you're muted.
Oh shoot, damn it. Oh damn, I was hella ripping there too. Good. I really thought like this would be a quick little stream. No, I didn't. I knew it would be hella long, but it was fun. It was cool. We got a lot of Doom stuff. I really think it'll be one of the best one-stop depositories of like a lot of this stuff. And I'm gonna play out the
following is
the Secret of Fatima on the way out. But gentlemen, is there anything else you guys want to say before I kick us all off the stage?
Oh, great work, guys. Good shit, Red.
Hell yeah, man.
I want to say thank you to both of you for, even wherever you guys disagree with me, you guys have always been amazing. And I think we need this. Like, it needs to be comfortable to have iconoclastic thoughts. And
Yeah.
I'm really grateful.
And dooming can be fun.
Dooming can be fun and sexy. And yeah,
That's right.
for sure, man.
We're gonna find out the best word version. I know there's a very clean one out there of like Doom now and then X later, Doom now. There's a very clean one of that. But it's like, yeah, is it being? You're the most optimist, right? You're trying to embrace the doom to be optimist. But yeah, all right, guys.
Yeah, I am.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna play this on the way out. Thank you guys all for being here. I'm gonna hop off the stage and.
Is a transcription of what is possibly the third secret of Fatima, as read by Art Bell over the air on Coast to Coast AM on 5/14/98 at 34 minutes and 48 seconds into the program. And I began it with this preamble. All right, I in no way warrant the following as being authentic. I have no way of knowing. All I can tell you is it feels real. It is alleged to be the third secret of Fatima. You decide for yourself. Here we go. A great plague will befall mankind. Nowhere in the world will there be order. Satan will rule the highest places, determining the way of things. He will succeed in seducing the spirits of the great scientists who invent arms with which it will be possible to destroy a large part of humanity in a few minutes. Satan will have his power. The powerful who command the people and who will incite them to produce enormous quantities of arms. God will punish man more thoroughly than with the flood. There will come the time of all times and the end of all ends. The great and powerful will perish together with the small and weak. Even for the church, it will be the time of its greatest trial. Cardinals will oppose cardinals. Bishops will oppose bishops. Satan will walk among them. And in Rome, there will be changes. The church will be darkened, and the world will be shaking with terror. One great war will erupt in the second half of the 20th century. Fire and smoke will fall from the sky. The waters of the oceans will change into steam, and the steam will rise and overflow everything. The waters of the ocean will become mist. Millions and millions of people will die from hour to hour. Whoever remains alive will envy the dead. Everywhere one turns one's glance, there is going to be anguish and misery, ruins in every country. The time draws nearer. The abyss widens without hope, the good to perish with the bad, the great with the small, the princes of the church with the faithful, the rulers with their people. There will be death everywhere because of the errors committed by non-believers and crazy followers of Satan, which will then, and only then, take control over the world. At the last, those who survive will at every chance newly proclaim God and his glory, and they will serve him as when the world was not so perverted. That's it. Father Martin?
Yes, Art.
Any comments on that?
I've listened to that. And I suppose the measured response I should give to it is this, in two parts, really, two statements. It is not the text which was given to me to read
Okay.
in 1960. There are elements in it which belong in the text.
So, in other words,
Yeah.
I'm trying to step as carefully as I can. In other words, you're suggesting this is not precisely what you had, but there are elements of what you just heard.
Yes, there are elements which do belong in the third secret. That's about the most measured response I could give to it.
Okay, that's fine, and I will not ask you to say more, but